All right, now we're live.
Welcome,
Yes.
welcome everyone. Welcome to the show. It's going to be a good one. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be a lot of
Just a
fun.
tad
We're
bit
going to
late.
have, yeah, but you know how it goes.
Just
Sometimes
just,
things
just
get
by
in the
six
way.
minutes.
Yeah, things happen, and life
Mm-hmm.
stuff happens. So, but we're here now. We have a few interesting subjects to talk about. We're gonna go in on we're gonna talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You
Mm-hmm.
know where things stand now. It's gonna be a good show. So everyone tuning in,
Yeah.
who tunes in or who's gonna be watching afterward, welcome.
Yep. What's up, Paul Patriot?
Paulo
Uh,
Patriot, Privyet Chuvak,
Kotara.
Kak de
What's
la.
up?
Yeah.
I am Brando. What's up? And anyone else who is watching.
Yep. Yep. What
Appreciate
up,
it.
guys?
So, hope you had a good weekend. I'm doing pretty good so far. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Hope
So what you been
everyone
up to,
is having a good.
Jimpachi?
Just I actually was doing like yesterday. I was at a baby shower, and believe it or not, with one of my friends. So that was fun, and I've been kind of focusing on a few
Isn't
other
it only a
things.
thing with women?
No, no, no.
Okay,
Men
I thought
can
it
go
was a.
too.
Oh, okay,
No.
okay. I
A
maybe
baby.
I'm
It
thinking of something
depends.
else.
You might be. You might be. I mean, like a baby shower, like you have like men and women there. Um, it depends. It's culturally, I think it's a little different because it was like a
Okay,
Latino
that's
baby
probably what it
shower.
is.
It's a
Oh,
Latino
okay.
baby shower, so there was like men and a bunch of men. I don't know. Every baby shower I've been to had both men and women. I know, like
We got we, we got to confirm
um.
with Latina Parfait if that's true.
Well, I mean, I know it's true, bro.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
and then you have I think you might be thinking of what's that shit called? That shit people do before they get married.
Bridal
Uh,
shower, is that what it is?
No, not a bridal shower, bro.
I
That's a
don't
hundred.
know.
That bridal shower is all female, but it's not a bridal shower. It's damn, I forgot what it is, man.
uh
That's when like those when guys like are like they'll invite like
oh
a stripper
yeah.
to it, like
Fuck,
yeah,
I forgot what it's
yeah,
called. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. What's
yeah,
up,
like
OC?
that is more dubious, but yes, I've been doing
Oh,
that. I was doing
Bachelorette.
bachelorette party. That's what. Yeah, that's
There
gonna
you
be
go.
all
All
female,
right.
bro. There you go.
Thank
Somebody in
you,
the
Gigi.
comments, whoever in the comments
Yeah,
said that, yeah,
Gigi.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, and yes, I've been doing that. I've been reading a lot. I've been trying to. I specifically, I've been practicing my Russian a lot more. So I've been spending a lot of time doing that because I'm like super
Nice.
hell bent on getting good at that. So, yeah, simple stuff, doing my artwork and whatnot, and things
Hmm.
like that. So nothing particularly new, but not nothing. But I've been busy. I've been
Yeah,
busy.
that's
So.
good. Yeah. So,
So
been playing anything recently?
I've been trying to give Ghost Recon another chance, and I'm
Which one?
actually Wildlands because like I
Oh,
feel like it's not that bad compared to the other ones, so I'm trying to like play through it, but I'm not gonna lie to you, it gets boring really fast. Like it's fun for a
I think
while,
we
but
talked about that last week.
we did, and
I think.
I was kind of like because I re-downloaded it a couple weeks ago, and I was considering if I'm gonna keep playing through it or not, and that's how that
Mm.
conversation came about,
Right.
but
Oh
I'm a
yeah, then
little I'm
I
getting a
had mentioned that I finished Watch Dogs like a
yes,
couple weeks
exactly.
ago, and then you had said like, oh,
Exactly.
it's not like Watch Dogs or whatever, something like that. So,
Yeah, exactly.
but
I
yeah,
warned you about that. I said it's not like Watch because you liked Watch Dogs, but if you think this game is gonna be like that, like sorry to burst
yeah.
your bubble, bro.
Watch Dogs did get a little repetitive with the gameplay and whatnot. What kind of like I said last week, what kind of held it together is the story because actually does have a good story.
Well,
But
Ghost
yeah,
Recon, when you're playing a Ghost Recon game, like the story is just a vehicle to get you to do like special operative stuff, like
yeah.
agent stuff, like missions and whatnot. It's not really like it's just a vehicle to give you a reason of why you're doing the missions you're doing. While like with Watch Dogs, there's like more of like a personal story being told. So,
Hmm.
that's a
What's up, Royce? Screw
yeah.
shills. I agree. Screw them.
Yeah,
Screw
screw
all
the
of them.
shills. Screw yeah,
Don't
exactly.
care
There's a
who
lot of
you
shills,
are.
man.
Screw the shills either way.
There's a lot of
Uh,
shills, man.
Hank, what's up?
Which is
I'm
funny
sorry,
because
Hunk.
there's so many disingenuous arguments with that game, and we're gonna get into them
Hell yeah.
later on
Melina
because
Chan,
like
what's up?
Miss Melina is here. Miss
Yeah,
Melina.
she was streaming Resident Evil 6 yesterday.
Oh sweet.
Turns out you don't need 50 subscribers to stream.
Okay. I thought she. I guess that's what it is. Maybe she never tried to stream without the.
Maybe,
No,
or
maybe she.
maybe it was giving her issues. You know how YouTube is sometimes.
Yeah, it could have been
Sometimes it
that.
works, sometimes it doesn't. So,
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, sometimes you might
Maverick,
think
what's
something,
up?
you know,
I'm
you
sorry,
never know.
Maverick. Mermac, what's up? Burv,
If you
what's
don't,
up?
if you don't try it, you won't know. So, hey,
Yeah,
trying to
yeah, you're
stream
right.
without 50, that's great. More power to her.
I
That
gotta, I
makes
gotta,
it
I
life
gotta try
easier
with
too.
my PS5 to stream. It's been giving me issues, but I have to keep
I
trying. I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
it's
It's
weird
saying it needs
because
me
when
to
I
verify the account or whatever, but
yeah,
it does detect that it's already linked to the PlayStation and the YouTube channel.
I would
Because on
suggest
PS4,
maybe
it had no issues with it before when I
ma-
would try it, years ago. But now it's like I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if it has anything to do with my PS4's breaking down on me, where I can't like link it from the PlayStation 4 to 5. But
I don't know, bro.
I don't.
I
To me,
think
that wouldn't make any sense.
it
I feel
doesn't
like
make sense. I would
so.
just try it again when you get a
Yeah, I
chance.
have
Like
to
just
keep
keep
trying.
trying. You just have to. It's one of those things you have to troubleshoot. It could be like a verification glitch. Like even though it's counted as verified, it could be like there's some glitch or something happened and it's not allowing you to use it because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I would suggest
Hold on,
trying it
so what's the
again.
comment? Yeah. Hold on. What the hell? Hold on. Let me go up and see. Okay, I already
But
read that.
PS5 has other
Where we're at.
issues too. I mean, every mic that I use have used to try to like talk on my streams have been giving me a ton of issues, and and I feel like it's a PS5 thing because the mic would randomly cut out midstream and just stop working, and it does that with chats too,
That's
like
so
private
weird.
chats. And at first I thought it was like the microphones, but then I'm like, dude, these are three different microphones on two different controllers. So at that point, it's like, what are the odds that they're all just bad? Like,
Yeah, right.
I mean, the maybe they're all incompatible, but that's really like really a stretch, man. I think it's just a glitch on PSN or something like that.
It might be. It'd be worth to check out and see if anyone else has those issues. Those issues.
I go online and there's people that have issues with it, but then all the solutions seem to not be like they're not very helpful. They're like, oh, do this, do that, and I've tried them and they haven't worked at all. So I don't know, man. That's actually the
Mm.
reason why I haven't been streaming as much because there's a ton of games I want to stream, but if people can't hear me, it's kind of boring, you know.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
worse
that's
when you're
true.
talking and the mic
Then it
they
just
don't
goes
hear you.
out.
It just goes out, and I don't know it goes out until somebody in the chat says like, because if you're talking in the beginning and then you go to radio silence, people are saying, "Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
if you're
like what the
talking,
hell?
but we can't hear you." And I'm like, "All right, great." And I know that, and then I'll try to fix it, and then after trying to
Yeah,
fix it,
it just kind of
it
fucks
still
up the
doesn't.
whole stream pretty much.
Well, it still doesn't work. So
Yeah,
then it's like it becomes boring, you know. There's hundreds of people that are playing the same games, man. The thing that makes your
yeah,
stream different from anyone else's is your it's what you say, you know, it's your
mm-hmm.
personality. You know,
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
makes that's what separates people's streams really. So
Mm-hmm.
yep.
Uh, Honk. Heard that the Concord director is working on the new Halo game. Not sure if 100% true. I actually heard of that too. I also heard the what's the fucking troon's name? Kareen Bush or whatever.
I
Definitely
don't
got a
know who
Bush.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know who any of these people are, bro.
I
You
only
bring up
know
names
because people,
and
had brought up the names before. So, but
you come out here with these names, man, and I'm like, who the fuck are these people?
like who? But yeah, apparently, not apparently, that is true. He's on the Wizards of the Coast team for
Okay, well
something. I don't know what.
they're all bitches. That team
Yeah,
have lost their way.
they really have.
They literally redrew Magic the Gathering cards to be woke. It's so weird.
Of course.
Of all things, it's so weird. It's so weird, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck Worth a Cuck. Yeah, fuck him.
and I think they also do D&D, right? But they also do that
Yes,
as
yes.
well. So yeah, man.
Prime, what's up? Jimmy Hales, what's
Welcome,
up?
welcome to the Prime. That should be your intro, bro. If you have a
Akami,
YouTube
what's up?
channel Prime, if you have a channel Prime, that should be your intro. Welcome to the Prime.
So, yeah, apparently with the hell was it? Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm probably gonna try that Refantasio. Not Refantasio. I'm doing the wrong game. Definitely not that game. Fuck that game.
Wasn't that game like gay and woke and stuff?
No,
Like,
I got it mixed up with Fantasian Neo Dimension.
Okay. So are
Yeah.
you saying no, you mixed it up, or no, it's not gay and woke?
No. I mixed it up. It is gay and woke, but the game I was actually meaning to say is the demo for it. Actually came out weeks ago. What is it called? I just fucking said it. Fantasia Neo Dimension, I believe.
Leave it to
It's by the,
Japan to come up with these names, man.
yeah, right, yeah. And then I'm the one who has to remember him. So it's
Yeah.
by Miss Walker. They did Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, and I think some other mobile game afterwards. But yeah,
They
so
should
I'll
just give
definitely be
them
trying that.
they should give them the direct Japanese translated name, no matter how awkward it is. Like, don't localize the title. It would be so hilarious.
Oh my god, it's
It
gonna
would be
make it
so
worse.
funny. The titles would
Yeah.
be like paragraphs, bro.
Mm-hmm. Really. So yeah, so a lot to go into with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It seemed like there might be some confusion apparently with the codex involving the ages for the characters, specifically with Hans, where people are saying that the codex is giving you the age of the person he is based off of, not the actual character in game.
Eh, that's a
Um,
cop out, bro.
and
It's kind of a cop out.
it probably is. But my thing is like, if it's true, if that is true, why couldn't Warhorse or Daniel Vavra himself just confirm it? People were even talking about it, and he's answering and not even giving like good
Because
answers.
he knows
And
because he knows he'll be a liar. That's what it is. He knows that he already, like, he feel like, in one on one hand he feels like, yeah, I'm owning the chuds, but also the more that he says, the more that he's held accountable. So the less he
yeah,
says, the less he's held accountable. Like, if Vavra calls it out and talks about it too much, then people are gonna find holes in what he says. So that's why he was being vague from the beginning. If he felt
yeah,
confident in all the shit he's saying now, he wouldn't have been vague. But because now he's pressured to, he has this aggressive stance because he has to. It's
hmm,
like he's trying to, like, defend himself at all costs. But in the end of the day, like, when you think about Vavra and you think about, like, the way, like, if you think about, like, the whole situation, like, you can ask yourself with the codex, like, oh, it's just a codex telling who the original person was. Why is it there? Why would it be there?
yeah,
Like, think about it. It's supposed to be, this game is not, people act like this game is not supposed to be, like, pretty much historically accurate. It's basically like, it was, the first game at least was supposed to be, like, as historically accurate as possible while still giving the player freedom and agency, right?
hmm,
And with the sequel, like, you're supposed to have this agency and this freedom. So why would they add those codexes? Because the codex are supposed to be, like, give you tidbits of history about the characters you're playing as and who they're based off of. if
yep,
they if it didn't matter, they wouldn't have bothered putting it in the game. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
They
Like
wouldn't have.
Musa. I don't know if Musa has a codex in the second game, but I'm sure if he does, it doesn't follow, like, the real history of what they did, because if they did, yeah, people would know that Mali had never had anything to do with medieval Bohemia.
Bohemia, yeah,
So whatever, you know what I'm saying? The codex exists for
yeah,
a reason. People always say, "Oh, it's not this, it's not that." Then why the fuck is it there? Why is it
yeah,
there? Why do I need to know about the real guy that he's based off of if it's not relevant and the character is so different that it doesn't matter? Like, that's why he has
yeah.
radio silence on it.
Hmm. And
You know?
with Vavra, I mean, like, i- it's weird. 'Cause even if he was to, like, clarify what's going on, is he really trustworthy at this point? I mean, fucking in 2015, he said, there's no black people in medieval Bohemia, but now there is. That also lectures Henry
About several things. I thought it was
on,
just one or
yeah,
two things,
yeah.
but
No,
apparently,
it's
apparently
way more.
it's
Like
several
they
things that he's lecturing
they
on.
try to Last of Us 2 with this game. They try to hide so much shit,
Yeah.
and I think
Yeah.
that's why Vavra's fucking having these meltdowns where it's like, damn, they caught me, and now I gotta fucking
Yeah.
try to silence them. And I mean, he's just making it worse for himself
It's like a
and
it's like a
the whole
corner
game.
it's like a cornered prey creature, you know? It's like, it might be a gentle creature, but then when you corner them, they go ape shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's
Yep.
like a rabbit. Like, rabbit's not known for its violent tendencies, but if you corner it and it's terrified, it might, like, fucking flip around and kick and just bite desperately. That's what Bavra is.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
exactly what
exactly.
Bavra is doing. He's like, I know I
Uh,
look stupid now, so I have to do everything in my power to save as much face as possible.
exactly. Let me see what's chat saying. Jimmy, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 looks interesting. It really does. So I hope it's not woke trash.
I don't
I
know
really hope
anything
not.
about that game at all, to be honest with you.
It's like this turn-based RPG that apparently it's like influenced by like Chrono Trigger and I think a few other games. I think it's made by a French studio or some type of European studio of some sorts. And the characters look pretty like for the most part like realistic. The women, at least so far, what I've seen look like women at least. I don't like how the main character looks. He looks pretty average and generic, but whatever. But other than that, it looks
bro.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I gotta wait and like my wait and see policy has never been stronger than ever before in
Yes.
history. Like, this has been like the
Apollo
strongest
Kingdom
it's ever
Come
been.
Dev might been on Empty Island. What's up, Polar? Poir?
Poir, Dragon Ball Z Poir, little cat thing, Yamcha.
Probably.
Um,
I actually seen some of his videos. He uploads like archives of like Synthetic Man stuff.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's good to archive that stuff because it's inevitable. Synthetic Man's gonna get like banned and shit.
Yeah, that's actually
It's
how
not a
I
matter.
found
It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when.
yeah, that's how I found
So
Worfabai's stream that he took down because someone else who also uploads like synthetic man stuff. I think his name is Cry or something like that. Uh had uploaded it, so
okay.
thankfully because people want to fucking make people forget about shit like
Yeah,
Worfabai.
that's why they're gonna try to downplay shit, and then whatever. Like, for example, Razor Fist was out talking about you know, he's like taking a stance against Kingdom Come Deliverance too, but he's trying to play it safe now. He's trying to
Mm-hmm.
like regarner like good faith and whatnot. So that's what people are doing. Like,
Yo,
they're gonna try to
Brando,
they're gonna
the
try to
nose
save
has
face.
infected it with the gay.
The
I'm sorry,
nose
what were
has
you saying?
infected it with the gay. No, no, that he's just like people are gonna try to like save face with this and take that stance, but they're just trying to like capitalize, show they're not grifters.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Modar,
Melanie
what's up?
Mac,
How's it going?
all those
Oh
people.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I,
those
you
people.
know,
And
they're like
fucking
making
that's my
videos.
issue
Like
too with this whole thing.
Melanie
Is
Mac
like
doesn't give a fuck about that game.
no, she doesn't.
She's not gonna play that. There's other
She's
people.
not. No.
There's other people defending the game, and I guarantee you they're not gonna beat that game. Like, they're not gonna finish it. They're not gonna play it. And then after the hype and all the attention that's garnered from being able to play from the game's like hype right now, they're gonna go back and be like, oh well, it just wasn't for me, fam. I tried to play it, but I couldn't get into it or whatever. But
Yeah,
playing the game
the
offline
usual
with
excuse.
the usual grift, or playing it
Yeah,
offline without any. You're a streamer, but conveniently you won't stream the hard RPG game.
right.
Like, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like if you're gonna go hard defending it, at least finish it.
if
At
I
least
was
show
if I
proof
was
that
the
you playing it. Just show
yes,
proof that you finished it. Because it's like you want people to take you seriously and take you for your word, then why not?
yeah, a lot of
Because
people
you gotta
saying this
you
shit
gotta
are
call
not
the
gonna
people
finish it.
grifters or talk about like, oh, people don't care and this that like, oh, people complaining and they don't really care about the game, they don't care about this, they want to be selective about what to complain about. I mean, you're going this hard defending this game, so you should be able to beat it. That should be your mission to beat it, to finish it. Since you're
Yeah.
spending so much time defending it, it would only make sense if you actually did finish it, and of course show that you did finish it. And maybe when it's all said and done, maybe you decide to actually be honest about it. But you know how these people are; they're not going to.
Well, remember, you're going hard in
They,
the
they're
paint.
protecting
Imagine,
this game at all costs for whatever reason.
yeah.
They're doing this as if fucking Warhorse has their family members hostages.
What I'm saying
Fucking
is
crazy.
like you're going like people go so hard defending this to like to prove that, like, to say like, oh, the game's good, the game's this or that, and they don't give a shit about it, and they just like, you have a stance, such a strong stance on the game that you're not going to finish or play. And again, like, I don't like, even then I foresee grifters like going online, playing offline, using a shit ton of guides to get through the
Yep.
game, all these things, because like, if you're a channel that constantly streams games, and all the hard games you never streamed, whatever you stream is always Fortnite or some other multi online bullshit is all you stream, then I have to say it's sus, man. I'm not going to take
Mm-hmm.
your opinion
Yeah.
seriously because you love a game so much, but you won't dare fucking play that shit on stream. You won't dare show
Yeah.
how you actually operate in those games. That's a lot of people in just that commentate on gaming. So if I'm like, for
Yeah.
example, if I'm talking all that shit defending Doom, let's say it was Doom for whatever reason. If I'm talking all that shit about how they like defending the game, and I have the game, you damn sure I'm gonna stream the game. You know what I mean? Not only to
Mm-hmm.
show that I like it, but also to like not only because I'm defending the game, but also to show it off. Because if I think it's good, if I think there's merit to it, I'm gonna want everyone to see like, hey, look, the game's good. Fuck what everyone else is saying. Like, there's so many grifters in the space. So many people talk about shit that they actually don't care about at all. You know,
Yeah,
like
and
I had the first Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like I would have
yeah, me too.
100% bought the second one. I like those kind of
Yeah, I was
games.
looking
I love
forward
The
to it.
Witcher. I love those kind of RPGs, and the fact,
I
and I
bought it
had to
on
like,
launch. I was telling you about it years ago when I first heard about it.
yeah,
When
yeah.
they
When
first
I
showed
when
the trailer off, we didn't know who the character was. You had this guy in fucking black hair and armor, and then you end up finding out, oh, you're playing as Henry.
yeah,
It's using the Cry engine. It's gonna be first person and whatnot. And originally, like apparently, it was gonna be like an episodic type of game.
thank God
And
that
they,
didn't happen though.
yeah, yeah,
That's a horrible. That's a
that would have been
horrible model.
horrible.
That's a
Yeah.
horrible model for a game.
And
But
fucking
anyway,
Daniel
like,
Vavra and them were like saying like, oh, no publisher, because it was actually a Kickstarter game too.
yeah,
Um,
I believe it.
and they actually put the backers from Kickstarter into the one of the churches you can go to. I don't know if it's all of
That's
them.
cool.
I'm not sure because I really wasn't paying attention like that.
But it's not the
But
black
I
ones
did find out.
because
No,
it's not. It
definitely.
wasn't the black ones for sure. You know that much. But like, the funny thing is though, like the first one of the first games I got on my Xbox, because I actually was given the Xbox One was given to me because of like my job at the time. Like my
Hmm.
performance was like so high that they would like give me like free shit, and they gave me the Xbox. So that was one of the first games that I even had on there, bro. Like, in the end of the day, man, like, there's so many like, again, going back, there's so many people that talk about this shit and they could care less, bro. It's just another grift. It's just another thing. Like, it's whatever's the hot subject, whatever's the hot topic. Like,
Yep.
like for example, Marvel Rivals, even though I like the designs of the characters, that's not really my type of game, and I'll admit that, you know. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like it's like the fucking greatest game ever, because those kind of
Same.
games aren't my thing. But usually some of them I do like, but usually I don't really mess with them like that. But I'm still gonna defend what is worth defending, that I can like, that I can be honest about. Like, so for example, they were bashing the female character designs. I'll defend them because I can see them, and I'm like, no, they don't need to be criticized. They're good. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is a great, amazing game. You're all wrong. The gameplay's perfect just because I think the girls are sexy. You get what I'm saying? Like, and I wish that there was more transparency and honesty with YouTubers, but of course, like always, people can't admit they're wrong. They don't want to back down. Their pride and ego, they're willing to look they're willing to allow themselves to look stupid for months, weeks at a time, because they refuse to back down. And then they hope the fucking hype dies down or the conversation goes away and they can like move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's usually how it
And
goes.
it's
Man
pathetic,
on the
man.
mountain, what's up?
It's very pathetic.
It is because they don't want to go against what their circle of friends are saying because they don't want to be the
Yeah.
odd person out. So they just parrot whatever their group is saying, pretty much, and that ends up and they got to go along with it as long as they can because that's the other thing. A lot of people they don't want to be like that one person that says no, this is wrong, this is bad,
They're afraid to
and
not be
they
in
got
the
to
group.
explain why.
They're
Yeah,
afraid not to
yeah.
be part of the group, man. And that's worse with women. With women, that's way
Oh
worse,
yeah,
because psychologically and biologically, women are more wired to be part of like the community.
yeah.
So that's
You see a
it.
lot of
That's it.
that too.
That's a further reason why, like, again, it might sound sexist, but I do not fucking listen to women's opinions on a lot of shit, because women will flip. If there was an alien race that came to Earth and could breed with women and they look like the fucking predator, if there was a reason for women to benefit from being with them by choice, women would make excuses of why the predators are beautiful and they love them. If humans were enslaved,
You would,
but the
yeah.
women but the women with the predators had all the freedoms and benefits of being like with the overlords, they would find excuses to say why they're fucking beautiful and like and all this shit. Like,
Hmm.
that's how women operate, bro. So usually, so that's why I don't listen to them, because again, if there's a strong enough if enough people have a collectively wrong idea, those are again, I'm not saying all women, but usually women are the first ones to like to shift, to
Hmm.
play those gymnastics games.
I mean, just look at
So
Nore, for
yeah.
example. I mean,
Well, Nure, that shit is dumb. She's talking about a game that she doesn't care
that bitch is
about, doesn't
retarded.
play. That shit was
I,
mad dumb.
it's
Like,
that big ass forehead. That forehead's like doing something to her brain or something. I don't know. But she, she's fucking saying a bunch of dumb shit. She has a lot to say, but I heard people say that make mention that she wasn't even talking about the game up until the controversy occurred. That she didn't even know anything about the game. You could tell she doesn't know anything about it. That's the problem. These people fucking want to just jump on the topic and be like, no, it's not woke or whatever. Like, why are you even defending this game when you just discovered it just recently?
Yeah,
Well, you didn't give a fuck
bro,
about it. You weren't even
and to
making no
that,
videos hyping it up, being excited for it, and then talking about we need to mind our own business and leave the developers alone. People need to mind their fucking business. But I'm going to look into what BioWare is doing with a Dragon is the Velgard. I'm going to look into and remember all of the names, all of the developers. I'll even remember who are the janitors in the studio because I'm going to go after them because it is woke. But with this, but now we're supposed to mind our business. We're supposed to just
yeah,
like ignore all the patterns that's going on.
I'm okay with it. So everyone should stop talking about it because I'm okay with it. That's what they're saying to you, bro. Like,
Yeah, she's
like
like
remember, bro.
fucking with Kingdom Come. She's like, no me importa. Well,
No me importa.
fucking Dragon Age, and it's like, ay Dios mío. I'm
Yeah,
not Dragon Age.
they,
Fucking what's that game? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Like, they want to
yeah,
fucking go hard, defend this game, and it's like, why?
yeah.
It's doing the
Well,
same
they,
shit. And
well,
people act like Dragon Age the Veilguard is like the first and only woke game, or the first and only woke RPG game, and that if a game is not on that level of wokeness, then it's not woke at all. And it's like, what
well,
the fuck are you talking about?
Baldur's Gate is on equal footing with, to me, with Dragon Age Railguard.
Yeah, no,
Like
it
that
is,
was a
and
crazy
people were
one
going
for me.
crazy defending that.
Yeah, because but like in the end of the day,
People still
people
defend it.
assume people confuse something being like bad, as in like having like low quality overall, of being buggy. They conflate that with being woke. Like if the game's woke but it's fun, then it's not woke, which is fucking stupid, and that's not how it works at all.
Hmm.
Like something is, you could admit to yourself that you like it. You can tell people that you don't care that it's woke. You can just admit like, oh, I don't give a fuck about it because I like the game so much that I overlook it, even though that's fucking like gay slave mindset. But at least you're admitting the fucking truth about it. Like there's people that are trying to literally gaslight you into thinking a game about historical it's like historical fiction, but it's also based on reality. They want
Hmm.
you to believe that a game of 1400s medieval racist, highly Christian, um, you know, that
Bohemia,
society, huh? Well,
Bohemia.
Bohemia, but but there's a word for it. Like they're so like traditionalist and like fucking. You have all this shit going on, and you want me to think that they're just gonna be openly accepting of all these things? It's like, bro, like that is the definition of force. If you take a character in history, like if you take the Mansa Musa, and you take Mali, and you force that character into a 1400s Bohemia game, and you want, and it's supposed to be historically accurate to a degree, and then you're telling me that you're warping a character's history to put him in the game. That's the definition of forced diversity. You're literally trying to force
Yep.
a character into the game because you want to have that level of diversity. Because there's no other reason why you would do it. People say,
No,
"Oh,
I agree.
it'll tell an interest. That you'll tell an interesting story. Why is he not a guy from Venice? Why is he not a guy from Portugal? Right?
Hmm.
Notice the people that were chosen. Why does he preach to Henry? Why is there the there's even like the joke. The joke is told with like older English, but basically how white people don't like season their food, which I'll admit is funny, but it's still like that character just constantly criticizing Henry. Like you have all
Hold on
those
real
things.
quick. The Man on the Mountain gameplay good, bro. Who cares, bro? Yeah, that's people are fucking
Yeah,
idiots.
that's what they're saying. They're being
Mr.
dickheads.
None is optional. Don't notice it. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
But I can't pronounce your name, but that's why I highlighted it. Is there going to be any constructive criticism here, or is it just going to be yapping? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
if you
defending
want,
it
I
is
can
fucking yapping.
if you want, I can give you the link, so maybe you can uh give us your thoughts on it if you want. You're
Yeah.
more than welcome to
Constructive.
come.
Oh, is it gonna be constructive criticism or yapping? So basically, I like basically what you're saying is I like the game. Basically, you like sucking dick, and because you like sucking dick, we should all be okay with you liking to suck dick, right? That's what you're
Pretty
saying.
much.
But I like the game, so it's not woke. I don't care. You don't care, but you're here defending the game. You want constructive criticism. That is constructive criticism. They're forcing shit from
That's what
modern.
we've been doing this whole time.
They're forcing modern politics into a game about 1400s Bohemia, bro. Like grow a fucking brain, bro. What you're saying is fucking stupid. Like, what you're saying is fucking dumb. Constructive
But if
criticism.
if you're confident in what you're saying, you want the link, let me know. I'll give you the link.
But if I bet you, if
Otherwise,
I
you're gonna
bet
have to
though,
hear us yapping.
I bet though, if we were defending the game blindly and just saying it's great for whatever arbitrary reason, then it wouldn't be yapping, right? Then it's
Yeah.
then
saying,
we don't need to provide evidence. Yeah, like get the fuck out of here, bro. Come on,
you
man.
dropped this, king.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Go play the game. Go do gay butt sex with Henry, bro. No one
Yeah,
cares.
it's a very long game. You should probably be playing it. It just came out. I doubt you finished it.
Yeah. Like if you like the game, bro, play it. It's great. Play it, enjoy it. I'm not gonna stop you. I even said it before. If you don't give a fuck about the woke shit in the game and you enjoy it, that's your prerogative. It's 100% your prerogative, bro. Fucking yapping. Then you're using fucking bullshit buzzword. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking moron. Anyway.
Okay, he responded. I don't like the game.
Yapping.
I don't like the
yapping.
game. I don't like the game.
Yapping,
I'm not
bro.
a fan of open world RPG, but the link I would be glad.
But you're here defending it, bro. All
right, I'll give you the link. I only want him to come on, or she. I don't know if it's a he or a she, because I can't tell by the name. So I'm put the link in the chat. I only want him to be on there. So put your name, whatever your name is on here on YouTube, have it on for StreamYard, so I know it's you. Otherwise, I'm not gonna bring you on.
I don't even like the game, bro. I don't even like the game, but I'm defending it.
Use the same picture too, everything. I want to know it's you. If I can't tell it's you, I'm not bringing you on. Is Jempachi a black man?
Only when it counts. Only when it counts, baby. Bro is yapping, bro.
Anyway, while we wait, because we should have Royce. We'll bring guest on soon, but I want this guy or girl. I'm not trying to be an ass about it. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl based on a name. I want that person to come on. So at least right now, because then I'll be sending out the links, and we should be having a special guest. So, which will be interesting and also pretty cool. So, still waiting for this fella. But anyway, while we wait, we should keep on yapping, right? Oh, you muted? All right. Well, anyway, so with Musa.
There was some interesting comments. Somebody said, when your nation is healthy, you have stories that strengthen you. When you're occupied by a foreign hostile alien tribe, well, not so much. Madar Palser? I don't know if I said that right. Madar? Anyway, he says, what's funny about Musa is that he is constantly bragging about how much safer and enlightened Mali is. However, according to Ian Batuta, I can't see that. Hold on. Ibn Batuta, an Arab scholar, Mali was barbaric even by Muslim standards. I mean, there's high evidence that they were involved in the slave trade. That they had massive amounts of slaves. That they were like, there's like some evidence of that. It's actually highly speculated by historians.
What did he sell? Like 600 black female slaves?
Yeah. Again, like there's not 100% proven evidence, but given their culture and what we do know, it's highly speculated that was the case. That they did have they were involved in the slave trade.
Yeah, it's a little sketchy.
Oh, a Yautja. Okay, I get what you're saying now. I'm a beautiful, free-spirited Yautja predator that is so beautiful to look at.
Mater, what's funny about Musa is that he is constantly bragging about how much safer and enlightened Mali is. However, according to what did I say, LBN Batutu, and okay, that's why it is. It's fucking Arab. Hold on, fucking chat. Gotta catch up. Give me a second. Where is it at? Here we go. Mali. What the fuck is it? Oh yeah, an Arab scholar.
Give me a second.
Mali
I'll
was
be right back.
Barbaric. Okay. barbaric even by Muslim standards. Yeah, so it's like it makes no sense why he's lecturing Henry, trying to make it seem like his homeland is better, and it's like from what I hear, Henry's pretty cucked in that game, even by the women. There's a lot of girl bosses and everything, and you can tell that they were trying to like market the game in a way to hide a lot of the bullshit. It again, like I said, it's like what Naughty Dog did with The Last of Us 2. They try to hide as much as they can, so that way, people will be fooled into buying the game, thinking they're gonna get something completely different. There's always the Muslim paradise myth, like the myth of Al fucking chat Al Andalus in Spain. Yeah,
The
they
religion
always
of
do that.
peace. Don't talk about our prophet or we'll blow you up. Very peaceful, like. Uh,
I thought
but
Islam was a religion of peace, though. Yeah, it always is.
but like that's a whole nother subject. I'm not gonna get into that's like a very complex subject to talk about. But like yeah, like if you here's the thing. I think that if so everyone here, if this game was like an original RPG, if this was an RPG where you're fucking in the future or something, or like it's complete fantasy or whatever, then it would be less egregious because RPG games with options in that case would make sense, right? But I think that what makes this egregious is not only that Valve did a 180 and completely lied, and that pretty much was the only like white Christian game, the first one that's come
Yeah,
out in forever.
they,
Like the
they were
fact that that game
catering to the judges. They knew who they were catering for.
well, the point is that was the direction of the first game, and he made a big stink about it. His YouTube management team made a big stink about it, and then he's doing a full 180 and went full woke. And this game is supposed to be a timepiece. And even in the build up to the second game, they were talking about historical accuracy. So
Hmm.
even then, they were still talking about it. I think that's what makes it so egregious. If this was like a Starfield or something, like or like, and you just could make a character and they
I mean,
happen to be gay,
Starfield was definitely woke. It had all that woke shit in it.
yeah,
Because
like
for me, it's like even if it's like not even based off of history, I'm just tired of seeing this shit. Because
well,
like,
I'm
does every
tired of
game
seeing
have
it
to
too.
have it?
Well, I'm
It would be
tired of
different
seeing
if it
it
was like
too.
years ago, like say like the original like Dragon Age Origins. That's different.
Yeah,
Where before it
but
wasn't
it's
it
not.
wasn't everywhere. It wasn't the main focus of what's being advertised or part of the
But
game. It was
my
actually felt
point
genuine.
is that they would have had more leeway to make that argument. That's my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
It's
Oh
not
yeah,
so
yeah.
much
No,
that
you're
I
right.
like it. I don't like it, but I know
I know
that
you don't like it.
not every game is made for me. So if they make a game
Hmm.
like that and they're not saying this is like 600 like Israel in the 600s or something, and then they're doing modern woke shit. If they're not saying this is like whatever historical timepiece and then just adding modern politics to it, then I can say, all right, even though it's not for me, I can't bash it too much to a certain degree because in the end
Hmm.
of the day, like it's not saying this is like the real world. You get me? It's not trying
Yeah,
to be
that's
close
different.
to the real world. You get me? But with Kingdom
Yeah.
Come Deliverance 2, there's such a
Yeah, you
big
can't start
stink
just
about
like
it.
doing all this
Yeah.
revisionism and shoehorning DEI when your game is supposed to be realistic or close to historically accurate. That's the crazy part that people like conveniently want to ignore is that it's supposed to be historically accurate. The devs themselves, Daniel Vavra, even saying there was no black people in medieval Bohemia. Now all of a sudden, now in the sequel, where where it's a direct sequel to the first game, and now suddenly there's this fucking black Muslim that's lecturing Henry and fucking like having sex with all these white women. It's crazy. You muted again. I don't know if you know. You probably pretty sure you did know.
In the end of the
Otto
day,
said
bro.
Revenant Remnant. Oh, I'm sorry. You're back.
No, I was just gonna say in the end of the day, like I'm tired of seeing it too, but I feel like there's a way to handle that kind of thing. And like if they make an RPG and you have romance, if you have a truly like free modern RPG, or
Mhm.
like I said, like something like that, and you want to have those options, in the end of the day, as long as they're not shoved down your throat and the player goes out of their way to seek them and it makes sense, then that's something that people could do if they want, even if I don't particularly like it. Because that's a game that's not necessarily made for me, or
Mhm.
it's not in your face and it's not revising history. That's what makes it so, that's what makes this case so bad, you
No, you're
know?
right.
like Starfield had that shit in there, and it was annoying because I was tired of seeing it. But I also acknowledged that the developers had their freedom and right to do it. But that also was why I bashed the game and didn't buy it, because I'm tired of being preached to. But I can't necessarily say that it's like, I can't say it's a betrayal or it's whatever, because in the end of the day, it's a futuristic RPG. It has political shit in it, and it's definitely woke. But at the same time, you know, to a degree, it's like, all right, I'll complain about it, or I'll bring up the issues with it and not buy it, right? Because it's not made
Yep.
for me. Well, this is saying like, hey, in Bohemia, you remember when the black man visited and preached to this white guy, and there was a, like, that's what makes it like particularly bad.
Yeah, and in a way, it kind of makes it worse because you're supposed to be basing the game off of history. They pride themselves off of that, and then you want to shoehorn, these characters. You want to retcon straight characters to now be bi, and even with Hans, who, as of right now, from what we know, he's 15. Unless the devs finally want to break their silence, say something about it, and confirm it. Because all people got right now is the codex. People speculate that he's older, and I could believe if he's older than 15, but as of right now, we just have the codex, which says that he's 15. With Henry, there's speculation that he's probably like 18 or so, which is, it's believable. He doesn't look that old. The only thing I would say is that his voice actor obviously is, makes him sound older. So who knows? I mean, look, it could be very
His
well
voice actor
possible.
sounds like a grown ass man,
He
bro.
does, yeah. So I mean, it's possible that they are older.
He sounds older than both. He sounds older than both of us, bro. Keeping it
Yeah,
real,
he does.
actually.
He really does. So
So, yeah.
if he's like, if both characters are in their 20s, I can believe that. It's just that they need to come out and say it, because if you have in all these articles of people like questioning them, I mean, there's people trying to get it off of Steam because child sodomy. Then it's I can understand that, because if it's true, then yeah, I get the outrage over it. But they need to come out and say something about it, because you got all there's enough controversy on the game already. With this included, it's not going to make things any better. So they're better off addressing it and say, no, it's incorrect. This is their ages. That's it. The codex is about this, that, or whatever. And then that's, then the whole age thing becomes a non-issue. And then, people can be more, people can then focus on the other issues that are already being brought up that many other defenders keep ignoring or trying to make excuses for, like with Musa, with making Henry suddenly is bisexual now. All this other, bullshit. Oh, it's player choices, whatever, when it's bullshit. But let me respond to this comment real quick, and then we'll bring we'll get our guest on, and I'll do that. Otto said, Reverend Remnant, all I want is leftist social engineering out of my games.
Yes.
It has it in my games. I don't buy Sweet and Simple. I agree. Yeah, I don't want either.
Yeah, same here. Same here. That's why I didn't buy Starfield. That's why I didn't buy Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm not going to support a game that wants to preach and beat me over their head with ideology.
Exactly.
People don't want it. People simply don't want it.
Orbital Hub, they are hoping we are too addicted and weak to tell them to fuck off. Yeah,
exactly. Bingo.
That's what they're
Bingo.
hoping for.
That's what it is.
Unfortunately,
it's
there's a lot of people that are not willing to do that.
Yeah.
That's actually the sad part about it.
That's addiction. That's addiction. They'll say like, oh, they need to play the new thing. They need to play the new thing so badly that even though they don't like this stuff and have called it out for years, they're gonna defend it because that particular thing is what they like. They were waiting for. It happens with all these games. That happened with Final Fantasy when they did some bullshit in that game. It happened in everything. It's like, you're such a diehard fan that you kind of do the mental gymnastics to defend the thing, to defend wokeness, basically.
Yeah.
And they try to explain, but like for example, Razor Fist with Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, that was
of
pathetic.
all the shit of all the shit that you talk about wokeness, you defend Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, right.
Like, come on, man.
Crazy.
It's
Modern.
insane,
Speaking of RPGs with established characters like Geralt or Henry, I like to play as an elf in RPGs, but Geralt and Henry are no elves. Yet I did not expect CDPR and Warhorse to turn them into elves. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. I've heard the dumbass argument people try to make that, oh well, Geralt could be with Trish or Yennefer, and that's not like accurate to the books, or she's her true love or whatever. And I'm like, if you play Witcher 2 and 1, the canon for the games is different than the canon for the actual like books. And in addition to that, the like it's not out of character for Geralt because he's had amnesia, he had a fling with her, right? Like it's not like
Yeah,
you're not saying
in
like
the
it's not
books
the
he had a
extreme.
fling with her, so that was already established. It's just they kind of
Yes.
exaggerated within the games, but it's not even the same thing because Geralt. It's not like they're changing Geralt to be bi. First of all,
Yeah, that's what
and
I'm saying. They're not
he's having
changing
a
his
romance.
orientation,
He's
having him
having an
act out of
additional
character.
Yeah, he's having an additional romance with a character he already had something kind of going on in the books anyway.
Yeah. Like if you look at
So
what's her name? What's his name? That would be like Leto. I think that's his name. Leto.
yeah,
Lethro. I forgot his
yeah,
name.
the assassin, right?
Right. Yeah. It would
From the
be like
tech game.
Geralt suddenly being able to have the buy option to romance him in Witcher 3. That would be like out
Yeah.
of character and bad. Like nothing Geralt did in Witcher 3 was out of even the bad choices, like the more like I guess for wrestling terminology, the more heel choices, quote unquote,
Hmm.
even they're in line with how Geralt's personality is, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like a complete fucking 180, a complete like total difference from what the Kuda character is. And like I found that to be such a cheap, like shallow argument. Like that to me sounds like someone who's never actually played those and beaten all those games. That kind of argument,
Yeah.
you
That's why
know.
I try to explain to that person, but
If you play Witcher
of
1,
course went over her head.
if you play Witcher 1 through 3, you would know that everything that Geralt does in the games are pretty consistent within that game's universe, right? It's not all consistent
Hmm.
with the books, but at the same time, it's closer. It's closer. That's closer to Geralt in the books than Henry is being gay is to Kingdom Come 1.
Yeah, exactly.
If that makes sense. I know it's kind of wordy, but hopefully, like you get the idea I'm
No,
trying to convey.
I get what you mean. Apollo Patriot, that's weird Hollywood stuff. Devs are hiding. Yeah. I mean, the only one not hiding is Vavra, but he's not really addressing much. He's making things worse, which
And you know, to
someone
all
should
the
probably talk
people,
to him.
who swear up and down that they don't care about this and it's not a big deal. It's just weird to me that so many people are saying that they don't care and then they care enough to like comment, to talk about it, to fight tooth and nail to defend the game instead of just actually playing the game and supporting them. As people said, the game's doing well. It's making money allegedly,
Yeah,
and people are
yeah,
playing it. So
which was
so
never
you already
disputed. People like, oh,
so
haha, look how well it's doing on Steam. No one was saying that it was gonna do bad. People just pointing
the
out the woke shit, and that's it.
the Last of Us 2 did well initially.
Yeah.
Initially it did well. That doesn't mean that it wasn't woke. Spider-Man
Yep.
2 did well early on. It wasn't a success, but it kind of broke even in a way. So,
Yeah.
it's not a
But
success. That's still bad, but at the
it
same
is.
time like
It's
it
not
did well
necessarily like
enough.
a
A
failure
total
where it's
failure.
like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
not
a
a
total
total
failure.
failure, you
But
know? That
or
doesn't
even
mean that
better,
it's not woke.
Baldur's Gate 3. That did
Yeah.
exceedingly well. Won awards and
Yes.
everything. I mean, not like that really matters, but still. Um,
And it
so
sold well from what I
yeah,
understand too.
it sold very well. It really put Larian Studios on the map. I mean, it kind of already were on the map with what's that shit? Divinity Original Sin, but
Yeah. Well, Baldur's
even
Gate
more
had a
so
massive
now.
fan base though, even the
Yeah, it
old
did.
games.
Yeah,
I used to actually play the old games quite a bit. Like I
yeah.
love Dark Alliance. Like Dark Alliance is like I love that game. For example, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Actually, for those who don't know.
The Witcher One remake is gonna stink and gonna get wokeified. Yeah, that
Oh yeah.
and Witcher 4, both of them will.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
and it's gonna be another modern day remake for sure. So should I send out the link to the guest?
Yeah. Dark Alliance 1 and 2 are good. Yeah, we could send them out. Soon you'll have more energy and intent than you ever had. Now you can invest that energy into your vehicles. Imagine being an ultra nationalist and let foreigners with their own religion in. LOL. Exactly. Especially in 1400s Bohemia. Like it's so crazy. That's like it's insane, man. Orbital. I'm missing some context here. What do you mean about the vehicles again here? What am I missing here? You said soon you'll have more energy and intent than you had before, than you've ever had. Now you can invest that energy into your vehicles. Can you just elaborate? Because I'm admittedly I'm a little. Oh, okay. I see. You're talking to somebody about being healthy, yeah, and also so to Orbital's point, man, work out, hit the gym, learn train some kind of combat martial art. Jiu-jitsu is good, MMA, boxing, whatever. Eat well, work out. Like definitely you got to do it, man, because the people that run the people that are pushing all this stuff, like there's an effort to like demoralize men, and not just men but people in general, like to demoralize them and make them weaker, and when they're weaker they're easier to manipulate. So if you exercise, eat better, take care of yourself, you'll have more energy, as he said, and you'll you'll have better brain function, you'll feel stronger, more willing to stand up against things, right? Your testosterone will go up, which is great, right? Because working out actually increases your testosterone. So, you know, definitely that's like a good way to like fight against the BS and keep yourself mentally and physically healthy. I'm all for that ideology.
Real Shadow. I also encountered another gay character in one of the
Yeah, yeah,
side missions,
yeah.
counting
Orbital.
Henry and Hans. We now have 5 gay characters in this medieval Christian period piece, if not even more.
Yeah,
Well,
orbital. Yeah, I read back your other comments and it made more sense to me. But yeah, I agree with that, man. 100%. Your vehicle, yeah, yeah, exactly. So I'm with you. I'm like that. I'm glad you said that. It's very important. Otto, yeah, man. Chopping wood is great. It was proven that chopping wood actually increases your testosterone. It's exercise. That's great, man. It's great that you have that you're in a situation where you can do that, or that's something that's available to you.
hmm. Well, that's good.
Being a
Someone should tell
woodworker.
Worthby to do that.
Yeah, it's like whack the good guys. And extremely xenophobic and wear Nazi and wear real skulls. I saw this a Nazi phrase. I gotta wear my glasses and wear real skulls as ornaments. And those are the good guys. But the important thing is going to be trans rights in that setting. Yeah, man, that's great. Otto, if you can live like closer to nature, it's always better, man. And I still, again, I recommend it to everyone else, everyone on here. If you can exercise, work out, hit the gym, train some martial art, like
Take your
be
vitamin. That's
active,
good too.
eat well, all of that stuff, man. Because in the end of the day, if you don't do it for
Avocado's
yourself,
good. Cooking with avocado oil is also good.
society is not
Stuff like
the
that.
society doesn't the modern like the people in control now don't benefit you they don't benefit from you being strong. They want you to be weak, bro. People want you to be weak because it's easier to control you. The stronger you are, the more you can repel bullshit. So
Uh, Dark Daily, Dare to Game, and Griff Gaming are loving KCD 2, a pedo medieval life simulator. Do you mean Griffin Gaming? I'm pretty sure he does not like the game. I've seen his
it might be
streams where
somebody else.
recently. It might be because it said Griff Gaming,
It
so
might
maybe
be
that's
somebody
actually
else.
someone else with the exact name.
Maybe,
So
maybe.
I actually don't
I
know
don't
who
know.
these people are.
Everything I've seen of
So,
Griffin
but
Gaming, I've
maybe that's
seen
a
him
good
like
thing.
talking against the game. So I'm not really
Yeah,
sure, but that could be true for all I know.
Griffin Gaming
But
is
it might
pretty
be someone
based.
else. Yeah,
I
might be
like that
someone
he calls
else.
out for Tenga, the other grifter,
Yeah. All
the
these, it's
fence
just
sitter
look.
for Tenga.
I know it sounds hypocritical because in a way, me and Revenant are also like people talking about this stuff on YouTube. But for me, the only person I trust with this stuff is myself. That's why I've said it many times in this podcast. I don't really watch a lot of YouTubers that talk about this stuff. I mean, most of the information I find out through like other means, like maybe on X, I'll see somebody post about it, or Revenant will like alert me to it, or I'll just see it myself, like seeing a trailer or whatever. Like, but I don't really like trust the I don't really trust YouTubers anymore because they'll always flip flop on you. You'll always find
Mm-hmm.
something that they say that's completely contradictory. So, I like people like Fratanga, whatever, they might seem based. And again, I'm not gonna like call anyone directly out because at the same time, they might very well just stay consistent. But for me, time has proven that you can't trust anyone, and I'd rather just assume anyone can flip at any moment. That's
Yeah,
always been my take on it, which is why like I don't really follow a
especially
lot of
especially
YouTubers
like what's
that
going
talk
on
about it.
recently. There's a lot of proof as to people can just
There's a
switch
lot of
up on you
evidence.
just like that.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
exactly. That's
evidence
what I
to
meant to
support
say.
it. Like, yeah, like evidence of it. And again, like for me personally, like I like honestly, the shit I watch on YouTube is like not really like even related to like I want to say it's not related to culture work shit, but it's always like things that I'm genuinely interested in, I'm trying to learn, or I find like cool to watch, like stuff like that. Like I try not to like watch all those YouTubers because then they'll say one thing out the side of one mouth, and then the next day they'll say something like Baldur's Gate 3 isn't woke because they like the game. You know what I mean? That'll be the next. That's the next week, and then the next week they hate Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but then they're bashing Veilguard, and it's like they're so
Right? Yeah.
inconsistent. You can't take them seriously, bro.
Next, they'll go after Avowed.
Yeah, they'll go out because it's easy. It's easy to
Yeah,
not care,
yeah.
right?
It's
It's
easy to
easy to
go
not
after the
care.
ones that are just like directly there, but
Or
when
like
it's
buggy
something that
with
is
shit. They're buggy. They
yeah,
have shit graphics and shit. It's easy to not care. But when it's a game that
mhm,
has hyper realism, hyper violence, it's an expansive RPG. All of a sudden, it's like, well, maybe it's not that woke.
yeah,
It's not that woke because
you're overreacting.
you're overreacting. I need to play this game. Y'all not even real gamers.
Right? You're
But yet,
overreacting, but I'm gonna make 20 videos about Dragon Age the Veilguard. Okay.
yeah. And then the reality is, and like again, these are the same people that will tell people like get on touch grass, get offline or whatever. It's like if you're on YouTube making
Oh,
videos
touch
and shit,
grass. Read a book. Do some
if you're
research, please.
if you're on that like New Race said she didn't have a boyfriend since she was 27 or some shit like that, right? Wasn't that something she said? Am I misquoting?
From what I
Isn't that a
heard,
thing that
she has some online boyfriend from Discord or something and sent
yeah,
nudes or
like come
something.
on,
I don't know
man.
if that's
Get like
true. Allegedly, I'm
if
gonna
it's
say
true,
allegedly.
let's say allegedly. Let's say allegedly, but like honestly, if you're
Allegedly,
here's the point.
I don't want to be that guy who
Even
just like says something that's wrong, but allegedly, that's what I heard. I don't know. I
allegedly.
don't. There's no proof. So
Regardless, let's say, all right, let's just say that's not true. You're still a person going online, editing videos, talking about random subjects that have not like you're talking about gaming on a YouTube channel. You're talking about gaming on fucking X on Twitter or whatever. Like, yes, we're like if you're in that space and you're doing that, that's fine. But you are in no position to tell anyone else to touch grass, bro. You're not a high level competitor in the sport. You're not out there making millions with your fucking creativity and genius. You're not fucking Elon Musk. You're not doing all these things. You're another person on YouTube talking about video games and spending hours because editing is not fast and easy. Spending hours editing videos, making sure you're doing 4 to 5 hour streams. Like none of these people should ever be telling anyone else to touch grass. And that's why
yeah, you're
even
right.
even me, I'm not even online as much as these people. But the fact that I'm on this podcast talking about this, I wouldn't even dare say to someone else to touch grass because it's a fucking stupid, hypocritical thing to say if you're on the internet. It's dumb. It's just a
Yeah,
dumb
you're right.
argument. It's fucking stupid. You're online talking
Uh,
about a video game. And not only are you talking about a video game, you're talking about other people not liking that video game. Like, bro, like if some
no,
people
I
need to
agree.
touch grass, they all need to touch grass.
Mhm.
If you know, then collectively we all need to touch grass. It's a terrible argument. I can't stand it.
Uh, so we got MugenLord in the house.
Hey, what's up, Dave? What's
Yo,
up?
Thanks for
What's
coming
going
Mugen,
on
on?
again.
my
Appreciate it.
guy, bro.
Yep,
What's up? What's
Fucking
going on?
base, bro. Chilling, man.
doing good.
We were talking about the Kingdom Come stuff, man.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I haven't really kept up too much with it because, man, it's a lot of, I guess you say, like misinformation. One
yes.
side is saying it's this, one side is saying it's that. You know, at one point the game was based, now the game is woke.
Mhm.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, it's
Really don't.
frustrating, right? It's kind of
Yeah.
frustrating because there's so much flipping and flopping. I mean,
Really is.
I definitely have my. I mean, if you've been watching up to this point, I definitely have my stance on it. But like at the same time, like I always try to look at things like for better or worse, I try to look at things for what they are and not what I want
Hmm.
them to be. And
Right.
I'm looking at the way the game was marketed. I look at the older game that was released. I look at the content, and you're like 2 + 2 don't equal 5, bro.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, I understand the stance of someone saying like I don't really care that much. I just think the game is fun. That's a fine stance, but you also can't say it's not woke because now you're trying to now you're saying something that's just not true. Like like all right, so I'll put it this way, Mugen. If if you take a game in a historical time period, you're
Right.
telling everyone it's historically accurate, and then you're
Hmm.
forcing, let's say, a black character in the game that from a region that never interacted with that
Right.
region of the world. You can't tell me that's not forced because you literally altered history to force diversity into the game. So by default, by forcing it, I would consider it woke. Now, if somebody liked the game, I can't tell people, you know, me and you can't, like you say it in your videos all the time. We can't tell people, because I watch your videos, right? You can't tell people that you can't tell people what to like and not like. People are gonna like and not and like whatever they want. Like we can't force them. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, just because you like the game, it's not woke, bro. Like that now you're entering like gaslight territory, and I feel like that's kind of unacceptable. You feel me? Like
man. When it comes to this game, man, I'll be honest. The reason why I didn't weigh in much about this game too is because I knew nothing about this game. I never knew there was the first entry to the game. I never even heard of this damn game until this controversy came up. And you know, everybody who's talking about it, the game has some history. The game is very, very popular. So that means there's a lot of, you know, history with this game. So I'm like, I'm not gonna come off as a tourist and just weigh in on this shit. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's why I ain't really bother to say anything about it and just leave it to the people who knows much about the game. And
bro, like I respect the shit out of that, because you're admitting that you don't know enough about it to talk about it. But that's the problem.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of there's like so many
more
YouTubers,
people have
bro.
to be honest, like you, Mugenlord, about it. That's the issue.
There's so many YouTubers, Mugen, that are talking about this game that they're not even gonna play the game, bro. I guarantee you. Look, I'm gonna tell you something, Mugen. This is a hard these games are not easy, bro. They're long, tedious RPGs with like serious consequences. This shit is like,
it does not respect your time at all.
It does not respect your time. Like most of these people talk. Bro, most of the people talking about this game are not gonna finish it, bro. Then they're gonna fucking drop it. Like I respect that. At least you admit, like, I don't know about it. Like, for example, like whenever go ahead. Say what you're gonna say, bro.
Because this game, from the conversation, this game has some history. That means there's lore, there's a lot of things to it, which means I would have to do a shit ton of research to catch up with everything. And if I don't really have interest in a particular game, I'm not going to do all that research. So if I'm not going to do all that research, then I'm not going to say shit about it. Same thing with the 40K, the Space Marines too. When that controversy first came out, I was like, you know what? I never made any videos about it. The reason why I'm making any videos about it, 40K, there's a lot of lore to that shit. A whole lot of lore.
There's a lot of lore.
There's so much debate about it, so many conversations about it, and it's a cult following. I was like a fucking idiot coming in here weighing on that shit and have no idea of the context and the history behind 40K. So I said, if I am going to talk about this, I would have to go in and do a college course and study this damn game, the backstory, everything. I said, I don't feel like going through that shit. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to wait on that.
I don't blame you.
If I'm calling other people tourists, then what the fuck do I look like going in there talking about shit I don't know what the hell I'm talking about?
Exactly.
I'm
being a tourist yourself, right?
Yeah. So I'm out of it.
And that's a quick way to destroy your channel, bro. If you think about it, all it takes is for you to do that once, and then people lose trust in you. They lose respect for you, because they're like, all right, well, I trust this guy to keep it real, and now he's just talking for it out of his ass. And then think about it. Imagine you were talking about it, and then you were saying had whatever stance, you don't know anything about it, and then people find that out. They're gonna be like, wow, so he's calling out other people for being grifters and tourists, but now he's doing the same shit they're doing. So now he's a hypocrite. Like, I get that, bro. I completely understand. But like, if you ever are interested, I think again, just to like enlighten you a little bit about the situation, the main issue is that this is not like a space. This is not Starfield. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not Veilguard.
Yeah.
This is a real time in history, bro. Like again, like I'm like me personally. I've said this. Someone asked if I'm black in the comments. I'm Hispanic. But like at the same time, I would feel the same way if it was like Hispanic characters in the game, right? Like it's just not. It's not historically. It's like you're marketing your game as historical accuracy, and then you're changing history, bro. You're adding like Mugen. You know what happened to gay people in the 1400s if they found out you were gay?
Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me. We already know what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, you already know what's up. So think about it. People arguing that it's player choice, but all right, but you know what choice you don't have? You don't have the choice to snitch on them. You can't say, yo, this dude's gay, bro. Like what's going on? You can't snitch on them. So to me, it's like you're saying it. What really bugs me about this situation is just mainly that there's so much like disingenuousness with it. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there's just so much like gaslighting. Like
let me also give him a little more like context of what's going on. So with the romancing in the game, your main character, he's a pre-made character named Henry, and in the first game he was straight. It was well known that he was straight. He had a love interest in the prologue, and after the prologue, your village gets village gets destroyed and all that. So your love interest there is no longer around. But then you have another love interest later on in the game,
Right.
and also his friend, who he has to basically like protect and all that. Hans, he's also straight. He's like a womanizer. There's a DLC. I didn't play the DLC, but there's a DLC where it really elaborates more on that. And again, no signs of either character being interested in men whatsoever. Now with this game, Kingdom Come 2, it's a direct sequel. Like it takes place immediately after the first game. So now you have this option where you can romance both. Henry can romance Hans if you want to, and by default, he is now bi. He's no longer canonically straight, because if it's already built in the game, then that confirms that he is bi. On top of that, there was churches and I believe synagogues in the first game that you can go into. In the second one, you can't go into any because allegedly the Daniel Vavra said
they have enough
it has
time
something to
or
do
something
with
like that.
time constraints, which sounds like complete which of course sounds like bullshit, because now they're able to add all this like the gay romance and whatnot. If I'm not mistaken, you can also romance other gay characters. Actually, yeah, you can, because there's other characters that may like make advances on you and whatnot. And of course, you can romance women if you want, but that's to be expected. And so that was the issue. The other issue is that they were retcon the characters, and people acting like, "Oh, it's no big deal. It's just player choice." And it's like, this will be the same thing if Geralt was able to romance, say, someone like, I don't know, Dandelion or someone in The Witcher, or any other male character in The Witcher. It will be the same thing. Yeah, Leto or whoever. Yeah. So, and that's the thing where it seems like, with you, you said like, if I don't know it, I'm not keeping up with it, so I'm not gonna say anything. Like, I don't know why other people can't have the same approach that you're having, because they're excusing something that logically makes no sense.
Yeah, man.
And that timepiece, and remember, like it's majority Christian, bro. Like in the end of the day, it's majority Christian and white. And like I get that people feel like, some people might feel uncomfortable with that. Some people be like, oh, it's like a lack of diversity. But I feel like warping history to suit a political narrative by default will always make something woke. Like if you're doing that, that's what makes it woke. So I mean, if they made it like music, if they made a game about Africa, like ancient Africa, and it's an RPG, I don't expect to see European dudes though, like like walking around like, because it's just if you're telling me it's a historical timepiece, I don't want to see I don't want to see like Jim Carrey and remember in Ace Ventura, like I don't want to see, I'm not trying to see that, bro. You know what I mean? Like so and it's just a lot of shit going on with that. That's why.
So and then what's up with I've been seeing people post something about sodomy, and then Hans and them are 15 years old. What is going on? Like what is going on with that? I have no idea.
Okay, all right. So apparently in the codex in the first game, it explains that the person who is based off of Hans, because the Hans is based off a real life person at the time. People are saying that the character Hans is not the exact same as who he's based off of, and the codex is just giving you the history of that real life person.
Right.
But on the Kingdom Come fandom wiki and wherever else you look online, they will say that Hans is 15 years old.
Yeah, but because he's based off that character who in real life was 15.
Yeah.
So,
but my issue is that the developers have yet to even clarify any of this. And fucking Daniel Vavra says something like, oh, you can romance 12-year-olds or whatever at that time, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure exactly what he said word for word, but Henry's age is not really specified. It's speculated that he's like 18 or somewhere in his 20s, which for me that's believable. He looks like it anyway, even though when he talks he sounds like much older. But so there's issues there. But my problem now with that is that where the article came from that I found out that it was from that guy Trent Report or whatever, and what's his fucking name, John De La Rose, who I don't like. I don't like that guy. He's a hypocrite. He's a fake Puritan. He makes people who are against woke shit look bad, and
Yeah, he definitely does.
yeah, there's a reason why both sides don't like him for the most part. So, and I know he was getting his ass chewed up by Vavra on X. I don't know exactly what was being said between the two, but I heard about that. So I
Yeah.
don't. This could be more of like he has an issue with the developers more so than he's actually like gonna give you the truth. So, but my thing is like, why can't the developers just clarify it? Because there's already
Yeah.
enough negativity around it anyway. So if you're gonna, and this is a big deal too. It's like
The
you're being
silence is
accused of
worse. The
something.
silence is worse than him not
Mhm.
addressing it, because it's like
Exactly.
silence kind of indicates like fear of like dealing with it. Like if someone says some crazy shit about me and it's not true, I'm gonna be like, yo, that's like I'm gonna clear the air real quick. You feel me?
Hmm.
Like that is not true. So it is kind of sus that he hasn't said anything about it. And to what he didn't mention before is like people say, well, it's not the same character, but here's the thing. If it didn't matter and it wasn't like heavily based off him, they wouldn't have bothered putting the codex in the game in the first place.
Right.
Because what's the point of putting the codex in the game about the real character and history he's based off of if it wasn't relevant to that character? If he's so different that it doesn't matter, right? So even there on its own, it's kind of like, it doesn't. Nothing that he said, nothing that's been coming out with it makes Vavra or Warhorse look particularly
Yeah.
good.
God damn, man. That's crazy. It's been going. This controversy been going on for almost the entire week. This is like crazy.
For real.
Yeah, bro. That's why I remember on
There's something
X. I
else
don't know if you
too.
remember on X. I was saying that there's a lot
I was
going
gonna say
on.
there's something else with Musa, but I'll let you explain.
Well, no, I was just saying that on X. I remember I told you that there's a lot of people, because I remember like you made some posts. I'm like, bro, there's a lot of people misrepresenting that are they like so many people misrepresenting what's the actual issue with the game that is being like chalked into like, oh, it's just because there's a black character, it's just because there's a gay character. It's like it's such a like it's really minimalizing the problem that people really have with it, and it's not like it's just misrepresenting everything, So that's why I'm kind of glad you came on, just because like you can at least hear our perspective on it, even if you might agree or don't agree. At least you hear like a detailed somebody being detailed about exactly what the problem is, rather than just saying it's woke, or it's not woke or blah blah blah.
That's why I didn't bother to touch it. It was just too much confusion. I didn't know what information was true, what information is false. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just mind my business, stay out of it, let the people who knows the game talk about it and defend it or whatever they want to do. But I'm not gonna weigh in on this like an idiot. So
yo, bro, and everything that we're saying, the thing is like, even if you don't weigh in, everything that we're saying now to you, none of it is like opinion. Like some of it's opinion about how we feel about it, but the stuff we're telling you about the characters, the real world lore, about Mali Musa, where like they never had interactions with boys, like all of that is historically and factually true, bro. So in the end of the day, someone could not like it, they could disagree of what makes the game woke, but nothing that we said is not you can verify it if you ever wanted to do your research yourself, So at the very least.
Wow.
And that's not to say that everything else about the game is terrible. Like, the gameplay looks, pretty good for it looks like it improved on the first game. Graphics look good and all that. I know it's pretty buggy, just like the first one. That was one thing I was worried about.
Right.
Voice acting seems all right. The writing, to me, in my opinion, is a bit of a downgrade. I don't know if they changed writers or what, but
I mean, those type of games weren't my type of games to begin with. So I really had, once I did see the game revealed and people was talking about it and I've seen the gameplay and how it is, I'm like, it ain't my kind of games anyway. So I wouldn't even buy it.
Well, you respect your time, bro. You don't.
you
want to do other things in life that don't involve fucking playing the game. That's me, bro. I used to play a lot of those RPGs, but I just can't, bro. I can't do 70-hour RPGs and shit like that anymore. I just can't do it, bro. I'm too old. I can't do it. I can't do it. Like it's so hard.
Like
I guess it's an investment.
Yeah, it is an investment. Like those long games, it just depends on what the game is. I can't do it all the time. I mean, like the most like games that I actually put like 100 hours in was like the Xenoblade games or whatever. But I had to put time aside for me to even do that, and I even suffered for it because my work suffered because I spent more time on that. So a lot of my work had to be pushed to the side and stuff, and then I had to catch up with everything. But I also wanted to do a review on the game. those type of games I have to put time aside for it and invest my time, but I don't
and it
have
has
that
to be
time.
good, and it
Yeah,
has to be worth
exactly.
it to you. Yeah, I'm the
Exactly.
same way. Like the last game I did that with like hardcore was The Witcher 3, and that came out like years ago. Maybe I did it with something after, maybe I don't remember, but like that was one that I was like really going hard into paint on, and like because I was so into the story and the game. So I feel you on that, man. Like ironically, actually, you know what game I did put in a lot of time way after that? It was a game called Fairy Fencer F, and it was kind of like one of those like really low budget JRPGs. But like the game was so fucking funny, and like it was it was like so low budget and like cheap, but it was so funny and entertaining that I couldn't stop playing it, bro. And I looked at the time, I put like 80 hours on the game. I'm like, what the fuck, where the time went, bro?
Damn.
Like, oh man, like 80 hours. And Final Fantasy 8, because I was like a perfectionist, because that's my favorite Final Fantasy. I put like 90 hours in that game, bro. And I'm thinking like, how do you even put 90 hours in this game? But somehow I did. Like, so I get that, man. I get it.
Yeah.
It gotta be the right thing. It gotta be worth doing that. And at the same time, you don't want your work to suffer, because every second, like for me, like I do like animation and I do my own thing. So I know you're also a creator. You're creative. Like every second that I'm playing a game, I'm thinking this is time I could be building up my own shit.
Thank you.
Business.
That's why my backlog is huge, because I'm like, now that I look at gaming now and I'm doing Venus Around Comics and so many other things, I was like, I had a controller in my hand, I'm playing a game. I said, you know what? This time that I'm spending, I could be doing something with Venus Around Comics right about now, or I could be doing something over here and stuff. And that's why my backlog keep getting bigger and bigger. I'm like, I could be doing this instead of playing that, So, but I do need that break when it comes to gaming. I gotta play some video games, to take a break. I haven't played video games that much, especially even now this year, you like in February, and I haven't touched a video game at all.
Yeah, I feel you, because sometimes you just gotta look at something different, man. Like like when I'm like for example, like that last Suicide Squad animation I did, that shit took me mad long to make, bro. It took me like 3 months. And like when you're staring at a screen for 10 hours, like doing tedious shit, you gotta do something else, bro. Like I would like get up and put some random game in the PS5, like whatever is quick to play, just so I can like take my brain away from like the thing, because we do need breaks, bro. We do. Like if you don't take a break, you get burnout, your work suffers, you start getting lazy because you're just trying to get through it. And that's the worst thing. If you're making something, especially for yourself, you don't want to be lazy and just get through it. You want to you want to make sure it's the highest quality, you're giving it your maximum energy, right? Like so.
Yeah,
man, it's crazy. But Venus Orion looks cool, bro. Like speaking of which, I seen the artist. She's very talented.
Before we
she's very
bring
good.
anyone else on, you should definitely talk about it and let's chat. Know what you've been working on and what you've been doing.
The art is great. From what I've seen, the art is beautiful so far.
Awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
Venus Orion Comics, man. It was something that I started back in 2020, the pandemic, and the comic book series called VK, which I'll show you the covers and everything. VK stands for Variant Killers, Vampire Killers. There's 4 variant covers, which is you got your base cover right here, which is $15. Now the thing is, if you guys are into digital and want to read it digitally, digital is $5, but if you buy the physical copy, you get the digital for free as well. So this is the base cover, $15. Cover B, which is $20, but this right here is going to be like a series I'm going to do for my VK series, where cover B will always be like a face portrait. So each chapter there will be like a face portrait of a different character. So if you want to collect the face portraits, you can definitely do this. Do that. Also, this one right here from my artist came up with this idea to do this cover. Cover C is like my monochrome cover of the main character, Hezekiah Draven, who's also a vampire hunter as well. And I'll give you some details on that. This is the front cover for cover C, $25. And you flip in the back, also got the back portion of Hezekiah Draven in the back. And then, of course, this is the most popular one of all of them, cover D, which is $30, which is like my manga type version of it. And when you open it up with this cover, it's a full wraparound. So it makes a full picture right here. Has the main characters, Hezekiah Draven with Tech Lock, and then on the other end of the alleyway, you have Jasmine Mitchell, the goth chick, and Nolan Brett. And the point of this, every cover D for VK will have this theme, and it pretty much foreshadows events either in the book or future events, and I'll leave like little clues and stuff for you to figure it out and everything. So after you read the
Bro,
chapter,
that's
you can go
awesome.
back. Yeah, that's
That's
a
so
good
cool.
idea.
That's
I
so
like
old
that.
school, bro. I used to read a lot of
Yeah.
comic books. I love those kind of covers, bro. I used to go
Yeah.
hard for them, man.
Yep. And then it's the insides for you guys to see, fully colored. My
Yes,
artist
yes.
has
That's nice.
done
I like that.
has done a
So I have a question.
really good
I have a
job.
question.
Mhm.
Are the books are already out? Like people can just get them now if they want.
Now this is the thing. This is
Or
a
are
pre-order.
those just like models? Like those are
Yeah,
like just
these
current.
are these are my prints that just show that
Okay.
the books is done. The books are done. It's just
Okay,
that with this
sweet.
campaign, you're pre-ordering. You're not crowdfunding to get the books made because I paid out of pocket to get the book made.
Yeah.
The book is
Gotcha.
completed. It's colored, everything. The
So
covers
they're
are
just
done.
ordering in advance to like get it before, like make it
Exactly.
easier on you to ship them out and shit like that.
Exactly. So the money
Yeah.
that
To
people use to
assure the
pre-order,
copy.
it pays for the shipping, it pays to print up these copies for the people that pre-ordered and stuff, and I just ship them out and everything. But yes, VK is about three brothers known as the Draven brothers. They had woke up in this science in the Penn Institute science facility. These two scientists named Rosalie Baxter and Lionel Washington are pretty much studying them because when they woke up, they don't know where they came from, their memories and everything. So these two scientists are trying to piece their memories back together so they can find out much about them. And what happens is the facility gets attacked by this vampire named Alan Fleck. The Shadow World calls him the Flame Bringer. So him and his vampire crew come in and they're looking for an item of interest at the labs, and they slaughter everybody. And Hezekiah Draven had witnessed the death of Lionel Washington and Rosalie Hexter, and he vowed to get revenge and everything. And when Alan Fleck and his vampire crew get the item of interest, which I can't spoil because you'll find out when you read.
Oh yeah,
read
yeah.
through this stuff.
Gotta save the good stuff, bro.
Yeah. So they take off, but the brothers are covered in blood because when those vampires came in, they started slaying the vampires. Now they don't even know where to get these fighting abilities. When they see vampires, they're not even afraid of them because in my world, people don't even know vampires exist because they're in the shadows of society and stuff like that. They behind the scenes. People don't know that they exist. And when people, I guess you would say, are hip to their existence, they are pretty much flagged off as a conspiracy theorist and stuff like that. Well, anyway, Varian Keller comes in and he sees the brothers covered in blood and everything because he's also on his investigation. He's investigating the conspiracy from his colleague who died, named Dread Diller. They work for this organization called Third Echelon. Third Echelon, if you wanted to have a comparison, Third Echelon is pretty much my universe version of Shield or whatever like that. And Dread Diller has stumbled upon something that he wasn't supposed.
But you said Third Echelon. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
When you said Third Echelon, my brain instantly went to Splinter Cell, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. But different regimes. Because it's the first echelon was called First Echelon, and every time it goes through a new regime, it becomes Second Echelon. Now they on their third regime, so it's Third Echelon now. But yeah, so what happened was Dread Diller, he started digging into something he wasn't supposed to be digging into. And as he started investigating, he had left a dead man switch in case something happened to him. And when he died, this information got sent to Varian Keller himself because he only could trust him. So his team had to decrypt everything. And what was on the drive had led him to the Penn Institute, which he ends up finding the Draven brothers. So he ends up taking the Draven brothers. He's seen their potential, and he had promised that he would train them to become more efficient vampire hunters so they can be strong enough to fight and get their revenge and take out Alan Fleck. But in return,
that sounds awesome, bro.
Yeah, in return, that they help Varian Keller solve the death of his friend Dread Dealer. So in chapter 1, what's up, Landon? Say, can I ask you a question, MugenLord? Will Jake Paris be in part of phase 3 in the future? I'm gonna answer that question in a second. I like that. But in chapter 1, what goes on in here? Chapter 1 follows only the oldest brother right now, which is Hezekiah Draven, because what happens is in this, they give you a backstory that leads into this. What happens is Varian Keller and Hezekiah Draven is now bumping heads with one another because what's going on is Varian has the brothers going around, chasing after, and doing his bidding, saying like, yo, like, We got to solve this murder and found out and solve this conspiracy theory of this conspiracy that's going on that got my friend Dread Dealer killed. So Hezekiah say, wait a minute, we're running around for you, but you not fulfilling your end of the deal because you said you was going to help us. You was going to help us find Alan Fleck. You was going to train us to get better and this, that, and the third, and you're not holding your end of the deal. We're running around for you. And he sees that as, Varian Keller, he's being selfish, So now he's getting frustrated. So he decides to break away from the team and go look for Alan Fleck himself. So Techlock, the nerd guy that was in my trailer that I have, he essentially was like, look, Hezekiah, you're not supposed to be doing this, but if you are going to do this, I can't have you go by yourself. So while his brothers are doing the mission for Varian or whatever, wherever they're at, he's going out to go find out where he can find Alan Fleck, because after Alan Fleck killed his two mentors, this dude just disappeared. Like, this dude went off the radar. So Techlock ends up finding out that there's this particular female of interest who may have some connections to Alan Fleck, and her name is Jasmine Mitchell. So that's what's going on right now in this chapter. He's going to go to find Jasmine Mitchell and confront her so he can find out where Alan Fleck is. So now the question is, what awaits him once he gets there? Or
you know what I really like so far? I really like that
nice.
Your description of everything is so layered and meticulously detailed. I love that, man. You have a plan and I love that shit, man. Because I hate, one thing that I hated back in the day was reading comics and you could tell the person who's writing it doesn't foresee the ending yet. There's no like structure. But you have the way you just went in right now on details, bro. I love that. I love that shit. And bro, I was gonna ask you.
You can tell he it's like there's a beginning and an end.
Exactly. And also with the art. Because I know a lot of people watching this stream right now. They're gonna be some waifus in there. There's gonna be a lot of fucking action, I'm sure. It's gonna get crazy. I mean, I seen your artist's work, and like, she's like top notch, bro. She's a beast.
Yeah,
so.
she's really good.
I know those female designs, the story, the character, the male characters, the action. I know it's gonna be on point, bro. I know it's gonna be on point. And are you gonna ever do like figurines, like figures of the characters?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question too. I'm gonna answer that. The goal was for this campaign. I also posted in the private chat. You can show people the Kickstarter and everything. But the goal was I was trying to have a figure of Hezekiah Draven for this campaign, but one, it costs money, whatever, and I had to be realistic with the schedule because I wanted to have this campaign up by January, and I had got this book done around May. So then I had to spend the rest of the months, getting the promotional art, get the trailer done, and it was a whole lot of other things I had to do before I launched this. I had to start the Kickstarter. I had to open up a Venus and Ryan Comics bank account. It was so much, and then every time I kept coming up with more ideas and throwing it onto it, it just kept making my work longer and longer. So I wanted to do like at least a 3D printed figure of Hezekiah Draven. And then when I started shopping around for it and I started looking around, I looked at the cost, and then I looked at the time to be able to get this stuff done. And I said, I won't have enough time to get this done by the time it launched. So my thing I want to do is I want to at least do a figure at least for the second campaign for chapter 2. Chapter 1 is 32 pages. Chapter 2 is going to be around maybe 42 or 62 pages. It's going to be a lot longer because in chapter 2, and to let you guys know, the first arc is called Shadows of Ascension, and which is going to be 10 chapters. So with my comics, every arc is going to be 10 chapters long for every arc. So this is arc 1 for VK, and it's 10 chapters. And the good news is I finished all 10 chapters as far as scripts are concerned. So now it's got to just develop them, get them developed.
It just has to be drawn, made into books, colored, all that. That's bro.
Exactly.
I love that, bro. I love that because you know what? I don't, I feel personally with myself, I don't like to invest in things that have no end or they have no vision. You know what I mean? Because so many people, they'll do comics, they'll do like whatever, and there's no like structure, there's no plan. They don't really even know. They have they have an idea for a cool character, but there's not much more there beyond that. And the fact that, this is going to be 10 chapters, you have all these arcs planned out, it tells you that the audience that are supporting you have a lot to look forward to. And I was going to say, is it safe to assume that within the next campaign, if this does well, those figures will be likely be made. Like if this campaign does well.
Yeah. That's the goal. I would like to have a Hezekiah Draven figure for the second campaign. I would love to have, and they'll be limited because it's gonna be expensive, but I would like to have at least they're gonna be hard to, like it'll probably have like 5 figures available. So I'll have them on a specific tier. Whatever. So you got to grab those up. They're gonna be very limited because they're very expensive.
But they're expensive, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So they're gonna be so they're gonna be a limited. They'll be a limited tier. So if you miss out on them tiers, they're gonna be sold out. So that's my plan. That's what I would like to do. But yes, I got the 10 chapters done, scripted and everything. I did a ton of different redrafts and stuff for all 10 chapters and stuff. So this is something that I've been planning for the past 5 years. I've been working on behind the scenes and stuff like that. Now to answer Landon's question about Jake Pierce, because that's his favorite character. Jake Pierce is the character in this poster in the back, the guy in the middle. He's my universe's The Punisher, pretty much, or whatever like that. Yes. Jake Pierce, because I got everything broken into phases. Phase 1 is called The Foundation. Where there's a bunch of, I have like 8 different comic book series of different series and stuff. Besides, because VK kicks off my universe.
Not to interrupt you. I know, I'm sorry because I know you're cooking right now, but so currently this is the main book that's done. This is the foundation. You're not doing multiple books at once. You're focusing on one character at a time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just asking because that's also a good sign. I'm asking these questions because I want people to know. Like from my perspective, I look at these as good signs. One thing that is also kind of frustrating is when I see creators do so many different stories, like they're trying to do too many books at the same time to tie them together. And really, like you said, this is the beginning, then you're gonna introduce another character, then you're gonna do whatever. And I think that works. Way better long term because you're establishing the characters instead of trying to just throw everyone in, throw so much shit at the wall at once, right?
Yeah. Can you open up the page so I can show you the phase? Map so you can actually see everything and everything.
Revenant. So Revenant, can you open the link? Do you know how to do that?
I'll try to do it because
you can
it has given me trouble before, so I'll try to see.
Well, no, I can actually
you can pull it up, bro. Actually,
yeah, I can pull it up. Yeah, I can pull it up myself. If that,
up.
If
you can? Okay.
Yeah. What I do is I click on it and I can share share my screen. And then all you do is
perfect.
Yeah, I can do that for you, and everything. So let me actually bring this over here. It's on this side. That's where it's at. I didn't think about that,
bro. It's crazy. A couple years from now, me and you might be at the same Comic-Con, bro.
Oh, dude, that'll be fucking awesome.
So cool, man. You're gonna know it's me because you're gonna see some tall, pale dude with a giant beard. You're gonna be like, all right, that gotta be Jinpachi, bro.
Yeah, so it should appear at the bottom, Revenant. My screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you can click on it. It should bring it up. If you can, there we go. So yes, so this is right here. The first chapter is called Shadows of Vengeance. It's pretty much explains itself. Hezekiah Draven himself is trying to get revenge and everything. We already reached the goal of $4,000. We surpassed it, so that's a good thing. And I'll talk more about that in a second. But I want to scroll down here for you guys. Yes, this is Hezekiah Draven, Isaiah Draven, and Caleb Draven, and this is Varian Keller himself. So these are the main characters, but they're also part of a group called the Retributes that Varian Keller leads himself. They're like an underground operation. So there's other members, which I won't reveal until after the campaign, because as you get closer to me talking about chapter 2, you're going to see the other members of the Retributes. You already seen one of them before, which is Techlock. You've seen him in the trailer and stuff like that, which I'll share the video link to that. But
are those code names? Are those code names for the characters?
Yeah. Young Rav. That's their alias. Yeah, their code name. Their vampire hunter. Yeah. Young Rav, Theo, Strike, and then the Deadly Inhaler, Varian Keller himself. These are the sample pages that you can find in my book. You got the splash page that gives the stats of Young Rav himself, or Hezekiah Draven, his special trade and everything. This would give you a little bit of world building right here, because I forgot to mention about this. When you go up here, let me find it. I'll just pass it actually. This is Neodelphia. This is where the story takes place in. Now, if you hear the name Neodelphia, it's quite obvious it's Philadelphia. To give you a little bit of backstory on this, in my universe's world has a different history compared to our real life history. Technology advanced a little bit earlier, and the reason why technology advanced a little bit earlier, you'll find out in the different comic book series that's going to break that stuff down as you piece all this stuff together. But essentially, in my universe, my comic book universe kicks off in 2025, but 200 years ago, there was a civil war in America that had pretty much separated America into freedom states and guardian states. So you had the guardian faction and you had the freedom faction. And what happened was they go to war with each other. Now, what causes the war, you want to find out. But citizens that wants to stand by the guardian side, these people were willing to give up their civil liberties for protection. Protection from what? You'll find out. But there was 3 big cities that really took a major hit during the Guardian Wars. And these three cities was Philadelphia, New York City, and San Francisco, where these wars took place. Now, what happened was after the war had finished and the Guardian states, had their own government, and the freedom states broke off and have their freedom state government and everything. Neo Industries, which is like my big mega advanced corporation in my universe, they wanted to rebuild Philadelphia, New York, and San Francisco. Now, the Guardian state government had agreed to say, okay, you guys can rebuild this because the government, their economy, their funds and the economy has been shot to shit because of the Civil War. Yeah. So they do need some assistance.
So private companies are filling in that void.
Yes. That's what's going on. So
they have like an OCP kind of thing going on where you have these private corporations running everything.
Yeah. So Neo Industries come in and they're going to rebuild those three cities. But what's going on is the agreement is when y'all build these cities, you also have to implement the Guardian the Guardian system, which is like a surveillance system. So Guardian states is like surveillance states where everybody has to wear a Guardian bracelet, which it keeps track of their Guardian score, kind of like a citizenship score and stuff in this city. Yeah. So depending on what you do, your score increases, it decreases. As it decreases, you lose access to certain parts of the city.
So this is definitely very allegorical. I can kind of see all the connections. I'm not going to say it on here because that shit's a lot, but I really like the ideas that you took, man. I'm gonna just say a couple names, and you probably might know them, like BlackRock, and they got bro. But it's cool. But I love how you did it, bro, because that's very cool, man. That's very cool.
That instantly came to my mind too.
And that's a good it's a good allegory for certain ideas that aren't necessarily great ideas and the effects it can have and the whole simple. I love it, bro. That's awesome. Awesome. Great shit.
Now, you do have
be a Larry King character.
Yeah, huh? Okay, so I heard that. But all right, so
it's gonna be like Shinra, bro.
The freedom. Now the freedom states, even though it says freedom in the name, freedom states run kind of like how America runs today and stuff like that. People have their freedoms and their rights and stuff like that. But just because they're freedom states, it doesn't mean that they're innocent. They're good. They are good. The freedom states got their corruption too, which other comic book series, some of their stories going to take place in the freedom states. So you better see how the freedom state government operates, because there's some dirty stuff going on with that as well. But with the Guardian states, it's going to be interesting to see how the vampires, how did they sink their claws or their fangs into the Guardian states, and mainly, more specifically, Neo-Delphia itself. Now, the thing is, after the Civil War had finished and everything, you had family members, of the people who fought on the freedom side that still lived in Philadelphia after the Civil War, and they don't want to move, even though that they lost. So the Guardian state government said, yo, we don't really have the finances to try to push these people out or whatever. So they told Neo Industries to say, hey, you can build Neo-Delphia, but you got to build over top of these people. So what you see right here, Neo-Delphia is built over top of the ruins of old Philadelphia. And
Philadelphia, yeah. That's
cool.
That's cool.
So those people are still underneath Neo-Delphia. They're still underneath there. So we're going to later on VK to explore that as well.
So I have a question for you. So would you consider it kind of having like a almost like a cyberpunkish vibe, or like a neo-punk vibe?
Oh, yes.
Like visually, because that's the vibe I get when I look at it. I mean, that might seem kind of obvious, but I'd rather ask you than assume.
No, yes, it will have that that cyberpunkish vibe to it. It definitely will. And as I said before, you want to see how the vampires maneuver, and you find out how they have the power that they have, and how people remain ignorant of their existence. Now, what you see in the middle of the city is the Guardian TV tower. That's where propaganda and the news is displayed. No matter where you at in the city, you can see that damn tower or whatever. And also, as they spread propaganda and stuff, when people's scores are low, or if there's like crime and stuff, your fucking name and your face will pop up on that screen for everybody to fucking see as well. So there's gonna be a whole lot that goes into that whole aspect.
And you ain't buying or selling nothing if you got that low score, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that allegories, bro. I like it because, like, even though like it's kind of obvious what you're talking about with this stuff, I think it's really like cool, the execution, how you're like the explanations for everything. It's very cool, man. It's very cool. I think you're gonna have a hit on your hand. I think like this is gonna be like a hit for you, bro. That's my opinion.
Yeah, thanks, man.
The art stands out too. Like the architecture is really good.
Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, cause my
like
artist,
the backstory and everything is like really like fleshed out.
Yeah. My artist, she's also an architect. She's from the Philippines. And she was an architect. She worked for this architect company. And once the pandemic came, their company fell flat. So that's what got her to go back really deep into her art. So when I came to her about Neodelphia, she got excited because she wanted to flex her architect skills. So she's like, okay, we doing cities? I was like, yeah. I was like, listen, so she said to me, okay, what's the floor plan? I'm like, floor plan? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, woman?
What the fuck's a floor plan?
What are you talking about? She's like, like, is it a grid? Is it a grid plan? And she was bringing out all these different plans. I said, woman, I just want you to just make a city for me. Like, she's like, all right,
draw some buildings, woman.
So she said, all right, let me put it this way. Go on Google and type up Philadelphia's floor plan and find out what it is. And that's when I found out that Philadelphia is a grid like floor plan. So I sent that information to her. She looked at it and she read it. So, oh yeah, I got this. So she started piecing together. She started what she did was I paid her, and then she paid some of her friends that she went to architect school with to help put the city together and everything. So what you see is a 3D model of the city. That's a 3D model, fully explorable,
awesome,
and stuff
bro.
like that. Yeah. So
that's great for consistency. That's great for the consistency of the city, man.
Well, because and that's also because in my comic book there is a blend of 2D and some 3D elements as far as like backdrops and stuff like that. So when it comes to Neodelphia, she can draw her characters in the city. Like
it makes the workload way easier, bro. Like
exactly.
You remember you seen Augur, the first episode. Believe it or not, the environments, like the environment that entire fight scene took place in was a 3D environment that I created, but I did it in such a way that it looks 2D. Like you would never know it was a 3D environment.
Yeah, I thought it was 2D, bro. I thought it was 2D.
yeah, like the characters were 2D in that fight scene, but that entire area was the area was 3D, bro. It was a 3D model that I made. And guess what I made it with, bro? I made it with 3D paint of all things.
Wow. Wow, bro. Yeah, it does cut time.
It cuts time, bro.
Because a whole lot of time and stuff. And
well, think about it. It's the difference between thinking about like the angle that you have to draw something in versus just rotating the model. Right, exactly. Rotating a model and putting the camera there is way faster. And then if you have the right skill set, like clearly she does because it looks 2D. If you have the right skill set, you can make it look like it's a 2D image. So that's awesome.
Yep. And what you see here is my phase 1, which is the foundation. What you see here is 8 different comic book series. Right now, like I said, VK is what kicks everything off. So what I'm going to do is after I release a couple of chapters of VK, then I'll release chapter 1 of the next book, which is Ultra Squad X. Ultra Squad X is pretty much introducing the classification of people called aberrants. Aberrants means not normal. It's not natural. So if you need a comparison, they're pretty much like my mutants for my universe, and it's how the Guardian State government and even how the Guardian State government and the Freedom State governments, how do they deal with aberrants? And now their population is starting to grow, and how do they deal with these people and stuff? So
I'm assuming because they're called aberrants, they're looked at with a negative light, right? Because like the word abhorrent, it's like not exactly like a great description.
Yeah. So yes, there's a lot of people that fears them, and stuff like that. And so you have Dr. Malcolm Crawford, He and this other organization, they trying to fight against what the government is trying to do, and which is a lot of cruelty, especially when it comes to registering these people. Because once you find out that you're aberrant, you're no longer seen as a citizen, of where you're from and stuff. So now it's about them trying to get, these different aberrants are trying to get their citizenship and stuff like that. So they created a school system for these aberrants to like join these schools, learn how to use their abilities and everything. And they also wear these badges so people know that these aberrants, they don't get harassed and stuff like that. And they know that these aberrants are going through this program. And if they graduate from the program, they can go right back into society and stuff like that.
Okay.
But
so
yes,
they have to earn their freedom despite the fact that they're born citizens. Is there like I feel like is it like kind of like inspired by like X-Men? Like do you feel like that's
yeah. That's where I got the inspiration from. Yeah, I got the
because
inspiration
like
from X-Men. Yeah.
Because it sounds cool. It's like you kind of like you basically created a concept of mutants, but you had it tie into the city that into the world you already established.
Mm-hmm.
So
do
they ever interact with like the vampires? Like do they ever like is there?
Yes. This is the thing about my especially with Phase 1. Eventually a lot of these characters are eventually going to cross over and meet or team up, fight each other, and it depends on what the situation calls for and stuff. But yes, what happened was VK was initially supposed to be the only series, but as I started building Neo-Delphia, I developed Neo Industries. When I developed Neo Industries, I started coming up with all this technology. I ended up developing a character named Neo Suit Johnny, which you see that robot right there in my on the phase 1 screen banner right there. That's Neo Suit Johnny. That's actually a cyber edge suit. And because Neo Industries is known for creating cyber edge technology. They also do humanitarians and projects and stuff like that, prosthetics and everything. But they were known for cyber edge technology. Now, with cyber edge technology, these suits were used for warfare. Now, when you use these suits, you have to connect your psyche to these suits to make man and machine as one. So as you think, these suits move this as fast as you think and stuff, but it's taxing on the person's psyche. So these soldiers would have to take like a mental test to see where their psi level is, because they wear a psychological band called psi band when they operate these cyber edge suits and everything. So depending on where their psi level is, it depends on what type of cyber edge suit they can wear or whatever like that. And this
so if you're mentally unstable, basically like that's just gonna be super dangerous for yourself and everyone around you. Like you're talking like malfunctioning and all that.
Exactly. But something happens, which I won't spoil because you'll find out in Neo Suit Johnny's book. Something happened where Neo Industries went to get away from the cyber edge technology, but there's been competitors. There's other companies and corporations that's doing their own versions of cyber edge technology with these suits and stuff. Now, every suit is powered by a core or whatever, and the reason why Neo Industries was so successful because they have they have a Neo core that also help power these suits, and it's cost efficient as far as energy and stuff is concerned. So a lot of these companies always, especially the military, will always contract Neo Industries and stuff like that. But once they got out of that business, because the owner, which is Harold Neo, he got away from it and more so went towards humanitarian. But his grandson, which is Jonathan Neo, he looks up to his grandfather or whatever. But his son, Travis Neo, which is Johnny's father, whatever like that, he still handles the operations of the business. He's been trying to push his father to get back into like military contracts and stuff, but his father, Johnny's grandfather, just refused to do it. And you'll find out why he refused to do it, because there's some history why he decided to get away from that and everything.
So I have a question. Are there like other companies in this world that they're like pretty much in the same industry, but they're doing like less ethical? They're just less ethical, less control. So their suits, their cybernetics are way more unstable, dangerous. I would argue maybe like grotesque in like appearance. Like they're just like second rate overall.
Exactly. And even the government is trying to get Neo Industries to get Harold Neo to get back into it, but he refused to. But his son, Travis Neo, is trying to push his father into doing it. But Johnny himself, he loves his grandfather. He stays underneath his grandfather, and he's more so, like I said, now into the humanitarian side of things. But he's been working with this company called Daisuke Industries, which is a Japanese company in Japan, where they're working on this infinite energy. Yeah. So they collaborate. Both the owners collaborate to create this technology, to create this infinite energy, to supply to to the world.
Wait. So was the name intentional? Because like to me, if I'm not mistaken, Daisuke is like very good, like super great. Is the name intentional, or is it just like
Well, this was it's intentional, because what I do is when I come up with certain names and I want the names that have a meaning, I go to the dictionary, or I go to like a thesaurus and stuff like that to find out what certain things mean and stuff like that, and then I base that name off of that meaning because of those things and stuff like that. So yes, I do that when it comes to my characters and stuff like that. But yes, I won't spoil it, but a tragic incident does happen. And Jonathan Neo, or Johnny Neo, he was also there. Where this tragic accident happened, and it almost cost Johnny his life and a lot of people their lives. And when this accident occurs, where it changes his whole DNA, his whole genetic makeup, and everything like that. And something happened to Neo Industries and his grandfather, and Johnny wants to save his grandfather. So in his lab, he found out that his grandfather had pretty much scrapped this project called the Neo suit or whatever like that. And he found out what the Neo suit is. The Neo suit is much different than your typical Cyber Edge suit, because Cyber Edge suits powers up not only from the core, but it powers up off the person's psyche. Well, this suit actually powers up off of a person's wave essence. Well, now, what is the wave essence? We're going to get into this in VK. In my universe, I wanted to come up with a way to handle power scaling and everything. So I came up with a mechanic called the wave force mechanic. Now, every living being in my universe has this thing called wave essence, which is your spirit consciousness. And it determines how well connected you are to the universe itself consciously. And
like how strong you're in tune with like nature and like
with the cosmos itself. So what happens is, in my universe, at a certain age, especially in America, people go get tested and are placed on this thing called a wave spectrum. So what happens is, depending on where you fit on a wave spectrum, determines what type of conscious human being that you are. So if you're a level 3 conscious being, you're known as a high conscious individual. And if you're a high conscious individual, you're labeled as a gifted, which means you're able to tap into your wave essence. You can draw from it, and when you're able to draw from it, you're able to perform these abilities called wave arts. And with wave arts, you could do critical arts, cognitive arts, and things like that. You can draw from it. So you have high conscious individuals, and then you have low conscious individuals, and then you have people who just not conscious at all. They just regular people. They can't tap into anything. And when you're that's kind of
like real life, right? That's kind of like you have high vibrational people that are super successful and efficient.
Well, that's where I drew from that concept from. Now, when you're a high conscious individual, you're able to feel other people's wave force around you, because you have your wave force, and when you tap into your wave force and you draw from it, the more intense it gets, it creates wave pressure, where people can, like, if you're a high conscious individual, you can feel somebody else's wave pressure. And if you're a high conscious individual, as you draw from your wave essence, you also can see somebody's wave flow, which is the aura around them. And
so basically, like you got something where like they can feel like your aura like emanating off you. They can just sense that you're like a higher consciousness being. Like they
like Dragon Ball Z in a way.
Or even like Bleach with the spirit pressure kind of deal, right?
So if you're a high conscious person, you can actually see the wave flow around them. You can feel the wave pressure. Now, if you're not a high conscious individual, you can't feel that shit. You can't see that shit. So if you can imagine if the characters are fighting like a powerful villain or something like that, and if a person is not a high conscious individual, or they're like new to all this, like, wait a minute, like y'all, they'll say, you feel that? Like, feel what? I don't feel anything. You don't see it? No, I don't see anything. What do you guys see? You know what I'm saying? So they can't see. Like, if you're low conscious, you can't see the wave flow. You can't feel the wave pressure and stuff. But if you're high conscious, you can see those things and you can feel those things.
Well, that's a great foundation for later. Like, if you ever want to do a video game, those are like great things to add as video game mechanics.
That's another, because you have to also understand, being around comics, wasn't the original plan. Like I said before, a long time ago, I wanted to be a game developer and still do. I still want to start my own independent game studio.
You make 3D models, right? You know how to make 3D models.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Because I love RPGs and everything like that, when I crafted this universe, I was also thinking about RPG elements, and so it can easily transfer over when I eventually, start a game studio and stuff like that. A lot of stuff can transfer over into video games in like RPGs, action RPGs, fighting games, and stuff like that. But yes, you have the wave essence or the wave force mechanics and everything. So the Neo suit draws from that. Instead of drawing from a person's psyche, the Neo suit draws from your wave essence. Now, this have never been tested before because waveology is seen as a pseudoscience in my universe. People still don't understand what wave essence is. A lot of people still think it's malarkey, it's nothing. It's just, religious nonsense and stuff like that. But there's people who study it. But yes, this suit itself draws from it. And it can be dangerous because they don't know what this technology is. Can this what would it do to somebody's wave essence over time if these people are using something like the Neo suit? So that's why the grandfather has scrapped it, because it's untested. It could be dangerous or whatever like that. But Johnny Neo has no choice. Like, I gotta save my grandfather. Like I said before, I can't spoil which situation his grandfather is in and also what the company is in. He finds the suit. And like I said, the incident that Johnny got into changed his DNA, also changed his whole structure when it comes to his wave essence. So he can get in the suit, and the suit, when it feeds off his wave essence, it doesn't fuck with him or what like that because of his whole genetic makeup.
Yeah, because he's operating differently. He's not taxing his psyche, and then because his molecular makeup's different, he's not taxing his spiritual power, his wave.
Exactly. Yeah. So with Johnny, he's 15 years old. So the problem is now you got a 15-year-old in this suit.
Keep him away from Vavra, bro.
He's a 15-year-old. He's a 15-year-old in this. He's a 15-year-old.
I'm fucking with you, but it's like I couldn't help it, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a 15-year-old in this suit, and at the same time, he also goes to high school. So you're gonna be able to see how he balances out, because now he's a person that people can't figure out who's in this suit. The government wants to know. We never seen this suit before. What the hell is this? It's going to raise a lot of questions, about this, and I can't wait till people actually get into Neo Suit Johnny.
It sounds exciting. The whole thing sounds cool, man, and I hope you have the most success you can possibly have, bro. Because I can tell all the passion, effort, and money that went into it. And once you do once those books are ready to be released, you're always welcome to come on here and talk about them, because
most definitely, man, most definitely.
You're always welcome to do that, man. Now, I got a question for you. Where's the Augur cameo? Is he gonna be like a comic book in the universe? Is it gonna be a poster or something?
Dude, I would love to do crossover events. I would love to do like a crossover with your character. Matter of fact, I would love to have Jake Pierce team up with him.
Oh yeah, that'd be a cool crossover.
I think that'd be a cool concept. Cause he reminds me like your dude, like because Jake Pierce is gonna be hardcore. When I say he's like my gray area character,
gotcha.
like this, like Jake Pierce, like I say, he's like my Punisher,
gotcha.
and everything. So that would be something awesome. The answer, Landon. I wouldn't say that I would fit Jake Pierce in a phase. It's just a matter of when he will appear, because in VK I have this detective named Detective Bertelli. She's pretty much my female character in VK. She's like my poster female character in VK, who plays an essential role in the series. She's best friends with Jake Pierce, because Jake Pierce actually takes when his comic book come out, it takes place before the events of VK itself. Even though it has nothing to do with vampires, it's just characters from VK. A lot of them will have their start, in Jake Pierce and stuff like that. So you get a chance to see what some of these characters were like in Jake Pierce before the events of VK take place and everything. But she's best friends with Jake Pierce, and by the end of Jake Pierce or whatever, you'll find out what happened to Jake Pierce. But in VK, at some point when Hezekiah Draven meets Detective Bertelli, when they get a chance to get close and get to know each other, she's going to start opening up to Hezekiah and start talking about her friend that she says she failed to save or to pull from his darkness and stuff like that, which is Jake Pierce. Around that time where she mentions Jake Pierce, that's when his comic book will come out. Because now people, like, oh shit. Because what happens is during the events of Jake Pierce tears the city apart of Neo-Delphia up for like he tears it up after what happens to his wife and his daughter or whatever like that. So he's gonna tear it up against the government. And the criminals, the crime bosses, and everything. So
exactly, he would mesh well with Augur because there's a lot of that similar thing going on with that story as well. The government, the criminals, and that ruthless idea. So you never know, man. One day we could do a cool crossover, non-canon, or it could be canon or whatever. I don't care. It'll be great, man. They mesh well.
And what happens is after the events of Jake Pierce, because like I said, he blowing up shit and. The city's going nuts. So
he's causing chaos, man. He's causing chaos.
So Detective Bertelli, she was the godmother to his daughter. So there's some emotional investment too, or whatever like that. So now she finds out that Jake is the one that's doing all this killing and stuff. She's an officer. She's a detective. So she has to stop this dude, but she's like, I have to get to him before law enforcement and everybody go after this dude and try to kill him and stuff like that. So after the events of Jake Pierce, people the media, and because of the tragic incident that happened and the people that was involved in it, the city of Neo-Delphia had labeled it the Vigilante Massacre. So you're going to hear about the Vigilante Massacre in VK, which you'll actually hear. Somebody's going to mention it here in chapter 1. Somebody's going to mention the Vigilante Massacre. So that's already leaving little nuggets of Jake Pierce and everything about the Vigilante Massacre and stuff. So we're going to definitely visit.
It's kind of like how Marvel and DC comics have done in the past. I mean, Blade mainly fights vampires, but he does crossovers with other characters. So there's no reason why it couldn't work with in your universe, just having him appear. It doesn't always have to. It doesn't have to always be directly with the vampire killer characters dealing with vampires and etc. So I get the logic behind it, man.
Yeah, man. But yes, all my stories right here for phase 1. Since it's phase 1, they're all self-contained stories. They're in the same universe. You'll be able to find out because of the world building. You'll be able to know where these stories fit in the timeline of other stories and stuff like that. A perfect example. At some point in VK, I believe, it's chapter 2. There's going to be a news report that's going to bring up Dr. Malcolm Crawford from Alter Squad X, because what he's trying to do is he's going to the Hall of Reconciliation to fight against the Aberrant Registration Act. So there's going to be a news report on that, and that's actually the start of chapter 1 of Alter Squad X. But you'll be able to see that. So people are like, oh shit! So this part in VK is going on while this is going on in Alter Squad X, but they don't have any effect on one another. So you don't have to worry about that. So you don't have to understand VK to understand Alter Squad X and vice versa. They're their own stories and stuff like that. But eventually there will be some crossover. There will be some things where certain stories will, affect some other stories, but that's later on down the line. But right now you can jump in at any story. You got to build them up. Exactly. Exactly. So you can jump in at any story that you want. If you don't want to read VK, you can jump in at Alter Squad X or Neo Suit Johnny or the Die Star Champion.
And they stand alone, right?
They stand alone. Yeah. They stand alone awesome. And stuff. Yep. So but there will be nuggets. There will be world building elements that will bring up or show that this is a living, breathing world. You will see other events from other books.
There's connective tissue there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, that's great. That's awesome, man. I honestly, again, man, you have everything planned out. It's gonna be good. I mean, you talked about a lot. You gave us a lot for free already.
Oh yeah.
So that's great. And what I mean is with your description of it, you're giving us a lot of world building and stuff. So
I gave you guys the trailer too. So at the bottom, Revenant, you can click it and you can show the trailer off. So for your audience,
show the trailer and where can they get the book again? So they can pre-order on the Kickstarter, correct?
Yes, you can pre-order on the Kickstarter.
The book's already done, so when they pre-order, it's not a what if they're gonna get their book. It's just a matter of they're gonna get it once it's
yes. So when the campaign is
over, there's no risk of people not getting their books
exactly.
Pass from other creators.
So when the campaign is over, and the money goes into my account, because after the campaign is over, I have to do this thing called a survey where whoever picked a variant cover, I have to send the survey out so people can say, hey, I picked this cover and everything. And then what it does is process everybody's, card, debit card, credit card, or whatever like that. Once it processes everybody's card within that week, then they will put the money in my account. Once the money go in my account, then I'll use that money to print up everybody's books. Once the books get sent to my studio, of course, I'll take a picture because I'm gonna be very transparent. Let everybody know, yo, the books are here. Once the books are here,
you gotta be.
Yeah. Once the books are in my studio, everybody's digital copies will go out right away. So you'll get your digital copies first while you wait for your physical copies. As I'm doing my packaging and shipping and stuff out, everybody will get their digital copies right away. So if you bought a physical,
so they'll be able to read it basically as soon as possible, and then
as soon as possible,
the actual book will come in, and then they can either read it or have it as a collector's item, even. Because to me, if I'm getting a book, especially this is going to be a number one, and I'm assuming it's going to grow to be something big, those books are going to have some value at some point.
Yeah,
so if it were me, I would read a digital copy and then keep the book nice and sealed.
Especially these covers right here. These covers are only available for the campaign. You can't get this once the campaign is done. Excuse me. Once the campaign is done, this is the only cover that's going to be available because later on this year I will have a website where you can be able to buy chapter 1. If you missed out on the campaign, you'll still be able to buy chapter 1. But this is the only cover that's available, and I will have a convention cover when I go to conventions, and I will have a store cover that's exclusive to the store. So you'll be able to get this cover or the store cover once my website and the store is up. But these covers,
would you say that the pre-order books are like more rare? They'll be
these right here, especially these are more rare. You can't once the campaign's done, you can't get these. That's it. Yeah, and it's only these. There's 100 and no, there's let me see. There's only 250 are available of these. There's only 150 available of these, and in cover D, there's only 100 available of cover D. But yes, once the campaign is over, you would not be able to get these covers, cover B, C, and D. These covers are only exclusive to this campaign itself. You can't get these covers ever again. So if you're trying to get these covers, there's, like I said, there's only like 3 or 4 days left and for this campaign. So if you're trying to get these once the campaign is closed, that's it. You won't be able to get these. So yes, these are rare covers.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. Pre-order the book.
Mugen, could you play the trailer? Because I don't want to mess with the screen or whatever. Because
yeah.
I've had issues with this before.
No, I got you. What I'll do is I got it on here. Actually, I got you. Bring it all up. Here we go. Full screen it for you guys.
That's a strong name there you got.
Oh, thanks.
Is there music playing in the background?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
I can't hear it on my end.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, my fault. I gotta bring up the No. I broke up the wrong present because that's why I hate StreamYard. It's not like OBS. Hold up. I have to bring
OBS
up
is way easy. It's way better.
Yeah. Because what happens is, because what happens is, let me find make sure I got the right one. Okay. Here we go. Because what happens is, I'm gonna go to the YouTube channel and do it. Yeah. So
that might be better, bro. Yeah.
Because what happens is, unlike OBS, because on OBS, whatever I play off my browser, it plays the sound. But with StreamYard, if you select the browser and stuff, it doesn't play sound. So you actually have to go to the source itself as a separate thing. I'm like,
it doesn't play the sound when it's a hyperlink, right? Or anything like
that. Yeah, something like that. So I gotta go to the actual source itself. So I'm gonna bring it up 1 second. Here we go. I found it. So then I gotta bring it up over here. I forgot all about that. I'm still trying to get used to this this thing with this. Oh, here we go. Bring it up. And the sound. Yep, here we go. Sound on, share audio. And it should. All right, so you have to at the bottom, it's right there. Just click bring it back up. There we go. and then share it full screen. Oops. There he is.
All right, now we're cooking.
All right, you can hear the sound?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I was wondering, I forgot all about that.
Yep.
Hey, Wrath. I was able to pinpoint Jasmine Mitchell's location.
All right.
Remember the pain and remember the suffering.
What do you mean they're coming after me? I don't get it. How did they find out?
Everyone around you will pay the ultimate price.
I think someone just walked into my apartment.
Jasmine, get the hell out of there right now.
What are you?
Damn it, kid, I'm on my way.
High-grade silver nitrate bullets. Something your kind doesn't take lightly. Well, am I right? Vampire?
What is going on
Did you
here?
forget? The party was canceled to avoid a potential police raid. Your friend should already know that.
No fucking way. Is he even human?
doing?
Jasmine, step away from the window right now.
Damn it. Looks like the police are headed in your direction.
No, wait. Jasmine!
Only then will you become the man I remember. Hezekiah Drippin.
Yep. So that's
Bro, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's the trailer. Yeah, that's the trailer to this, man. Also I have show you the
hot.
Yeah, my Venus Orion Comics Universe promo. Just to show you my shared universe, like a little promo I did here. And these.
That music reminds me of The Matrix for some reason.
So yeah, that's essentially that right there. That's with that. Oh yeah, I forgot. Jake Jake Pierce. I think I don't think I ever showed you guys my Jake Pierce.
That sounded like that song from The Matrix, Club to Death. I don't know if you ever heard that. It reminded me of it.
Yeah, I forgot. I got Jake Pierce. I forgot all about the. Let me show you. Now this was something. This was like a little. This was like a little something that I did a long time. It was like years ago. It was like a little. Let me bring it back up. Hit present. To give you an idea of who Jake Pierce is. I did this was it 3 years ago? It was like a little, I guess you could like a test footage, or like to give you like a little concept of who Jake Pierce is, and everything. Because after VK, Jake Pierce was like my second comic book character concept. And yeah, Revenue, you can press the button to bring it back up so you guys can be able to see the concept of Jake Pierce. But yeah, Jake Pierce, of course, changed over time as far as the concept is concerned, because it was like 3 years ago. I'm getting my artist to redraw them and everything, because she evolved as an artist at the time, and new concepts and stuff came in. But this was something I did 3 years ago to give you an idea.
South Philadelphia police arrived at 20th Market Street about an hour ago to investigate the murder of Nolan Banks, a promising politician running for this year's Senate election. Police have yet to discover the motives behind his murder, but many people speculate that it's no other than the street vigilante himself, Jake Pierce.
Please, don't kill me. Show me some mercy here.
Mercy? What about my wife and daughter?
I thought I was only following.
My name is Jake Pierce. For 8 years, I've given my life to serve and protect my country. But in return, I had everything taken from me.
I'm Detective Bertelli from the 22nd District, reporting for duty.
Jake, put your hands up where I can see them.
Melissa, stay out of this.
You must stop this senseless killing.
Detective McDowell speaking.
Joseph, I can't stop Jake. I want to save him.
Calm down, Melissa. I'm at the crime scene right now. It looks like your friend Jake is sending a message to the police. We have to find him before more blood is spilled in our streets.
Law and order has become corrupt. Vigilante justice is the only way to bring the system down to its knees. If no one else doesn't stand up to them, then I will.
Nice, bro.
Yeah.
Nice. So.
Yeah, so this is before I came up with the concept of Neo-Delphia. It was just Philadelphia at the time when I came up with the concept of Jake Pierce, and that's when my ideas began to evolve after that. And since my ideas evolved after that, there's a lot of evolution that I have to do, and that's what I'm currently working on too, with Jake Pierce to make him fit in with what I have with Neo-Delphia now. So yeah,
No rush, man. No rush. As soon as
yeah.
Can't
I'm
rush it.
learning. Yeah. I learned a lot when it comes to this, man, of not rushing anything, because like I said, I've been watching a lot of the indie comic space, and I'm also learning, and been watching the Rippaverse with Eric July and stuff like that. When it comes to all these different releases and stuff, I've seen some criticism from some fans saying like man, like when we're going to see ISOM 3, because you releasing all these new characters, but it seemed like the universe isn't moving forward because your main man haven't moved forward. So we constantly getting all these new books, but we're not seeing anything moving forward. So that also taught me like, okay,
that's why you got to take them one at a time, bro. That's what I was saying earlier. I was alluding to, because the more characters you introduce, the more you have to flesh them out and have them grow. So it's good to like have one guy develop, because then once he's developed, when you start doing your other books, you don't have to do as much work to bring people up to speed who it is. He has a bit of like history that people can go back and read.
Yeah. And I also understand.
Let me just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Landon Arts, if you like Jake Pierce, you should check out Augur, bro. It's a kind of similar vein of a
character.
Check it out.
Check out Augur. Check it out. Definitely check it out. But I think that's what ended up happening, doing the crossover, because Argo's badass. So I remember you showed, and then I found Argo before. I didn't even know who you were. I found it on it just popped up. It was recommended to me a while ago, and I seen it. Man, wow. I said this shit is creative as fuck. I was into it.
Episode 2, bro, like it's the you have the tropes of like someone that loved one that died, but when people see how that series progressed, like I don't think people are ready for the story that I'm trying to tell them, bro. So I'm super hyped. Bro. Episode 2 is gonna be crazy, but yeah, man, everything aside, man.
How do you spell Augur?
Augur.
Yeah,
Augur. But as far as your work, man, it's gonna be good. A lot of heart went into it. I can see you have a plan, a vision. You put your money where your mouth is, literally, your time, your energy. You care a lot about it, and you can see it in the quality. I think it's gonna be good. I mean, when I first saw the characters, I was like, oh, they look cool, because art speaks for itself. The characters look cool, but hearing you explain it and the details about it, like I can tell it's gonna be a big hit, bro. And I wish you much success. Revenant and me or one of us will put the link below so people can check out the Kickstarter. And yeah, man, support Mugen. He's a good guy. As far as I know, you know what I mean? But like you seem like a good, I don't know, bro. You seem like a good guy.
Yeah.
You're not trying to do you try not to do woke BS, which I appreciate, because I think there needs to be new Black, Hispanic characters, but I think they need to be done with merit, with somebody who cares. I don't want Black Falcon. I want vampire killers. You know what I mean? I don't want Miles Morales. I want vampire killers, bro. I want original characters that actually respect the people that they're meant to represent. And I think that's what you're gonna do, bro. And
thanks. Good. And I'm glad you mentioned this, because even when I do my pitch, I never pitched that my characters, they're Black and stuff like that. No, like this is the world of, my universe. This is Neo-Delphia, and my vampire hunters. Yeah, they just happen to be Black, but I never once mentioned their color, like because that's not important. You know what I'm saying?
And that's
Like,
what matters. Is a character that matters. That's why I love Blade, bro. Blade is one of my favorite heroes ever, and yeah, they had some stuff, whatever, but like it was really about him being a fucking badass, killing vampires, you know. And I feel like that's what you're doing. You're making something badass that's meant to be badass, and if they're black, white, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. It's about the content of those characters, bro.
Yeah.
Let me just answer a comment real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Landon, it's spelled it's AUGUR, and you can find it on my YouTube channel. So my channel's Jinpachi. You can yeah, you'll be able to find it there. If you search Augur episode 1 pilot, it should come up. He has an all dark blue suit. His face is kind of like a skull, so it's easy to find. You'll see it right away. But continue.
That's the thing, man. Like, I created Venus Orion Comics because not only that, you know, I would like to one day do video games and see the stuff convert over to anime and actually be an actual anime, which that's my dream and everything. But I also created Venus Orion Comics out of passion. This is something that I've been working on for the past 5 years. I love working on it. I eat, sleep, drink, breathe Venus Orion Comics. I didn't create Venus Orion Comics to own the chuds or, hey, I'm fighting against Marvel and DC. No, I did this out of passion. This is not to make a social statement or anything like that. It's anybody can come in and enjoy this and stuff. And I want to share my vision with the rest of the world.
You're trying to tell a story.
Exactly. I want people to I want my story, and I want people to comments. Yeah, I want people to enjoy and see the potential for what it is off its own merits, than to try to sell it to people, you know, as a culture war piece, you know, or to make a social statement. I don't want none of that. I want none of that confusion, and I don't want, because that also sets up this high expectations when you coming in trying to set it up to be something, and people end up getting a piece of it and say, oh, it's either okay or it didn't live up to it, because people
they're asking like, oh, where's the political commentary that I expected? Where's the exactly?
Yeah.
And it's funny because I keep bringing up Augur, not because I'm trying to plug myself, but because whatever. It's more so because I feel like we're like creative to creative. You know what I mean? Like creative to creative. Like I have that same feeling. Like, yeah, I'm like, obviously, like it's very clear. Anyone who watches like me on this podcast or hears me on any, like on X or whatever, it's very clear that I have my beliefs or whatever, but my characters and my stories are meant to be entertaining. They're not about politics. They're not, and, you know, like you want your work to stand on its own. I want my work to be timeless. I don't want it to feel like it came from the year 2024 during the culture. I want people to read it like the same way I could read The Dark Knight Returns and like from the 80s, and yeah, there's shit in there, but mainly it's just a great story.
Yeah,
and like I want them to do that, to feel that with my work, and I'm sure that's what you want as well. You want people to look at Vampire Killer #1 and be like, "Wow, they came such a long way since this," and like it holds up even today. Like that's the argument. You want people defending your work and talking about the character history and be into the lore. Like that's what as creatives we want. You know,
exactly.
We don't want, like you said, we don't want to complain about minorities or like chuds or whatever, like current political thing, because at the end of the day, the things that people feel on a day-to-day basis are universal, right? The feeling of feeling oppression, the feeling of feeling rage, of feeling powerless. That's not a racial thing. That's not a gender thing. That's a universal feeling, right?
Yeah,
and
man.
Those universal truths, those are what make great stories.
Yeah, exactly. So, and like they do, like my dream is like one day, like, you know, you see like New York Comic Con, and you know how you go to these conventions, you see them big banners of like comic book characters and anime characters. Man, I would love to see big banners of, you know, my characters up there, and people cosplaying as these characters because they resonate with these characters and stuff. I think that's I would love to live like how Stan Lee did. He was lived long enough to see his creations on the big screen, you know what I'm saying, and appear in his movie, in the live action movies and stuff. I also want to be that type of guy too. I want to live long enough to see how, you know, my universe and see how these characters resonate with people and stuff. I just think that would just be an amazing thing.
It's also gonna happen, bro.
Happen. Also with VK, even though it's called Variant Colors Vampire Killers, and vampires is the theme, the Draven brothers won't just be fighting vampires, and we fighting demons, succubus, werewolves, a lot of folklore creatures in general, doppelgangers. There's gonna be like zombie-like characters too, as well. So it's gonna be a whole lot in it. But yes,
like cryptids, supernaturals, and stuff like that.
Supernatural stuff. So yes. And that's definitely going to be happening. I already got some werewolf characters drawn up already. Werewolves definitely play a big role in VK. VK also going to branch out for other series. The Church of Elohim, which is a powerful organization besides Third Echelon. Besides that, the Church of Elohim plays a big role in my universe, and they actually exorcise demons. So when the Draven brothers and them meet members of the Church of Elohim, that's when their spinoff is going to come in, and you'll start seeing the demon aspect of demons, exorcisers and holy crusaders, and stuff like that. And then once we get to the once they meet the first I would say like werewolf hunters, once they run across that clan in VK, then their spinoff is going to happen, and it'll focus on the whole werewolf side of things, the slaying werewolves, and then the werewolves will have a series of their own where you find where you lean into the vampire werewolf packs, and those packs are going to war with each other.
It's gonna snowball. It's gonna snowball
Exactly.
to greater things.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So there's a lot.
So we have some other subjects to talk about. I do appreciate your insight on all those things and your book and what you're trying to do. Again, we're gonna put a link and everyone check it out. Support the Kickstarter if you're interested. Even if you don't like.
Yeah, I should put in the chat again.
Other creators that I know that they even if you don't support the Kickstarter yourself, you can share it so other people can see it.
You
that
share
also
it.
Helps too.
And if you don't want to get the physical, especially if you're international or whatever like that, the digital's $5. It's only $5 to test out the Venus Orion Comics universe with VK. Only $5
Thank
for
you,
the
Landon.
digital.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so no, you're right, man. Like just check it out, and yeah, man, good luck to you. And maybe one day we'll be in New York Comic Con laughing about it, bro.
Yeah.
We here, bro. We here. All right, man. So what are the other subjects, Revenant? Because we spent a lot of time on this. I don't mind because it's shedding a spotlight, but we do have other subjects. So let's try to get to them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all good. So I'll bring one person who's waiting backstage to join. So it's like 4. It's not too much people. And I'll see if they want to give their thoughts on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. If not, that's fine, because then we can go into the other subject about former Star Wars Outlaws developer. I believe is an artist. One of the lead artists had joined CD Projekt Red, specifically with The Witcher 4. But I'm gonna bring someone else on to add into the panel and see if they still want to give their thoughts on Kingdom Come before we move on.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, you can start bringing people in now, for sure. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Oh my God, I was chosen.
What's up, Burv?
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hello.
You're the chosen one.
I am the chosen one.
Pretty good. So, Burv, you got anything about Kingdom Come or not?
Not really, honestly. I don't really know too much about it. I'm kind of like MugenLord. I'm kind of exactly the same. Like there's
I got it.
there's not really much I can really say about it. I never played the first one. And it is better to be honest about these things because, like you said, there's this a lot of people that have suddenly come out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I know all about this game and stuff," and it's like, I'm pretty sure you just didn't know about this. You just read it somewhere.
Yeah, especially when you hear like the talking points, it's like, nah, no, ain't no way you played the first game. And you're like defending this type of shit. Like it's one thing to be like, aside from that, it's a pretty cool game. Like that's one thing, but they'd be like, nah, it's not woke. It doesn't have this. They didn't cram any DEI in there. I'm like, come on now. The developers themselves, he legit said that there was no black people in medieval Bohemia.
Yeah, he did. I mean, like you say, I come from a country where they continuously race swap and historical characters. So when I see it in my games, I get real mad, and I stay away from that shit. That's the rule.
Nah, I don't blame you. In the video me and Jim Pachi did about it, he had mentioned that it would have been a good idea if they made a game about the rule of Mali.
They should, bro. Like, you know what's funny? The irony is,
when you actually read into it, it's pretty interesting.
I researched.
Yeah,
I
you end up
researched
showing
Mali
me
because I
about
didn't
it.
want to talk.
You send me the link.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk.
all
I
that.
didn't want to talk out my ass. I was like, let me research it, and I read about the history. I'm like, this shit is so interesting that it's actually kind of disappointing that they had to like force them into a Bohemian game when you could justify making an entire game based off like the Mali kingdom. There's like betrayals, like an uncle betrayed like a previous Musa, and like it's speculated that he overthrew him. Like you could make like people talk about the diversity shit. You can make an actual like game entirely consisting of Africans, a kingdom. You know, they were like extremely wealthy. They were involved in all these things, all these trades, and the Muslim world. Like you could make an amazing action RPG based off of that if they really wanted to. Like they could have made a mirror to Kingdom Come Deliverance too, but with North Africa, with the Mali kingdom.
Well, when I was younger, when God of War came out, I said it would have been awesome. They did something like a God of War, but with African mythology, and have an African king or a prince slaying, some of the like the African mythology creatures and stuff like that. I always wanted to see something like that. I thought that'd be pretty cool.
That would be, bro.
Yeah,
and people and like there's a misconception that leftists have that like most people are racist. Like, bro, if you make like you said, if you make that game like a God of War in Africa where you're fighting like these monsters, like look at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is based off Chinese mythology.
Yeah, that's their God of War. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Make that, bro. If you look up, like, if people actually really gave a shit and read up on it, because again, I always read up on things before I talk about them because I don't like talking out my ass. If you read about like African gods and shit, and like if you read about like the Mali kingdom, if you read about all these things, it's like it tells you that they can do it, but they just don't want to, which is the most fucked up part of it all. It's like it's easier for them to like just shove it into another. Like I guess like it's to say that I don't trust that this will make money because of like it being African or black. So I'm gonna shove it into a white created thing. And to me, that's such a fucked up like ideology. It's like that's a messed up like thing to express. Where like I don't have faith in making an African God of War. So I'm gonna just gonna make Kratos black in the reboot. And it's like, bro, like you know what I'm trying to say, Mugen? You get what I'm trying to say?
Even when it comes to the MCU, MCU and even with DC and their movies and stuff like that. There was somebody has what did I find out? People was like, wait, man, you got all these other like black characters. Why don't you just make solo movies of those characters instead of just race swapping? Is this character named Icon? He's from DC or whatever.
Yes,
and
I know about him, yeah.
And what I found out was the reason why they won't do like an Icon movie or whatever like that, and they were ever just race swap characters, is because if they make an Icon movie, they would have to pay the actual owner of Icon and their family. Because the creator who created Icon, I believe, is a black man. He died. He passed away. So that means they would have to pay that black family. And instead of them refusing to pay them, they were ever just race swap another character and then just run with that. And so it's crazy how that works. You know what I'm saying? So you're claiming you want to do diversity and inclusion, but you won't pay a black family their money, and that's their legacy, but you won't pay them or whatever like that. So you rather just swap out a character that we know, like a white character or like that, and make them black. That's just like fucking crazy.
It's crazy, man, and it's a virtue, bro. All it is a virtue signal. Because all right, you know how Trump, like they'll say all this shit and then they won't actually execute when it like they won't do it where it counts. Like damn, what the hell was it called? Fuck, I can't remember what it was. Damn, what the hell? Now I'm losing my train of thought. It was that the change. Oh yeah, I remember now. So with Trump, right? Like, you know how Trump's in office now? Yeah. You're gonna see a bunch of companies shift their tune. A bunch of companies that were virtue signaling hard, now they're afraid of Trump. They're gonna like switch. Like, these companies have no loyalty to creeds and causes. They just do whatever seems like the thing that's the easiest stance to take. So it's exactly that. Like, all right, well, we could give money to the family of a black creator and put a spotlight on this, but instead we're gonna race swap because we don't want to give them money. But then they're preaching about this shit like in films. It's insane, bro. It's insane. Like, honestly, it's gonna act. Circling back to creativity, it's probably gonna take somebody like you, Mugen. It's probably gonna take somebody like Eric July to make the thing that they don't want to make. It might just have to be that, unfortunately.
Yeah, man.
Where like something like Vampire Killers or what's his name, Isom, where it makes so much money that he has the funds to actually fully develop a game himself or fully fund the movie himself. Like it's just gonna have to be that way, and unfortunately, you can't trust these corporations to give them that, to give people that. People always talk about black characters, right? But remember, how many Hispanic characters do you see like as main heroes, right? Like, isn't it funny how diversity is only important?
Speedy Gonzalez.
You know what I'm saying though. Like they're only important when it caters to certain groups, right? Whatever's the hot topic, right? Then you're doing it. But like you don't see Hispanic characters everywhere. When was the last time you seen a Dominican character be the main hero of anything? Probably never.
Never. Yeah.
Maybe Mafia 3, but even then that's downplayed. And he's not even treated as Dominican, he's treated as black. So culturally he's not even Dominican, right?
Yeah, so even Miles Morales, like if you look at Miles Morales' character, they mix both. He's black and he's Hispanic. So that like they check off those boxes. Now you cater into both the black community and you cater into the Hispanic community or whatever like that. I remember I heard rumors a long time ago when he was first concepted, they was also going to try to make Miles Morales gay at one point, but they decided against that. So yeah, like it was all kinds of ideas they were shopping around for that character. Yeah,
and to your point,
they may still Miles, not get. They probably won't give up on that even now.
Yeah, multiverses and all that.
And funny thing about Miles, right? Because it's great you brought him up. Miles is half Hispanic, but culturally, like in practice, in the way the character articulates, he's black.
He's black.
They just completely don't care about him being half Hispanic. It's like he might as well not even be half Hispanic.
I forgot that he's half Hispanic, especially with his hair and how he dressed and stuff like that. I keep forgetting until I see his mom.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh yeah,
exactly. Right. but you know what's the funny thing, bro? Like all the like people that I know that are half black and half Hispanic, the motherfuckers are just as Hispanic as they are black. Like don't speak like culturally they're still Hispanic. Like it's crazy, bro. Like and yeah, like it's just funny how that works, bro. Like they always downplay. Like they don't really care. It just illustrates that they don't really actually care, bro.
They don't, man. And what started all this, this DEI and all this wokeness, what amplified it more was the whole I covered it before on my channel, the George Floyd, the whole George Floyd situation, and they seen this as an opportunity, like we can cash in on this. Let's show that we're not racist and stuff. We're gonna start, hiring more people of color, no matter if they're qualified or not. We're gonna start doing all this type of stuff, and that really took precedence. But the problem is now, the George Floyd situation is long gone. People forget about it. People don't even talk about this shit. Black Lives Matter is a joke now that people found out that, which I've been saying, they've been scamming people and shit like that.
But we all knew that.
So, we all knew that. I called it, but I'm a self-hater for saying that and whatever like that. But it's been proven that,
crazy how that works.
And now, people are not talking about George Floyd no more. No, people take Black Lives Matter as a joke now. So now none of that is relevant no more, and people are fighting against this whole nonsense now. And now they're trying to pull away from it. They're trying to pull away. And a lot of these games that are in development, culture shifts faster than games are developed. So a lot of these games are cooking in the background for like 4 and 5 years with that current, cultural situation that's happening at their time. But by the time the game is actually revealed and about to release, the culture already moved on from it. I think that's what's going on with Intergalactic as well.
Sure.
With Naughty Dog and Intergalactic, that game, they said the game was in development for 7 years. So 7 years ago,
looks like
we was knee deep into that shit, like this wokeness and stuff like that. But now people like, I don't want this shit. Like, no, we're fighting against this shit. You know what I'm saying? So now they have to decide, we got to do some changing, or they going to. Because the rumor is Intergalactic, the rumor is saying it's supposed to come out maybe 2026 or 2027. That's a long fucking time from now.
That's a lot of changes. That's 2 years worth of changes, bro.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. Maybe dead on arrival, or they got a lot of changing to do.
Heard, yeah.
Well, you know what's funny you mentioned that is because like that actually illustrates why you shouldn't make base politics in your things, because the politics would become outdated, and then your game would become like. It would just become tone deaf, Like a lot of the games that are being developed now are like the ones that are going to come out in the next 4 years. The games in the next 4 years that are going to be released are probably going to be a lot more apolitical. Like,
I was about to say that exactly. I was about to say that we won't see an actual shift in like these games into the next 4 to 5 years or maybe a decade, because like I said, these games take long to develop. So within the next 4, 5, or maybe a decade, we'll start seeing a total shift, like apolitical and things like that, with the newer games that's going to be in development and stuff like that. I mean, like I said before, this whole nonsense shouldn't even happen to begin with, but hey, here we are. And now we found out about this.
As long as it changes. As long as
What
it
I'm
changes,
hoping,
that's what I care about.
or rather, what I'm dreading is if they overcorrect with that. Because if you go apolitical, what do you really put in your game, right? Because everything has a point. It doesn't have to be like social politics or anything like that. But you've got to believe in something, right?
Well, we're talking mainly, like, I guess to be clear, we're talking mainly social politics, because remember what I was saying before. I don't know if you heard it. It's like there are universal truths, bro. You can like look at I'll give you Star Wars for example. Look at the Galactic Empire. The Galactic Empire is like an oppressive force that rules the people with an iron fist. If you can basically say that about any culture, both like on either side of the spectrum, right? You can have like total like communist controlled society that's also oppressive, and you could compare that to the Galactic Empire. But you could also say they're like space Nazis. You could say they're space Soviets or whatever. Like it's a universal truth that people don't like being oppressed. So even though in nature it's political, it's not social political. And I think as long as they avoid that, it'll be okay.
Yeah, like Final Fantasy 7, the Wookiees try to use that because with Final Fantasy 7, look at Shinra, Avalanche, they're known as eco terrorists, is trying to preserve and save the planet and stuff. You could try to use that for talking about the climate change narrative, but that's totally far from the case, because you see how the story goes. It goes beyond that. There we got a dude, who's supposed to be like Dark Jesus, a meteor coming from the sky, an alien and shit like that. But yeah, the Wookiees was trying to use that. No, Final Fantasy 7 is very political. No, it's not.
And also on the other spectrum,
it has real world political framing. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's universal truths, bro. That's universal truths. People don't like being oppressed. People don't like being slaves. That doesn't matter of like whatever. No one likes that, and everyone goes through misfortune. Every group goes through like ups and downs and turmoil. So if you're telling that story, it's gonna resonate with people.
Oh yeah, Tales of Arise. Tales of Arise talk about slavery a whole lot. In Tales of Arise, because the narrative they had in there, yeah. With Tales of Arise, the people were oppressed. I can't remember the name of that other race or like that, but they were oppressed. They were slaves. They was beaten. It was all kinds of stuff that was going on there. And then what happened was, I like the arguments that they had in there, because now the people that were oppressed and stuff like that, now they want to go after the people that was oppressing them. And now it was asking the question like, okay, yeah, you was oppressed, but now like you're no different if you're going to turn around and do the same thing to your oppressors, because the next generation is going to come in. They ain't going to know about their history. All they know is they are oppressed right now, and then the cycle never ends.
Exactly.
And then you find out that the people who were oppressed, there was another group of people. They were mages. The people that was oppressed was killing it, was genociding them. So so the chick that you had in your party, she talked about how the people that's currently oppressed killed her people. So it was crazy. It's like nuts.
Yeah. It kind of illustrates the cycle. Yeah, it illustrates the cycle, man. Because like, look, does, if you ask people, like, I mean, I'm not, again, this is gonna sound crazy, but I mean, Mugen, this is true. There's a lot of like black people like victim mentality. Things happen, of course.
Yeah.
So those people, I always find it funny, like, where if you ask them, okay, so if they made all white people slaves today, would you be okay with that? And you'll be surprised at I've heard people go radio silent after being asked that question, as if they had to think about it. That's the scariest thing about it.
Because the thing is, like I said, the whole thing about racism and stuff, especially when it comes to people like my people and stuff like that, is the fact is that they really, like, some of these people that's like of my people and stuff, most of them don't really, they're completely fine with racism as long as it's not being towards them. That's how I see it. I'm consistent.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be, I don't like racism being targeted towards me. So you shouldn't target it towards other people who don't look like me. Like whatever like that. But when it comes to people that look like me and you ask them that question and stuff like that, they have an excuse why they're allowed to do that. No. So that means you're okay with racism. As long as it's not targeted towards you, then racism is totally fine for you.
And then they lose all leverage in the argument. They lose all leverage because they lose all leverage, bro. Because in the end of the day, like, if you're against a certain practice, like, you have to, like, you're gonna be held to the same sword. It's like the thing with Tails. It's like you're gonna create a perpetual cycle, bro. If you tell people, you know, we're in the current day. If this is why I hate like certain words being used now, because I feel like they only keep like the memory of like slavery alive and shit like that.
Lose all meaning.
Like, if people keep focusing on what happened in the past, people can never grow and heal from that thing. And it's always going to be fresh, or it's always going to be something that's weaponized. If you're telling, like, if you take white area, imagine you're a white kid, right? Inside of like a school.
I'm imagining.
Okay. Yeah, bro. Imagine harder. It's going to be harder for you, especially. But no,
oh, definitely.
So you're in a school and they're preaching DI shit to you. They're telling you have your like your racial critical theory teachers telling you about you know, how black people are this and white people are oppressors and modern extremism. And you're a poor white kid going to that school. You're poor. You're being told you have privilege and you don't have it. That's gonna make that kid get resentment. You're actually creating racism, bro, in some cases.
Bro, no. I was about to say that.
That's what they're doing with critical race theory.
I look at my little cousins, you know, like I said, how I grew up, things were a little bit more segregated, especially in the early 90s and stuff. Most, you know, predominantly black schools. And like I said, when I was growing up, your schools was schools you were allowed to go to was based on your zip code. So like I said before, and like I said,
same here, bro.
Legally,
same here.
Yeah, it was legal. It's legal. So what happens is a lot of the white schools had better textbooks, better programs, better school trips, better lunches and stuff like that, and compared to the schools that I went to, dusty ass classrooms, you know, shitty, books from the 1950s and shit like that. Everything sucked. But since I was in that zip code, I wasn't allowed to go to those other schools because I was separated. My block can be right next to a block that's predominantly white, but since my zip code is different, I can't go to that school level like that. So there was a lot of disadvantages. Even me, there was a lot of disadvantages that I've grown up within the public school system and stuff. But I say that to say this: things were a little bit more segregated. People was hanging in their own groups and stuff like that. But now I look at my little cousin's generation. Everybody's intermingling together. A lot of like this younger generation don't nothing about racism. Everybody gets along with each other. Everybody's dating each other, marrying each other. Yeah. And then can you imagine? Then they go to a school and then they teach them critical race theory. Their whole life, they have a white friend, a black friend. They go to school trips. The family get along. The parents get along with each other. Now they go to school and now their teacher is telling them that because this young man is white, his people oppressed him because he's black, and because he's black or whatever like that, he's automatically oppressed by default. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so now,
exactly.
So you create resentment, and you turn people into racists because now what happens is the system turns around and he sees his black friend getting treated much better than him simply because of skin colors. They didn't actually be born, you know, by race and stuff like that. And now you're treating them differently based on that. And now you create this type of resentment, and they're feeding and fueling this and stuff like that. I have a daughter. She'll be 16 next month and stuff. And even then, it's even different. They everybody gets along, and then these schools and the system is teaching these kids to hate each other. Like for instance, my daughter, she can't stand Black History Month because my daughter's biracial and stuff. So when she gets to school, a lot of black students say she can only celebrate half of Black History Month because she's half black.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Like that. Yeah. So
wow.
So
that's
so she's
so
only No, it is. Like my daughter always, and I just found this out. My daughter kept this from me. I was wondering why she like on February she used to get upset a lot, but she finally came out and told me about like last year and stuff like that. I hate Black History Month because I'm always told I'm only able to celebrate half of it because I'm half white or whatever like that, and I need to check my privilege and everything. So, but this stuff is being taught though because their parents.
It's being taught. It's being
because
taught,
their parents is teaching them stuff. Like, and a perfect analogy. There's a cartoon I grew up with back in the day because this stuff is self-taught. It was a cartoon back in the day. I'm not sure if it was Disney or not. It was called Fox and the Hound. Now the thing is, the fox, the hound. Yeah, the hound. You know, is when they grow up, they're taught to go out hunt. When they go out hunting, to hunt down the fox and stuff. But what happened was in the movie, the fox and the hound was raised together. They found the injured fox when it was a baby, found the fox and raised it with the puppy, with the hound. They grew up together on the farm together. But once it became of age, the owner was teaching the hound that there's a difference between you and foxes and stuff like that. We hunt these foxes down. So now the fox and the hound who grew up together, been best friends. Now the master is teaching him to hate the fox or whatever like that. So now the hound don't know why he hates the fox because he was told that he's supposed to hate the fox. So now the fox is running away. He runs into the woods, and now the fox is hunting. The hound is hunting down the fox. But they were best friends. They grew up as babies together. So what happened was when the master went out there to try to go after the fox, the master got injured. I mean, he got hurt really, really bad, and that made him angry even more because like, yo, the fox hurt my master. And it was so sad and so epic because the dog went out there and he yelled, "I'm gonna kill you." He said that to the fox, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy. They were best friends, but they were taught to hate each other. They were taught that they were different, that this is supposed to be because of who they are. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I see what's going on with DEI.
It's
you know
exactly like that.
And critical race theory.
Like
you know what I'm saying?
And
like that's crazy.
It has a double-edged sword because it's a double-edged sword because at the same time you're telling like you're creating racist white people, you're also creating black victims.
Yeah,
you're creating both. You're creating people that think like, you know, and look, man, like I'm look, believe it or not, the story that you told is like almost identical to me because like I grew up in New York and like I'm not gonna say what exact region, but the region I grew up in was like not good, bro. It's not good. Like there's a reason why my cadence is the way it is, bro. Like so like and when I grew up, it's the same thing. You have districts, you have like whatever. So like for me, even though I'm Hispanic, I'm like very light skinned, right? Like I could probably pass as white depending on how I style my hair, my beard, or whatever, right? Like it didn't really, I could pass as white. So I would have teachers, I shit you not, like tell me like talk about oppression and shit, even up to high school level, and like black this, black that, and they would like actually throw shots at me. And as as unprofessional as it is, like and ignorant, because obviously I'm not a white person, right? Like. You would have that being like there was no like just so casually to say something like that to a teenage kid, right? Like to say those kind of things. It's like, you're creating people, you're creating resentment, you're creating like divide, you're making kids think about their friend, like you said, think about their friends differently. I mean, like even like think about how dumb the concept of white privilege is, right? Because you could have like, let's say your comics blow up, right? And your daughter's very well off, or your next kid, if you ever have one, he grows up like, very stable and wealthy. You would argue that he has the privilege of having a better upbringing because of your resources. Now, if you take like some white kid in a trailer park who has nothing, maybe his like parents are fucking meth dealers. That's really common, by the way, too.
Yeah, no. I got a story. As you finish, I got a story about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you have this kid and you're telling this kid like, oh yeah, white privilege this, white privilege that. And this kid has to go home to his trailer park every day to his fucking drug addict parents. Like that's a dangerous thing to like put on a kid, man. You're creating somebody who's going to like snap.
Yeah.
Because
why are you telling them my life story?
Because kids now, Mugen, I agree with you because I have nephews, right? My nephew's like 16.
Yeah,
my nephew, like I'm in New York City, bro, and like the New York culture is like very hip hop influence. It's very like you have like the rich white people, you have like the hip hop influence, you have like kids probably from the hood and whatever. They're all intermingling. So a lot of the white kids that my nephew hangs out with, they the way they talk, you would think that they were like black. And then alternatively, a lot of the black kids are having different experiences because they're hanging around like white kids or like whatever. Like they're not like as racist, and as you said, it's being taught, it's being like being kept alive. It's being kept alive, and it's not an accident, bro. It's like when they call people like me and you conspiracy theorists, but it's all done intentionally. If you have something in your school called critical race theory, you can't say it's a happenstance because it's an actual system created to teach these things.
They teach them to hate. What better way to destabilize a nation?
What shattered my view what shattered my view on white privilege. What shattered my view on white privilege, because like I said, I'm African American, and I like black people, like we always vote left. Like we all black people, by default we vote left. Like even we don't know why we vote left. We just vote left because our parents vote left, our grandparents vote left and stuff like that. But my parents never taught me. My parents never taught me victimhood or stuff like that. Both my parents taught me I can be whatever I want. You know what I'm saying? Work for what you want and everything like that. But me just living in the black community, I still been blue pilled, by my church and people in my community. I grew up thinking that, because I've been told growing up that Republicans are just white rich people who hate niggas. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I hear anything that's conservative, or I just see somebody say they're Republican, I automatically just like despise them, because that's what I was told about what Republicans are.
That's how you were trained. That's how you were trained.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when I went back to college, because I went to college in 2005, then I dropped out around like 2007, ended up becoming a father, whatever I did. But I went back to school back in 2011 or whatever like that, and ended up getting my degree in 2014 around Gamergate or whatever. But anyway, when I went back to school, my whole view on white privilege had been shattered, because when I went back to school, I'm a lot older now and everything. And I get to school, to the university, lived on campus, and I started making a lot of friends. I wasn't trying to make friends, but friends just kept knocking on my door, coming to me, and most of my friends were white. They would knock on, they come in the room, they see my arcade sticks, they see all my consoles and stuff, and they're like, "Yo, bro, like, are you rich?" I'm like, "What do you mean I'm rich?" I'm like no, like, my, I bought this, I worked in it, or my parents bought me this, that, and the third. And they would always keep coming to my room, hanging in my room. And as I got the chance to know them, man, like I found out, man, some of them came from single parent households. Their either their dad was abusive, or their family were alcoholics. You know what I'm saying? They were very, very poor. And me living in Philadelphia, or just me watching TV in Hollywood always had this picture of white people. That's my only interaction with white people growing up in the 90s was television, or if I'm going to the mall or what like that, or going to the movie theaters. But everybody stayed in their communities. So the only interaction or anything I knew about white people is what I see on television. They got money, they got businesses, they get the mom and dads, they got a big family, nice cars and stuff like that. So you see these things, and that's the only depiction that you have of white people. So you assume that every white person lives this way and they got it good and stuff like that. So now I'm back at the university, and most of my white friends were dirt poor, and they was looking at me like I was the rich one. It's like, dude, man, oh man, I wish your parents was my parents. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what's going on?
Because you can't monopolize being a victim. You can't monopolize it.
Dude,
and that's what they try to do. That's what they try to do.
It's shattered me. And I'm saying to myself, like I said, this is my blue pill era. So I'm looking like this. You're white. Like, what I don't understand. You're white. Like, why are you how is this something amazing to you? Like, how are you looking at me like I have everything? You're white. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing I had in my head, because everything that my community taught me about white people, and what I see on television that portrays white people, that's the thing that I have of white people. But
it reinforces your stereotypes. It reinforces the beliefs that were taught to you.
Yeah, exactly. So that actually opened everything. That here it is. I got both my parents, but most of the white people that I'm hanging around don't have both their parents. Most of them don't have the money and stuff like that. They can't even afford consoles and stuff like that. So they come into my room to get their entertainment, because they don't have that entertainment at home. I was like, what the fuck? So that shattered everything about this white privilege thing to me and stuff like that. And that changed my whole perspective on all this stuff that I learned, in my environment and stuff. So it was a shock for me. It was definitely a shock.
Bro, absolutely true, man. Like, look, again, like, just like a lot of times people would assume, because like I'm so light skinned, that I'm like white, right? And like I had like the same, because even though like I still had the same kind of like similar beliefs to what you did.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Believe it or not, I had the same beliefs. Like, even though like I could pass for I could pass for a white person, I still was growing up in like a Hispanic household, like, kind of poor, pretty poor. I was actually very poor. Like I'm talking about like bad levels of poor. Like, I'm not even gonna say some of the shit that I had to go through, but not to sound like a victim. But the point is, I grew up like that, and I had the same perception of white people. And like, as you get older and you start meeting, like, I started like meeting and talking to white people, because New York, you have like Manhattan, you have Brooklyn, you meet all kinds of people, Asians or whatever. And like, I started to realize that it really is just like a thing of like whether you were poor or you grew up with like money, like your upbringing, like that really was the difference between people. And the racial stuff is just like, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's irrelevant, but it's not a sole determination of what that person is, right? And I also had to learn that, like, growing, like, through experience, right? Because you're going to school, you're meeting kids, and you're finding out, wait a minute, like I had a friend, and I would hang out with him a lot. His name was John Eric, right? And you know, he was like white, but he had a single mom. His like house was like small, like it was like kind of like a basement apartment. And I'm like, I remember the first time I went there, I'm like, what the like the same reaction, like what the fuck? Like I was told, oh yeah, I got money, you know what I mean? Like what is this? Like so.
Yeah. And then I also learned. Yeah, then I also learned, you know, when I first went to college in 2005, that, you know, like I said, I look at television, I see a lot of, you know, how white people live on television in Hollywood and stuff like that. And I remember when I first went to college, and I shared this with my audience and stuff like that a while ago, but I had to go to orientation, and I ended up partner up with this white dude named Troy. And my parents was talked to his parents and stuff. And I remember that their parents invited us over to come to their house because that weekend we all want to go up on campus for the first time and stuff and start moving up on campus. So we went around Troy's place, and oh my God, big house and everything. And they was making lemonade. They had a barbecue and stuff. Typical things I would see on TV and stuff like that. I'm like, God damn, they got everything. They got four-wheelers. They got boats and stuff like that. But I remember while I'm there, my mom was talking to Troy's mom. I'm hanging with Troy. He's showing me all his bikes that his stepdad had bought him and stuff. I mean, they was living it up. So I was like, damn. So I remember the stepfather was hanging around my dad, and he was trying to pull my dad to the side or whatever like that, and to talk to him. But I noticed that Troy's mom kept lingering around, you know, my dad and the stepfather, because she wanted to eavesdrop to find out what her husband, her new husband, is trying to talk to my dad about. So after everything was said and done, my dad ends up coming over to me. We get to talking and stuff, and my dad said, "Yeah, man, like her Troy's father, man, he like, yo, he's really down bad right now. Like, he's hurting right now financially." I was like, "What do you mean financially?" I said, "They living really good." He said, "No, man, they in credit card fucking debt right now. Like all this stuff."
Wow.
He just charging it on the card and stuff. And over time I started learning that there's a lot of white folks that's living off debt. There's just they're trying to keep up with the Joneses. They're trying to keep up with the Joneses with what their neighbors are. And he needed to talk to my dad, because he needed another man to talk to, because he said, yo, like he don't think he can hold on much longer, because obviously this woman right here, he's like doing it for her or whatever like that, because she wants to show off in front of her neighbors, you know, that my husband got this, my husband got
trying
that,
to flex what they don't have,
what they don't have and stuff like that. And then you know, as I started meeting a lot of other, you know, white families that I became friends with, because of their, you know, because I had friends, you know, who go to the same schools out there. I started noticing there was a lot of white families that live really good, but a lot of them are in debt, and their homes about to go in foreclosure and stuff. So like I said, Hollywood and how I see how white people are represented, you know, in media and stuff, changed my whole perspective as I got a chance to actually be around more white people. It's not all sunshines and rainbows as I thought it was, but it just sort of shows how strong media is, and you know, and how it brainwashes you to get a certain perception of different races of people, you know, and
that's the power of propaganda.
Exactly. So white people do struggle too. White people do struggle, and I learned that.
Yep.
I learned that. You know,
imagine the pressure, right? Imagine this pressure, right? Like, you know, you're first off, like the same way, like, you know, black people feel pressure from their society, white people also feel pressure from other white people. So you're living in this community, you're living in this neighborhood, everyone's well off, you know, they're having their barbecues, they're, you know, they have their money or whatever, and you're like being pressured because you feel like, oh, I'm supposed, like you said, I'm supposed to have those things too, right? Like I'm supposed to be like stable. I can't show any weakness, any chinks in the armor.
Stereotypes, like for instance,
because I have to live up to the stereotype.
Like the stereotypes, like black guys, or with black people, like especially with black men, like it's assumed that all black men got big dicks, or he or you know, you're good at sports. You know what I'm saying? You're good at dancing. You know, you're good at the physical things, that you're strong by default. So that's a stereotype. So if you're that black person, you know, you go to an all-white school and then you go to the basketball team, like get the black guy, you know what I'm saying, like that, and you couldn't find out this black guy's ass or like that. That's a stereotype that like you felt that stereotype, you feel that pressure and stuff. And then with Asian people, you know, stereotype, they're all smart and shit. The first time I ever saw a dumbass Asian was my brother's girlfriend, because his girlfriend was Cambodian. And her older brother, the dumbest Asian I've ever met. Dude, it blew my mind, because every Asian I knew is fucking smart as shit. But when I met her brother, the dumbest motherfucker, that I never saw a dumb Asian before. So that even shattered that shattered the expectations of what I think of Asian people and the stereotype of Asian people. I never thought Asian people can be fucking stupid. But when I met her brother and the shit that he does, the shit that he says, complete mess. I said, he's a dumb motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So yes, man, living up the stereotypes too, man, is also pressuring. You know what I'm saying? Or when you see a black guy fighting a white guy, the black guy, he better, especially with black people, when the white guy beats a black guy up, black people get ashamed. Like, dude, you ashamed. Like, dude, you an embarrassment. You're a black man. You're strong. You should be able to beat that white guy up. How did you let a white guy beat you? You know what I'm saying?
There's a funny interaction that happened in real life. I forgot the boxer's name, but he said, "I will never let a white man beat me in a fight." And he got knocked the fuck out and flew out the ring, bro. And I'm like, when you live your life like that, bro, you can't, like, yo, all you have to do to know that that's BS, that stereotype, is watch the UFC, bro.
Oh yeah, UFC.
Just watch the UFC.
Yeah, you watch the UFC.
Just watch the UFC, and you will realize that the reality is that some motherfuckers could fight and some cannot, and that's really the end of it. Like, it's not really a racial thing, bro. Because then, like, for every black dude that like dominantly beats a white dude, then you have a white dude win, and he'll be champ for a while. Like, it's so fucking stupid, bro. Like. It's really fucking dumb. But like, to your point too, what you said before about like the rich thing and people living beyond their means, and even that's not exclusive to white people, because how many people do you see? I'm not gonna say the term for it, but you know what it is. I'm from New York. I'm not gonna say a certain type of being rich. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know.
And you know the term, and like, yo, bro, there's people like that. Like, they got nice. I knew kids like that, right? I knew adults like that. They had nice sneakers, nice car, nice whatever. And then you look in their apartment, they sleeping on a mattress on the floor, bro. And like, this person's like poor, bro. And I'm like, but you the way you would see them in the street, you would think they were like ballers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's how it is. They do, like, it was like a culture shock to me to see a lot of this play out in front of my eyes. That's why college did teach me at that time a lot when it came to culture and stuff. And it was totally different. When I went to college in 2005, everything was segregated. Like, a lot of the black students stayed with each other. A lot of the white students stayed in their little group. Hispanics stayed in their group. The Asians stayed in their group and stuff. But when I went back in 2011, everybody was intermingling. I'm seeing black guys with white chicks. I'm seeing white guys with Asian girls. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Everybody gets along and everything, hanging out together. It was totally different from when I first went to college and everything. So, like I said, if a lot of this hatred comes in because a lot of it is being taught, and because, like I said, the more generations keep going by, like, you're getting farther and farther away from slavery, and a lot of that stuff that happened a long time ago, that young generation ain't gonna give a shit about that, because, bro, they weren't there. Now, you know what I'm saying?
Most kids now, their grandparents weren't even slaves.
Yeah, damn.
So, like, yo, bro, I'm serious. Like, what I mean, I mean, not the grandparents. I know what you mean. Yeah, like there are kids now that, like, their grandparents, like, parents weren't slaves. They were grandparents weren't, like, dealing with segregation. Like, the more time that passes, the farther away, it's like you said, the farther away you get from it. And like, again, like, people, after a while, people are not going to feel comfortable. Even people that are like highly SJW, it's going to be hard to justify feeling comfortable with bringing it up when it doesn't affect you, bro. Like, when people talk about America, Eric July wouldn't be rich if this was like, if the country was the way that leftists try to portray it to be. A person like what's his name? Will Smith. Think about it. Will Smith's kids, again, I sound like a hater. They fucking, like, they suck, right? But like, they're
weirdos.
Really do,
they're weirdos. They to me, they suck, and they're weirdos, and they're inside industries that they got through nepotism as black Americans. You have black American nepotism going on, and then people will still have the audacity to say that this country is like, as this completely racist, unfair country. It's like, bro, you don't have black nepotism in a country that hates black people, bro. You just can't do it.
Yeah, it's more of a class. It's more of a class thing than anything, because Jay-Z and Oprah and they'll be treated much differently than how society would treat me. You know what I'm saying? Because they're in a whole different tax bracket than I am and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that's what it is. Do it class. You know what I'm saying?
They want to deflect away from what it really is. It's like being rich versus being poor. Like, remember, Jay-Z, when Beyonce had her baby, they shut down that wing of the hospital, and other people who had kids couldn't see their own babies, bro. So if that's not privilege, not privilege, I don't know what is, bro.
Yeah, man.
I don't know what is.
Yeah, man. That
like, imagine your wife just had a baby and you can't get into the hospital, and your wife can't see her own baby.
Yeah,
because a couple of rich people just happen to be at that hospital. You know how fucked up that is? And again, these are 2 Black Americans doing it. And like,
Mhm.
so if that can happen, then you have no legs to stand on when it comes to like all this race shit. Like, we're like, oh, these people are oppressed. Honestly, bro, it's like with you know, there are just people that are ambitious and they push for their dreams and they make it, and there are people that don't, and then there's in between. There's people that have nepotism or whatever. But we have, you know, people just have to stop looking at it as literally like as if it's so black and white, like where
Yeah,
like, you know, we're like, oh, if I'm yeah,
there's more
because
to
bro,
it,
like,
man.
yeah, because bro, there's a black, like, there's Black women right now that are fucking rich and they're living like lavish lifestyles, and that would be the group that complains about being oppressed the most, right?
Yeah,
And
and
you have,
that
like,
irritates the fuck out of me. When like,
Yeah.
shut the hell up. Your check is you got a big ass check and everything, and here it is. I'm trying to get. I'm working hard, slaving every day, trying to, you know, make ends meet and shit like that. And you bitching about somebody got paid more than you did, and you still walking around with millions and millions of dollars. Like, I'm not feeling sorry for you. And then they try to use,
exactly.
you know, you try to
The funny
use,
thing
you know,
will
Black
be-
people. Yeah, they go back like they try to use their people to try to fight for them. Like, why would I fight for you to get more millions? Like that like, how does that benefit me? Like
For
The
real,
funny
bro.
thing is, they'll end
Facts.
up dating a white guy with a bunch of money, and then talk about how Black people are down bad.
like it's just crazy, bro. Like it is nonsense, man. Like, I just hope that we get out of that. I just want, especially in America, I just want everybody to see themselves as Americans, you know, and stop dividing each other. We dividing each other and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, Oprah got
Yeah.
pissed at Raven Simone because Raven Simone was saying, I'm an American. She said, yeah, but you're African American. She's like, but no, I don't want to identify that way. I'm an American. And Oprah's like, oh, you know, you're gonna get backlash if you say this. And I thought that was a very interesting. It was like a very telling conversation to say
Sounds
that.
like
Right?
a
It's
threat.
yeah, it was. It sounded like a threat.
Yeah,
It's like Raven's like, no, I'm a Black person, you know, black are my people, but I'm an American. I'm not an African American. I grew up in America. I'm American, and people don't understand that. That happened with a UFC fighter named Henry Cejudo, where Henry Cejudo's Mexican, like he's of Mexican descent, but he's an American, and people were mad at him because he was saying, I'm an American. He's an American Olympian champion, and people were saying, well, you're Mexican American. He's like, bro, like I'm of Mexican descent. I love Mexicans, but I'm an American, bro. Like, they can't, when you say shit like that, bro, it really fractures people's like worldviews. You get me?
Well, because we've been brainwashed and we've been taught to hate being an American. We were taught to hate our flag. We were taught to hate our country. We've been taught to say this, you know, the history of like, it's bad. It's racism. It's homophobia. It's sexism. It's all these other type of things. But yet you have so many fucking people getting on that fucking boat to come here. You have so many motherfuckers hopping that border to come here for it to be a country that's supposed to be super racist. It just makes no fucking sense. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
like
waving the Mexican flag, talking about Viva Mexico, but you're protesting having to go back to Mexico. What the fuck?
Oh, dude, they do that. Oh, dude, when I saw that, I've never felt that so disgusted ever in my life and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people burning the American flag. Then go the fuck back where you came from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
go back where you came from.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
Golden.
Like, yo,
bro,
don't
the
fight over
disconnect, the sheer disconnect of saying I'm protesting America with my swinging a Mexican flag because I have to go back to Mexico, and you're bashing and burning the flag of the country you're trying to stay in.
Yeah, and then they cry when ICE get them and send them back. They start crying. Like, why are you crying? Like, it's paradise over there, right? Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah,
yo,
right. Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
That really gets me. Like, that really gets me. And that's why I understand. In this country, you can marry whoever you want. You can identify as whatever you want, you know, regardless of how people feel about it or like that. But you have so much freedom to do all these things. But you hate this country. I don't understand. Why don't you what was it? These 2 lesbian Black chicks a couple years ago. They got on an airplane. I think they went to the Middle East for vacation. So when they got off the plane, they got arrested for being lesbians. So, so they got locked up for being lesbians. You know what I'm saying? So here it is. You hate this country, but you have the freedom to be a fucking lesbian and whatever like that, and spread that LGBTQ bullshit. But then you go to another country, soon you got off the plane, it locks you the fuck up for being your sexual, you know, orientation or whatever you identify as. So, but yet you hate the country that you came from. That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
You want to hear something crazy and hilarious to me? You know how there's like a lot of like Black liberals that hate America. You know, they literally say they hate America. It's not me projecting. They literally say it. bro, some of the nicest, most humble people, most respectful and grateful people that I've ever met in my life were Africans that came to this country. Like they're actually African. Are some of the fucking nicest people. Like they're like the culture difference between American black and African cannot be like more night and day. Bro.
Yeah. Well, because this is the thing. There's a lot of history with this. Like, you know what's so crazy? Like me being black and everything. It's like black people already talk about racism, but then there's also like a tier level within blacks where there's racism within blacks. Is you got colorism. You got light skinned blacks. Hate dark skinned blacks, or people prefer lighter blacks than darker blacks. There's a lot of infighting with that.
Yeah.
And
I know what you're talking about.
then you got foundational black, and then you have your Africans. Foundational black are black people who were born here, in America, or came from slavery, from the transatlantic slave trade and stuff like that. So then what you have is you have these people called tethers, where you have like Jamaicans, you have Haitians, and you have Africans who tethered themselves to Black Americans, for benefits, like, to take advantage of those type of things, like the civil rights movements and stuff like that. But while at the same time, detest Black Americans and stuff. So then you have those infighting, because Africans do not like us. They don't like us at all. There's fighting. There's Black Americans and Africans always go to war and argue and fight with each other when it even comes to that or whatever like that. So there's a lot of infighting with that. That's why there's a whole lot of things that has to be unraveled and stuff. And I say this is because me having my political views and stuff like that, I'm always questioned. For my blackness is always being questioned and stuff like that, especially when they see my hair. Somebody had recently, I posted on X actually. Somebody had this black guy comes onto my YouTube channel, and he, I was talking about Dragon Age Velgar and how it failed and stuff like that. And I gave my opinions on it. This dude, instead of answering getting involved in the discussion at the top of the video, he gets on there. He asks, he was like, "What the fuck is up with your hair?" He said, "Where you from?" So I was like, so I answered him. Wow. I said, "What do you mean where I'm from?" and stuff like that. I like, can you be more specific? He said, like, are you from America and stuff? Like, yeah, I was born here. And I said, my ancestry is Nigerian, Iberian, and Amazonian indigenous, and that's my ancestry and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm black or whatever. So he comes back and says, well, oh yeah, that definitely makes sense. I see why, you have the ideology that you have is like that, because you're not a first generation black or whatever like that. So I'm like,
God.
what the fuck does that mean? A first generation black? What the fuck are you talking about and stuff? So I comment back. I said, no, what are you talking about? First generation black? My parents, like my great grandparents and them, they weren't immigrants. They didn't immigrate over here. Like they were actual slaves. I said, in fact, my great grandfather, he was half Native American, half black, and then my grandmother was half Portuguese and half black and stuff like that. So that was because of slavery and stuff like that. That mixing was due to slavery and stuff like that. They were born here and stuff. And in fact, my dad's great grandmother, she was a free slave. My dad said, yeah, when I used to go around your great grandmother's house, her mother used to sleep upstairs. She said she could hardly talk and stuff, but she used to stay in bed all day because she couldn't talk and stuff like that. But she was an actual slave. Yeah. She was a free slave. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, God damn. I was like, yo, like, damn. I was like, wow, the hair, something like that. So like, yo, they were here. My family came from here and stuff. So what the fuck are you talking about or whatever? So he's trying to actually separate me.
You didn't have the publicly approved black opinion, so he
so he separated me. So he's saying, like, since I'm Nigerian or have Nigerian ancestry and Portuguese ancestry, or it makes sense why I have this ideology, I'm not really a foundational black. I'm like, now you're like, so like damn, that's crazy. Like this, and it's people who look like me who say shit like that, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense, bro. Because like in the end of the day, what they're really telling you is, I don't like your opinion, so I'm gonna try to discredit you because you're saying something that we did not approve. The hive mind has not agreed on. You broke the programming. You know what I mean? That's always gonna happen, no matter what group.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see that now with like the woke people, even, or like the anti-woke people. It's like, you didn't have the public opinion, so we're gonna like turn on you or whatever. Like instead of understanding that people are individuals and they're gonna have nuance in how they look at things, right?
Yeah, man. The culture war had lost all nuance. I think at this point we lost the plot. I think this year, I said it before, socially, there's gonna be a rapid change, and also there's gonna be a lot of unpredictable shit that's gonna occur this year, and there's gonna be a lot of people getting exposed for who they are and everything. And I think this year, the whole
It already has.
Yeah. I think this year the anti-woke movement is going to fall apart. I mean, it's going to collapse under his feet. I really think so this year when it comes to the whole anti-woke side, because
it's a cottage industry that needs to come down. Yeah.
And
too many of them.
Yeah, we lost the plot, man, and it really frustrates me. That's why when you starting to look on my channel now, I'm like, I'm gonna start covering culture war stuff less and less, and just talk about video games and stuff, man, and stay on video games. Yeah. And focus on what I've always been focusing on, and slowly get away from the culture war stuff, because it's starting to get like frustrating. And plus, as I said before, man, like it's black and white to a lot of these people. You either against or you for it. You know what I'm saying? And there's no nuance. There's no in between. There's no like look at it case by case when it comes to these games and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people the mask is slipping off. You know what I'm saying? And you're starting to see these people for who they are.
Look at Melody Mac, bro.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Look. I know, because there's also like the thing where like someone puts you on, like if something happens, you might feel like, all right, I don't want to bash them too much. So I get that exists too, but like at a certain time, like at a certain point, you got to hold people accountable. You got to say,
yeah. Because people will try to get me with that. Like, dude, like she was the one that put you on, and you got all this, you got all these subscribers because of her. But I'm a person that's about consistency. I don't care who the fuck you are. Like, if you're a person that's being inconsistent or you being a hypocrite, I am going to call you out. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about that. And plus, like I said, when it comes to me and Melody Mac, it wasn't like we were like like best friends. I only had like 2 or maybe 3 interactions with her. We're not even in the same social circles and stuff like that. So it probably would have been different if me and her were like close. We were friends. We talked. I would have pulled her to the side and like, yo, you fucking up. You know what I'm saying? And if she continued to go down that route and not listen, I'm not going to defend her. I'm not going to be like Razor Fist or anybody else. I'm going to let her go on that hill and be like Leonidas from 300 and take all them fucking arrows. I'm not going to go out there. Let her self-destruct and stuff like that. You ain't going to hear shit from me. I said what I said. I told you as a friend. You didn't want to do it. I'm not defending you on no cases at all. You know what I'm saying? So that's
kind of like what's happening with me and Revenant, where like me and Revenant, we've been consistent, and people like when they don't like being called out, then you have that like divide where it's like, listen, you're saying provable evidence. I can show you what I'm saying. That's why, remember earlier when we were talking about it, and we were talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You could like this is to me the ultimate nuance. You can say this is to me, right? The ultimate nuance. You have forced diversity, which is obvious in a lot of cases. It's very obvious, and I feel like you got to really turn your brain off to like ignore it. Now, if you care about it or not, that's the nuance. So, for example, Mugen, I hate fucking Rebirth. I hate the game. Like, it's no secret. I think it's a fucking abomination. I make it clear. I know you like the game. It's fine. You liking the game is fine. I'm not gonna be like, oh, Mugen, you're not. I can't do that because you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. But I can't be like, I'm not gonna be like, Mugen, you're not allowed to like the game because it has this shit that I consider political. You can now, but the nuance is you can acknowledge it and say, yeah, I can kind of see how you would feel that way. I can understand why this is that, but it doesn't bother me because it's not a big deal. If you say that, that's nuance. Even though you're not trying to gaslight me, you're not trying to lie to me, you're not trying to say, hey, don't trust your lying eyes. Like you're admitting. You're admitting it's there and telling me you don't care, and I respect that, even if I don't agree, because that's the truth. So if people love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that's fine. But you can't tell me that, like I said, forcing a black Molly dude into 1400s Bohemia, you can't tell me that's not forced, bro. But if you don't care, it's your right to not care. If your argument to me is that you don't care and that I'm caring too much, that's fine. That's even a fine argument. But you can't say it's not there. And my hill that I'll die on is that if it's there and I acknowledge it, I'm gonna tell people and say the truth about it. And also, if I'm gonna talk about this stuff, like, all right, so for me, it bugs me enough where I'll avoid games and not give them my money because I don't like it. I want DI to go away. I want it to go away. So if it's a little DI, it's too much for me. But I know that that's my personal stake in it. And again, back to square one. If someone doesn't care and whatever is fine, but people have to understand in the anti-woke side is that there are different levels and degrees of discipline. I don't have enough time to even be playing the games that I want to play because I'm doing other shit. Like I said, animating takes a long time, bro. It takes a long time, and I'm one man, bro. I can't do it. I can't do both. I can't do a 70-hour RPG at the same time of animating a 10-minute video, bro. I can't do it. But so my time is valuable, and I have the discipline to say, look, if gaming goes woke permanently, let's say that happened. Every game was woke. That's just a new era of gaming. I am willing to walk away from modern gaming. I'm willing to say I'll play old shit.
Because my brother,
that's my stance.
That's what my brother said. My brother said, yo, especially with the microtransactions and stuff like that too, that's getting worse and worse. But my brother said, yo, these games continue to get like super woke like that, and there's no change down the other end, no light at the end of the tunnel. My brother was like, fuck it, I don't just start reading books. He said, that's what he said. My hobby is to read books.
Hell, read some Venus Orion comics. You know what I'm saying?
Start reading books.
Bro,
There you go. He already started. He already started reading books and novels and stuff. Say, I'll be my new hobby, books.
because bro, like honestly, like people don't understand. They can't fathom that people are willing to they care enough about something to let it go. You can't be mad at somebody for speaking with their wallet, bro. And if that community of people you don't agree with, I don't see why you can't just have your stance where you're at. Why do you have to come and try to yell at other people for saying, I don't want to buy this, and this is why? Because to the same end, if it's not a big deal to you and you don't care that much, you're gonna play it. Well, to somebody else, they're gonna say, "Well, I don't want to feed the machine, so I'm gonna abandon it." And there's different levels of discipline, and that's the true nuance of it all, in my opinion.
If most gamers had that attitude, this would be a much healthier industry.
Yeah, man. And also with the culture war, man. As well, I talked about it on my Twitter page and stuff. It's a very lucrative genre, or I would say when it comes to the culture war, like people found like, yo, I can make money off of this and stuff like that. And the thing is, the whole anti-woke side and pushing against this became the popular side. So a lot of people are going over to what the popular narrative is, what the popular side is, and a lot of them is not trying to preserve, gaming culture and stuff. A lot of people just trying to come in here and just make money and just grift and stuff. So they come in here.
You can tell with some people.
They come in here and they just, what they do is like whatever's the winning narrative, they stick with that narrative. And then when things start to shift a little bit, and because like I said, if you built your foundation on culture war, eventually the pendulum is going to swing the other way to the point where your content is going to become irrelevant, because there's no point of fighting any of this if things are coming back to normal. So then you start to lose that relevancy. So what you do, you got to drum up controversy, rage bait, all kinds of other things in order to keep your channel relevant and to continue to make that money. And that's where a lot of these people are doing. And then another thing about
into molehills.
Yeah, exactly.
Brand yourself and join the other side.
Yeah. And then this is what happens. Like this culture war thing became so popular and stuff. Now you're starting to have little cliques. You have to, or I would say cults, like churches. Like you have these own little churches with their own little followers that people look up to, and then this clique also come together so they can share their audience with each other. So then what happens is the same thing that these people are calling out the other side for, they end up doing the same thing, the same behavior, practice the same behavior as the people they criticize. And then what the problem is, the people that's within this clique, they turn their heads the other way and completely ignore it, or whatever like that. And the reason why they ignore these people and don't call them out, because if you call them out, that means you lose your money, because you lose their audience. Because if you call them out, those people say, hey, why are you calling them out? Y'all aren't just supposed to be friends, or this, that, and the third. So those people's going to pull their support from that person because you attacked their leader, their messiah of this cult and stuff like that.
It becomes a religion, bro.
Yeah.
That's what it becomes. It becomes a religion with different sects. And like, again, to name names, again, you don't have to say it. You guys don't have to say names if you don't want to. But to me, the shit with Razor Fist, Melanie Mack, and the Quartering, and all those people really proved that. Where like,
John
you can see that like John De La Rose, even though he's always been to me, like I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, I was about to say he's a fucking moron.
Yeah,
he's talking about gooners, and then look at the cover of any of his books, bro. Like this guy,
people say he's into furries and shit like that.
Yeah. Like I said, I got into it with him. The first time I got into it with them with him was when I did I called him out on the Legend of Zelda, the spinoff where Zelda is the main protagonist, and he was calling the game woke, girl balls, all this other type of stuff. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, do you even play Zelda? And then he was fucking up all the details about the Zelda franchise and shit like that. I said, this dude's a fucking tourist. He don't know shit about this damn
Wow.
game. I called him out. When I called him out, and I even tagged that motherfucker and stuff like that. This dude comes in and he said, "You're trying to cancel me, bro. I'm not trying to cancel you. Why? Like, dude, I'm just calling you out on what you just said and shit." And then I said, "Dude, like, people look up to you. Obviously people go to your channel for your source of information and stuff. And when you start spreading information about Zelda that you know nothing about, that makes you look bad, and that fucks everything up because people have a misconception about that game and shit like that." So then he said, "Well, he said, look, I'm gonna be honest." He said, "This is what he said to me. He said, well, for starters, I'm not a YouTuber. You know, I'm a comic book writer. I'm a writer and stuff like that. And my channel is for bringing an audience and bringing traffic to my channel so I can sell my books. So all this is just to sell his comics. He don't believe in anything that he says. He drums up controversy, bring in controversy just so he can bring in that traffic and hopefully convert that traffic into actual readers and buyers of his books. That's all it's about.
By definition, a grifter. You're trying to you're jumping on the bandwagon of something to sell your shit, and whatever's the opinion that's gonna get you to sell more shit, that's the one you take. That's the typical grifter shill that you deal with. So, like, he is a picture perfect. Like, if you put in a dictionary, if you put the word grifter with the modern meaning, you could put his photo there, bro. You could put his profile picture right there. Like, but somebody hold on, give me a second, because Landon said he's checked out Augur and that he liked it, and like, bro, I really appreciate it. Episode 2 is gonna be crazier. Like, I have like same like Mugen, I have like everything planned out, like 3 story arcs ahead. Like, it's gonna be amazing. So hopefully, you subscribe and you'll check out for more stuff. So thanks for checking it out, bro. I appreciate it. But back to the conversation at hand. It's like, that's why. All right, so you remember this shit with Melanie Mack, right? That is the exact same scenario that happened that really like drove me up the wall, because she was claiming that the First Descendant was like porn. It was like Gunnar porn or whatever. And then like, I'm like, you could tell that she's never played the game. Like, you could tell like she's just spouting shit out her mouth with no understanding of it, because she's trying to drum up controversy because she wants to do, now she's doing the religious thing hardcore. So, and then people make the same arguments with Stellar Blade, right? I don't know if you played Stellar Blade, Mugen.
Yeah, I got the game. I never finished. I didn't finish it yet. No, I didn't finish it yet.
Okay.
The thing about Stellar Blade, the story's okay. The story is pretty good. It's nothing to write home about. But it's a Souls-like game. Like I don't like Souls game. And the only reason why I'm playing it because I like, it has that Nier Automata aesthetic to it and everything.
It has a beautiful look about it.
It has a beautiful look, and so that's why I'm giving it a try. Because if it wasn't Stellar Blade, I would not buy this fucking game, because I don't like Souls-like games at all. So I'm struggling through it right now. The game is beating my ass.
Okay, well, you played it enough, because like the point isn't so much if you beat it or not. It was like, I just want, like, it's more so that you've experienced the game. So the reason why I brought that up is she ended up going back on Stellar Blade and criticizing that as well. And if you think about it, like, the idea is that the game's just shallow Gunnar porn, and like you said, the story, like, it's not crazy, but you have to admit nothing in the story directly sexualizes the character. The story is pretty straightforward. It's a sci-fi fantasy story about humans and androids. So you can't make the argument that it's Gunnar bait, because the story, believe it or not, the story actually has depth to it. Now, how good the story is like obviously subjective, but you can't say that it's a game just meant to sell pornographic characters or anything, because in the end of the day, she's never directly referenced sexually. All the sexualization of the character is on the player's part. The outfits that they choose.
The player experience. Yeah.
And that's why I got so annoyed with Melanie Mack. Because with Melanie Mack, with First Descendant, it's like, if you play that game, it's just a looter shooter. The story never sexualizes the character. All the sexualization comes from the player buying and paying for those skins. And then people say, well, if I play with other people, I'll see the skins. So play with your close friends that don't want to use those skins, or play offline where it's only you engaging with the story. There's so many ways to circumvent that, and it's all optional, and it's all player experience.
Yeah, and that's what I said.
I just want to address this comment real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
From human Kipchak Warrior. I'm only gonna speak for myself. You guys can chime in if you want. That I think you guys are jealous of these other content creators. Do you guys support the make everything black, gay, and woman boss things? Well,
no.
Well, short answer is no. I don't support it. Everything doesn't have to be. Have minorities or LGBT characters or women emasculating men and all that. Now, if a game simply has a black character or a woman or a gay character, that's not necessarily wrong. However, how things are going now and how entertainment has been going, I'd rather not see it. I'm not saying like I don't want to see blacks or whatever. It's more so like how they are portrayed, and I don't think certain characters need to be shoehorned in just for the sake of saying like, oh, your game is diverse, because we've seen enough of that, and it's been done in such a disingenuous way where they can easily take a break from any of that stuff, and I think people for the most part will be fine with it, because I think once you weed out like the activists who want to push all that, and you get people who actually really want to make like good black characters like Spawn, Blade, Barrett, characters like that, or you want to make actual like good female characters, or even like a good gay character that's not gonna be overly flamboyant, or it's just gonna be start preaching about social issues, like that's all fine. But right now we have like unfortunately we have a bunch of activists running these studios, and really they're kind of ruining characters. They're ruining a lot of characters. And that's why that's why a lot of people push back against it, like me. I don't want to see shoehorned gay characters, because it's not genuine, because it's all fake. They're doing it just for DI. They want to increase their ESG score. They want a virtual signal. It's not to make the story any better or to make a memorable character, because usually these stories nowadays, these characters, they're pretty like dog shit for the most part.
I basically agree with that.
That's pretty much my stance on that.
I agree with that pretty much.
Yeah, a gay character that he handled really, really well was and I'm surprised the Wokies don't celebrate this character every day, since they want to see a gay character or gay representation. It's the character Dion in Final Fantasy 16. I really like this character. Like, even though he was gay, it caught me off guard. I ain't gonna lie, because when they showed this character, he's Bahamut. He was the Bahamut character in the game. And I mean, this dude's taking out soldiers left and right. And I mean, he looks badass and shit. And I remember he goes into the tent, and he's talking and everything. So this knight, one of his right hand knights come in and stuff. He's talking, and I thought nothing of it. And next thing you know, they pull over to the side, and then they kissed each other. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, what am I? He's gay? I'm like, what the hell's going on? But that was the last time that was ever shown and ever mentioned. But his character was so fucking tragic because of what was going on with his father. His father was pretty much being under control and seduced by the main character's mother or whatever like that. Because the main character's mother, her womb is very, very powerful, because she can give birth to these icons or whatever like that. And whoever kingdom has powers over these icons, their military and their strength becomes very powerful. So so his father had ended up marrying the main character's mom and end up having a new child and stuff. And the woman was manipulating his dad and everything. So he's trying to tell his dad, like, yo, like, dad, like, something is not right, dad. You about to give your entire kingdom to this little child. Like, he has no clue how to run a kingdom. Father, what's wrong with you? He kept trying to, and then he didn't trust that woman and shit. I couldn't stand that bitch. But it was tragic. She was a piece of shit. Yeah, she was a piece of shit, because what was so tragic about what made me say angry about that woman is because of how she treated the main character. I can't like, what's the main character name? I can't remember his name. Like, shit, Clive. Yeah, because Clive was supposed to be the icon Infrared, or the icon not Infrared, the Phoenix icon, the fire. But when
Clive. Oh yeah.
Clive
was
supposed. He was supposed to be. They thought he was going to be the Phoenix and shit like that, but he ended up not being an icon at all. So they thought, or whatever. But his little brother Joshua ends up being an icon. So his mom would treat Clive like shit. I mean, she wouldn't look him in the face. She treated this motherfucker like dirt, all because he wasn't the icon and shit like that. And his father, even though he was the king, the wife was powerful because her womb was powerful, because she can give birth to fucking icons and shit like that. So the wife had set up the father, got the father killed, and then she thought she killed Clive, her own fucking son. And then as a casualty, Joshua got killed, or she thought Joshua got killed. and then she ends up marrying Dion's, the gay guy's father, or whatever, who was Clyde's father's enemy. So she ends up sleeping with the enemy, set her own husband up. It was a whole lot going on. But anyway, at the end of the day, we come to find out that son that his father has is actually I would say like a demon or whatever like that. And and Dion, the gay dude, had the lance, and he tried to kill the boy. And the father, since he's so, I guess you say, simping and shit like that, or under some type of control, he jumps in front of the lance and he kills his own dad by accident. And oh my God, he turns to Muhammad, and then now the whole kingdom is after him, and he starts and then he goes crazy. Now in the whole kingdom, he's tearing his own kingdom apart. It was just so sad and everything. And then he went to he went to redeem himself. So he went through a redemption arc to help Clive, restore the world and stuff like that. And he ended up sacrificing himself at the end to pay back everything, because he destroyed everything. And dude, it was just tragic and stuff. But you don't see none of the Wokies celebrating this character at all, because he was a well-written character.
And that's how it should be, bro. A character should just be a well-written character, and they happen to be gay. And there's nothing wrong with that if you do it like that, where you didn't even know, and it wasn't like all the character was about. It was about him
exactly. That was the last
being
time.
a badass character. And that's it. They're just telling you that he's gay. He's just showing that he's gay, and that's it. That's what true inclusion is. Same thing with like, you can apply that logic to black characters. You can have a badass black character and never have him complain about the black struggle. Why can't he just be badass? Like same thing,
dude. And that frustrates. No, you're right, dude. You know what's frustrating? That's what frustrates me a lot. Even when we have a lot of people complain about, we need more diversity. We need more black this and black that and stuff. And a perfect example, when we go to like the indie comic space, or even in the movie space and stuff, the thing that frustrates me most, being being black and stuff like that, is the fact is that when we do have black creatives, they don't make stories where, okay, we have our sci-fi adventures and stuff, and the cast just happen to be black. Most of the time we see these black creatives, they go create the things that we always see. It's always the black struggle. It's either, slavery or police brutality and things like that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like you have the power to create something different or what like that, but yet you still give us the same shit. Even in the indie comic space and stuff like that. There's this one black artist. I mean, his artwork is like super fucking dope. It has like a nice anime art style to it. But the story he decides to write is Harriet Tubman, the Vampire Slayer. I'm like, I don't want to see Harriet Tubman slaying fucking vampires. Why
Harriet Tubman, the Vampire Slayer?
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then there was another guy who had a nice character design and everything, but the name of the comic book was called Soul Brother. He was a guy with a secret agent with an afro and everything like that, and it deals with a lot of things about black struggle and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, I'm tired of seeing this shit. I'll create some superhero shit that doesn't have to talk about the black struggle, the black experience and stuff like that. Why can't they just be superheroes that happen
not like
to be black?
a black like Superfly James Bond. We can't have that.
It's fucking annoying and shit like that. I'm like, what is it like, and that's what turns me off. And then that's why people will come off and say I'm a self-hater. No, I don't want to see this shit. Like, why can I have like I see Spider-Man. Okay, Peter Parker is white, but I can still relate to him, because the struggles and the things that he goes through, it doesn't matter his skin color. I can relate to who Peter Parker is. But then when you make black characters and stuff, you only make black characters for only black people to relate to or have some type of relation.
And they're angry when they fall into obscurity or they don't.
Yeah,
do well.
Exactly, because no one else, like even with being around comics, like when you see Hezekiah Draven, anybody can be Hezekiah Draven. It doesn't matter what color you are. Anybody can associate themselves, to my characters. They just happen to be black vampire slayers, but you'll be able to relate to them, because it's not about them being black in the black struggle or whatever like that. They're kick-ass vampire slayers. That's all that should be important and shit like that. Now, I'm not saying that there should be a space or there shouldn't be like a genre or a character that addresses those things, but why everything has to be that way when it comes to blackness? You know what I'm saying? In entertainment.
Reminds me of Forspoken and the character in that. She's a thief.
Yeah, like,
and I want to say, I want to also say that so to answer that question, like, yeah, so you guys all answered. I generally agree. The one part that I think is silly is I think you guys are jealous of these other content creators. Like, bro, like that's like silly talk, man. Come on.
Yeah, like, why would I
like Yeah, whatever. Yeah, what the hell I got to?
I'm doing fine.
Like,
I'm doing fine with for myself. Like, what the
bro,
hell I need
my
you guys
channel
for?
my channel has 10K subscribers. I never had to talk about culture war shit on my channel. Like, I think I'm doing okay with what I'm doing over here. Like, I don't need to, like, I'm not jealous of I'm not jealous of other people on the internet. But like, you guys answered the rest of the question. I don't have much more to add other than I agree. But I had to address that because that was kind of wilding out with that.
What I find crazy is I made a whole video about Melanie Mac, and she never blocked me. I even tagged her in the tweet with the video and everything, and she was on a blocking spree at that time. But I made a whole video about her. She did not block me at all. I was like, oh wow, like I'm surprised. Like, well, especially with all the receipts that I had, she did not block me at all.
I talked a lot of shit online too, and she didn't block me as well. Like, I mean, I unfollowed her, but like, I'm surprised she didn't block me. Like,
yeah, I was like, wow. I was like, that's crazy.
But to be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. The real reason I unfollowed her wasn't just that controversy. I kind of just got tired of seeing like the Christian like bashing shit. Like, it gets old. It gets old very fast, and I'm like, I just can't, bro.
And the thing was, like, I wasn't going to make a video about Melanie Mac. I wasn't going to do it at first because everybody was doing it already. Like, so I was like, what more can I add to it? But what made me make the video about her was because now she started, like, I'm a Christian, and she started making, Christianity look like a joke because of how she's trying to make herself seem like a martyr, or, you attacking her because, of her faith in God and stuff. And as I'm starting to see a lot of tweets, you're starting to have some people coming in there mocking Christianity and mocking my God and stuff like
Joan
that.
of Mac.
Yeah. So you have some people mocking, my faith. You have people mocking my God. So now I'm feeling some type of way about it because you're making my faith look like a fucking joke. So that's what made me come in there and make the video, because you're starting to make my faith look bad because of what you're doing and shit like that. That's the only reason why I decided to jump in, because other than that, I wasn't going to say shit. Like, people already handled it already. Everybody made videos about it. I wasn't going to say anything, but that's the thing that started irritating me. So I was like, okay.
And that's the dangerous part.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dangerous part. It's like, John, like, if let's take religion out of it. So you said how you talked about Christianity there, right? Now let's say, like, with the message that like people are trying to say against the woke shit, when you have like actual racist people, or like you have like someone like John De La Rose who's a grifter, and you have like certain people in that space, that's why that's why me and Revenant talk about them, because it's like, all right, now you're taking a cause that we're trying to actually like, talk about, and hopefully, you get some change, and now you're making it a joke. Now it's like nothing matters. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you're just trying to use this. I don't even like the word movement because I find it kind of cringe. But you're trying to use this. You're trying to use this, like, this situation to benefit yourself, and you're doing that, and you're basically watering down the actual message. And then just the actual racists who just don't like black people, or like the actual, like, people that are like, oh yeah, I fucking hate gay people. Like they just straight up like hate them, right? Like, and it's like, you have your opinion, but you don't represent everyone, because most people don't just don't want to have a politics shoved down their throat. They don't actually hate anybody. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of where I fall in line, where I don't really actually hate anybody. I just don't want that shit shoved in my face, because if I'm playing Spider-Man, I don't care about the blind or whatever, the deaf black girl. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. Like, I want to fight fucking Venom, bro. Like, that's why I bought the game. I didn't buy that game, by the way, but hypothetically, that's why I would get the game.
Oh, dog! I laughed when I seen Spider-Man 2 with the deaf girl. I said, they really doing this? They really going to do it? Dude, I was crying when I saw the gameplay. I said, they actually did this shit? I said, no, they did not do this. And then I also was like, out of all the girlfriends you could have gave Miles Morales, you give him this type of girlfriend, like a mute, like you want to do the brother like this? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, yo. But the main reason why I never bought the Spider-Man games was because when I first saw the Spider-Man trailer, I said, oh man, we finally getting a new Spider-Man game, and it looked beautiful. The visuals, the gameplay. But when they show Silver Sable and how, and I know what how Silver Sable looked in the comics and how they made her. She like my third grade teacher, like elementary school teacher. She does not look like the Silver. She do not like Silver Sable in the comics. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, why they make her look like this? And then I'm like, okay. So I said, all right, whatever. So then when the game finally came out, my dad bought the game. Both my brothers bought the game. So especially my little brother, Strike. This dude loves Spider-Man. Like, ever since he's a baby, he's a Spider-Man fanatic. So I would watch him play the game. And I noticed that Spider-Man is fighting Sinister Six. He's kicking ass.
Oh,
But
I know
how
where
come
you're going
every
with
time,
this. That bugged the fuck out of me too.
every time he gets into Silver Sable, she kicks his ass. Every fucking time. I mean, like, this dude is fighting Sinister Six by himself, handling everything by himself. But every time he runs into this woman right here, she always beats his ass. Now all of a sudden, Spider-Man's incompetent every time he runs into this woman. So when I started seeing shit like that, and then Mary Jane was a pain in the ass.
That's so
like,
insufferable, bro.
Yeah, like, so insufferable and stuff like that. And then and Peter, it's like they just kept emasculating Peter.
He was a cog, bro. He was cog. And then they doubled.
By the end of the game,
doubled
he's
down
making
Spider-Man
pancakes
2.
for everyone.
Yeah. So then when I started seeing Miles Morales in the game, I said, "Yo, don't tell me they're going to replace Peter in the second game." As I started seeing,
I knew they were.
I started seeing the crap. And I started seeing my brother play the game. I started seeing the stuff. I said, "Yo, this game's going to be successful," which means they're going to double down in the second game. And I was fucking right when that second game, or not even before the second game, when they did the DLC, the Miles Morales DLC, and when he's fighting the what's that chick name? He's fighting in the DLC.
The Tinkerer.
The Tinkerer.
They race swapped it too.
Yeah. Not only did they race swap the Tinkerer,
and gender.
Yeah, and gender. She was beating Miles' ass in that game. Like, Miles couldn't do shit to her. She was beating his ass. Like she was talking shit to Miles. I'm like, yo, dog. I said, I can't believe this shit. I said, no, dog. Like,
bro,
I said, yo,
this
I'm
same
done. Like,
thing.
no.
This same thing happened with Nadine in Uncharted 4. It's the same thing. Nadine went into Drake, and she would wash up Drake. Every fight they had, she would just completely wash him. Then his brother showed up, and I'm like, all right, they're about to jump her.
Not even just that.
And then they both lost anyway, bro. Like, yo, you know what's the craziest thing, though?
Crazy.
If you look,
and he was so passive. He's like, "Oh, well, Drake was like, oh, can we talk about this? Oh, can we? Oh, hold on a second, whatever." And she's like whooping his ass.
Bro, they literally had him never land a single punch on Nadine. If you watch the fights,
I saw the cutscenes. I watched the cutscenes.
He never touched her. He never could land even a single blow on her, even when they were jumping him. So it's funny because I did like the first game, but I liked the first game despite this is an example of what I'm talking about. See, like, even though I liked Spider-Man 1, the first game overall, like, I can say that, like, the game was overall fun.
Yeah.
The woke shit is bad enough where I can't support it, and if I knew it was there, I wouldn't play it. You get what I'm saying? The first game, the second game, I learned my lesson to not trust them, but the first game I wouldn't have bought. Now, in the case of Silver Sable, it's crazy how they took a character that's, like, supposed to be, like, drop dead gorgeous, like a 10 out of 10 like model, and they made her look like an Instagram like mom, bro. Like a mom on Instagram who talks about fucking coffee or something. That's what she reminds me of.
She looks like my third grade teacher. She looks just like her.
And bro, here's the crazy part, bro. Here's the craziest part with MJ. The part with MJ, not only, it's like, for the sake of like the DEI shit they were trying to do where they had you play as her, every argument she made of why she should do anything is completely retarded, because everything that she was saying Spider-Man could do in a safer way. So for example, the part where she sneaks into the Oscorp building, she's like, "Oh, if you go in there and they see you, they'll shoot the hostages or whatever. So let me go in there. I could do it stealthily." I'm like, bro, this motherfucker could climb on walls, move silently, web people cover their mouths, and then if shit goes down, he's still Spider-Man. So what reason does he have not to go in there? And then
his costume is very loud. You know, it's very red.
The most fucked up part, Mugen, and everybody, the most fucked up part of everything is that she gets caught in the story anyway, and then Peter has to go save her. Like, bro, like, oh my god, man,
he was cucked the whole entire time. I'm like, dog, I can't. That's why I never decided to invest my time in the Spider-Man.
And let's be real. And let's be real, bro. Mary Jane is supposed to be like, she's literally a model in the comics, bro. Like that Mary Jane.
Yeah, she's a
bombshell. That Mary Jane, she looked first off, she looked like, I would argue that she looked like kind of like sus, because she looked kind of young too. Like when I was like, you know what she looked like to me? When I was like 15 years old, like 14, like she was like a middle schooler to me. The way she's like don't get me wrong, like she does look like a grown woman, but the way she's like dresses and the way she like, I don't know how to explain it. Like
I understand what you're saying, because like the Mary Jane in the first game, that monstrosity in the second game, but the one in the first game, she like I said, Mary Jane is a model. She's a bombshell. She's like an unattainable beauty. But then when I see her in this game, she's like a typical mid chick that I go to class with in college and shit like that.
And you wouldn't think twice about. And you wouldn't think twice about. Like you wouldn't even take a double look at. And then you got to think like, yeah, exactly. And then because in a way, like that's actually the reason why those characters are so feminized in games and movies anyway, because it really essentially, like, all right, like what is more feminine and what makes a woman look more grown than having hips, breasts, like that kind of like it really drives home the fact that this is an adult woman. You know what I mean? Like it really like is more woman, like it's more like it's like Mary Jane in the comics is like a grown ass woman, while in the game she looks like you said like a mid college student. Like she doesn't look like it. Like that's why artists would always lean into that, especially like with the older PS1 games. Like remember PS1, they had like the Lara Croft, the way she looked, because in order for them to portray a character as female, they tried to exaggerate their what makes a woman like visually. So the differences between them. And I feel like with Mary Jane, they failed to do that. So she kind of just looked like, it kind of in a way made her look like too young to me. I feel like it kind of took away from her like being like very feminine and like bodacious and whatever, which is true to the character and more womanly. I know I'm wording it in a weird way, but I think
I know what you're saying. Because like I said, Mary Jane was that unattainable chick, and then the nerd Peter Parker, it's like, how did he get that? You know what I'm saying? And you don't get that from the games or how they designed Mary Jane and stuff. And once I seen that narrative, and like I said, Silver Sable was the red flag for me. That I know who Silver Sable is and her design, and I didn't even know it was her. My brother had to point that out to me. That was Silver Sable. I'm like, no, that's not. I said it can't be Silver Sable. No way in the world. Once I seen that, I checked out. I said, I already know where this is going. I know where the fuck this is going, and I was fucking right.
That's how I felt too, bro. Like as the more I would play the game, it's like it creeps up on you in that game. At first you're like, oh yeah, Spider-Man fought the Kingpin, everything's good. And then I saw Mary Jane. Then I saw Silver Sable.
Was Black Cat? Is she like bi?
In the sequel, they made her bi. So the only actually,
I have a theory. I have a theory about that. Like, cause she's the only hot chick in that fucking game. And exactly, that's where I was going. That's the only reason why they kept her hot, because she's also, eating, munching on carpet. So she's not only just messing with guys, she's munching on carpet. She's also doing that,
bro.
So only lesbians get hot.
Male gaze away from her,
bro. Mugen, you know the rule, right? When they make a character bi, they're gonna always be explicitly gay going forward. So, for example, if they take a character and they make them gay, or they make them bi, they'll say they're bi, but then you'll only see them with men going forward, or you'll only see them with women going forward.
And that's how they do it.
And she's the only female character in that game that actually, like you said, that looked like the comic book like level of like thickness, for lack of a better word, like of beauty, of feminine. She's like the only character in that game that has that, and then she happens to be the only one that's gay or bi or whatever. Yeah, and I really think that was intentional. I really think they saw the in the sense that they saw the reaction that people had to her, and they didn't like that men liked her, so they tried to take it away from them.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it'll do is spite. That's just out of fucking spite. That's just like you got a lot of feminists in these companies, and a lot of these trans folks that's in these companies and stuff, and they get frustrated and mad and angry at that, and they want dudes to suffer for it. Like, we want to take that away from you, and that's some petty ass shit. That is some. You're not allowed
to like beautiful grown ass women. You can't like that. If you like that, you're crazy. A bigot. You're a bigot if you think that grown adult sexy women are beautiful. You're a bigot. Make it make sense, bro.
Crazy. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah, they changed the name from childish spite to modern audience.
Yeah, right. And you know what? The most fucked up part of all of this is that who gets it the worst, bro? Black female characters.
Oh,
they get it the worst, bro.
I made a whole video about it. They be fucking black women up. I said, look, we talk about wokeness, we talk about all this other type of stuff, and not be a victim. But I always said this: black women gets the shitty end of the stick when it comes to this whole situation. They be fucking black women up, the ugliest black women I've ever fucking seen. Every fucking time, and no one argues about this shit. No one points that. Like, no one comes to aid. Y'all talk about what they do to black people and victimhood, but y'all don't say nothing about this shit. they be fucking black women up. They do it every fucking time. I'm like, yo, like,
and you know who goes hard with it though? You know who's the only ones that do it right? It's the Asians. It's the Asian people that put respect on it, bro. Like, say what you want about Tekken 7, but Master Raven was like hot, bro. Like, look at her,
Master
like,
Raven and SNK with King of Fighters 15. That chick Dolores or whatever her name is, King of Fighters 15. She had the glasses, she had the long braids, but sexy as hell. Look at Marvel Rivals with Storm. Elena, we look at Marvel Rivals with Storm and Marvel Rivals. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's Asian studios that can depict black women way better than how these Western studios, you know, are doing these black women and shit. Like, they be looking fucking hideous. Like, god damn.
Bro, and then they create this stereotype because, like you said, media creates stereotypes, and then people start associating like black women with like these ugly ass women, bro. Like, look, I met some. I've both been with and have met some beautiful black women in my life, bro.
Yeah,
like,
dog,
that's a real fucking thing, but people don't like. They don't want to do it, man. They just want to like.
Man. Like that.
They don't suit the agenda.
There's a question here.
I put it this way: I live in the hood, and I can
2?
easily go outside and find like a bunch of black women that look 10 times better than all these black female characters.
Bro,
like, it's not hard. It's like they never seen a black woman in their life, but they just have like one stereotype like of like how they're supposed to look like. I mean, that's kind of same thing with the men because they all got the Killmonger hair and whatnot. So
dude, I can't stand that hair. That is the Killmonger hairstyle. That is the male version of the Captain Marvel haircut for feminists.
Yeah.
Because every time I see that hair, when I see that hair on a black man, I already know what we in for. I already know what we in for with the game. I'm like, shit, man.
bro, it's crazy. It's crazy because I'm like, imagine they gave them like a slick ass fade, bro.
like god damn, dog. Like I can't.
Dude. Like, you know, Jon Stewart from Justice League. If you look at that, like he had the fade, bro.
Yeah, man.
His shit was like sharp, and I'm like, why
can't look like that? Yeah, one of my favorite Green Lanterns too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, it's just crazy, dog. Like, but then you still like when it comes to black characters, like it's still like a no-win situation. You know what I'm saying? Because if you give a black character, you know, with hair like mine, then people will start like you have certain corners of the black community questioning that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I get so much shit for having straight hair. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but black people,
God forbid you express yourself the way you want to express yourself.
Yeah,
right?
and but people are so ignorant because black people, we are very diverse as far as color, as far as hair and everything. There's so much to us. There's so many layers to black people. It's not one look to a black person. There's so many different looks when it comes to black people. There's some black people I learned were black. I said, oh, that person is black. I had no idea because we come in so many different colors, so many different flavors and stuff like that. We're very unique and stuff like that. And, you know, we need to express that more or whatever like that. But no, they put us, we even do it. We put ourselves in this one box and this is what's supposed to be black representation right here. You know, a black person has to be this way. And that's where the frustration part, you know, comes in. Because if you diverge from any of anything that's within that box, then that's not blackness. Or your blackness is in question.
There's a black girl I know, and her hair is like, it's not straight, but it's like really wavy. Like it's like almost like a Latina girl's hair. But like she's not like mixed. Like she's like straight up black. Like her parents are both like black. Her grandparents are black, but that's just how her hair is. Like her hair is not like it's not straight. Don't get me wrong, but it's like very soft and wavy. Like,
I mean, because there's a lot of us.
Like there's different kinds of hair groups, you know.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of us that do have good hair. That's why it frustrates me when people see me with my hair. They automatically think I put a perm in my hair to make it look like this. No, my hair is natural like this. All I gotta do is throw a hot comb on it and pull on it, and it straightens out, and it looks like this. Because before my hair was long, when I had just a fade or like that, I had waves. People used to say, "Yo, I could swim in that. I could swim in his hair." I had so many waves. It was just crazy. Or whatever like that. I had good hair texture and stuff like that. So now growing it out, you can actually see it. You can see it. You can see how great my hair look and stuff. But when other black people see my hair, they would, or they call themselves making fun of me, saying that I got a perm and stuff like that, or they asking, "Hey, is that a perm?" They know this is my hair, or like that. Like, how did you get your hair like that? Like,
just hot comb it, right? Like hot
comb, just let it grow out. Just hot comb it, like.
So that way it just hangs enough where it's not
just
like
hangs, now if I throw water on it, then my hair it turns to curl, like a curly afro.
You're gonna be like the Wild Samoans, bro. That's what.
Yeah. People ask me about Samoan. Yeah, people ask me about Samoan. Yeah, people ask me about
that's how Samoan hair is. It's like
yeah.
Samoan hair when it's short, it's kind of like more like black hair, but then when it grows longer, it becomes more like what I said, like kind of puffy and curly. But it's not like as coarse, you know, or as whatever.
Yeah.
And then like if you straighten it, if they use a hot comb, it's straight, right? Like Roman Reigns, like you know Roman Reigns, right?
Yeah.
If Roman Reigns, you know how he be putting water in his hair? I guarantee you that when he's backstage and shit, that shit puff up a lot, bro. Like he's not on TV.
Like, even when my hair sweat, when I'm sweating, if my hair sweat, it'll start fluffing up and start curling up and stuff like that, and it'll start poofing out because my fro is like this big. It's like that's how big it is when it poofs out and everything like that and everything. But yeah, man, like we come in like our hair comes in different textures and stuff like that, and people just assume that you gotta have it permed. I'm like, no, this is my hair.
Bro, all you have to do to know that all the media is
let me answer this question from Matt. Because he asked about what we think of the black chick from Wolfenstein 2. I mean, Wolfenstein 2, and afterwards we can get into.
He's in luck because we're like the biggest fans of Deborah Wilson. We have the Deborah Wilson fan club.
Oh, you mean Deborah Wilson? She's the only black female in the game. I forgot the only other character was a Jamaican guy. That was the only other black character.
Yeah.
But anyway, like that shit was horrendous.
That game was
bro.
terrible.
That shit was horrendous, bro.
Yeah, very horrendous.
It was all over the place. You know what's funny? They actually had a good message for 2 seconds and they fucked it up. Like remember you were talking about the Fox and the Hound when they showed him as a kid with his little like black girlfriend that he had a crush on or whatever, and they were yelling at each other shit their parents said, and they started playing and laughing because they realized it was stupid. That was all you needed to have a good message and not be like overly woke, because it was basically saying like, yo, this shit is stupid. Like being like this is dumb, but they couldn't just leave it at that, bro. They had to like make literally the whole game about that, bro. Like about like fucking American racism, bro. Like it's crazy, man. Like you know what, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
That first scene was like the Fox and the Hound, where like they hated each other because their fathers hated their parents, like taught them that, and then they became friends and like were playing or whatever. Like I thought that was good enough. Like on its own. That kind of tells a story, and it doesn't like say white people are bad. It doesn't say black people are bad. It just shows you that being racist is fucking stupid and that it's taught. And then they completely undo that throughout the rest of the game. Like it's totally undone. And and by the way, Deborah Wilson is fucking chopped, bro. If you're asking the opinion, I think she's fucking, she's
not attractive. I mean, she's a good actress, but she's not.
She's a great actress, woman.
Yeah, but she's not an attractive woman at all.
You know what's the best she ever looked? No. The best she ever looked in her entire. Like I used to watch Mad TV. There was a time she used to play a character called Khalifa when she was like in her like 20s and shit. I'm like, all right, she doesn't look that bad. That was the only time that she ever looked like remotely like any form of attraction. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's
but and guess what? The developers don't gotta fuck her up. They don't. They just put her in as who she is.
Just put her in with her actual face, bro. But you know what though? Keep in mind though, like in the Mad TV when she would do those skits, she had like a weave on, like a wig on, like she had like, she was like dressed provocatively. But I mean, like to me, like that was the only time she's ever like looked like remotely like I wouldn't even say attractive is the word, just kind of like not busted, like she just looked like I don't know what the right word is, bro, but. So, but yeah, generally, bro, I'm tired of seeing her face in games. Like they got to stop with her, bro. Yeah, some beautiful black women.
I really do. Let me answer this question, and then we can get into the other topic. And I'll probably bring one more person on, so there will be 5 people because a lot of people have been waiting for a while. And I kind of feel
how many topics? How many topics got left? Because I gotta get ready to go soon.
How many topics we got left?
Just 2 more. I mean, if you want, I mean, you can give your opinion about them now, and then you can
quick fire
go whenever you need to. I mean,
what's the other
whatever works for you.
What's the other topics?
Okay. Star Wars, a former Star Wars Outlaw developer joins CD Projekt Red for The Witcher 4, and PlayStation, Sony lays off a bunch of people from their California studio.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was joins. As far as Witcher 4 is concerned, I never played any of the Witcher games. My brother played the Witcher games, so I really don't have any like real knowledge of the Witchers to even really comment on it. Because that's another reason why I never talked about because people was upset that Ciri, that's her name, right?
Yes.
That now Yeah. That she is a witcher now, and people saying, "How's that even possible? Women can't be, witchers because of the testing or the trials or some shit like that."
They usually die. They're not physically strong enough to survive the trial.
I never comment on it. I never say anything about it because I do not know the lore. And like I said, there's a lot of rich history in that, and I don't want to come off as a fucking tourist when it came to that. So the fact is that you said CD Projekt, you said Star Wars Outlaws devs are now work. I have
it's actually one developer.
One developer. So I don't know, man. Like I said, and a lot of the like the top talent had left and started a new studio anyway, and they created
they make a new game too.
Yeah, new game. Yep. So I don't know, this will be a perfect way to see what the current state of CD Projekt Red is going to be when it comes to Witcher 4, because now most of the talent had left. So we're going to have to wait and see how all that's going to turn out. But they hear that one of the devs from Star Wars Outlaws is going to be having some hands on or whatever, when it comes to that game. I don't know, man.
It was the writer, right? So that's the worst part.
Yeah.
I think he may have been a lead artist or something, but I think she's going to be. I think she's going to be in there as a writer.
Oh, okay. If it's just an artist or whatever, I don't see how that would actually.
Wait, he was a lead artist and now he's going to be a writer, or she? I'm sorry, she's going to be a writer. But she was an artist.
She as in biological she or trans she or whatever. All right. Well, let me see. And you said the California laying the PS layoffs and stuff. What was that all about? Because I know that Sony had PlayStation Plus, the PlayStation Network got shut down, and then after that there was a lot of massive layoffs.
I know about that.
Yeah. I didn't know the PlayStation Network was down. Like I said, I don't game much like I used to or whatever. My PS5 just sit there and collect dust. But yeah.
So Sony's new CEO is Japanese.
You're Japanese,
yeah. Suddenly, the California branch is getting trimmed. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah. I think with this new CEO, I think it'll be quite interesting. He wants to focus more on quality over quantity. Because the previous CEO was focusing on live service games and wanted to push these live fucking service games. I think the biggest
mistake about Jim Ryan, right?
Was it or something Kurtz, whatever. Jim Ryan did leave, and then the other guy. What's the other guy from Sony? Oh, for Sony Entertainment, Interactive Entertainment was the Kurtz guy, whatever his name is. From I think the first thing that Sony really need to do is just pack their fucking bags and go to Japan. Them moving to California,
yes,
it was the biggest mistake.
Because to California, you never go to California.
Sony doesn't.
And then it went downhill from there.
Yeah, Sony, the PlayStation doesn't feel Japanese at all in spirit or anything. It feels like a Western console or Western developers and everything. There's no
Xbox
Japanese
by a different name.
Yeah, exactly. Japanese heart and spirit is just not there. It's not the Sony that I grew up with in the 90s and stuff like that. And the fact is that they closed down one of their Japanese studio or whatever like that. That sucked, and everything. But yeah, man, we're going to just see what they're doing now, restructuring the business, especially at the Concord that failed, one of the biggest financial failures that Sony have ever occurred. And then, like I said,
it might be the biggest. It might be the biggest
in gaming,
gaming period, And then, of course, they had got Bungie, and now Bungie fucking up and everything. Especially Destiny 2 is not the golden goose as it used to be. The Destiny franchise, they've been fucking up with that. And then they working on that game called Marathon, and they saying Marathon is having fucking troubles behind closed doors.
Another flop incoming.
Yeah. So Sony got to do something, man. Now this new CEO is in here. We want to see, how they can spin this, how they can turn this around, and hopefully Sony become what they used to be in the past. I would love to see the old Sony make a return.
Bro, this is what I want you to do when you have a chance. If you ever want to do it, if you want to be depressed, look at the games released in 1999 alone. Look at 1999, that solo year alone. Look at the games released across the board, and then compare 2025, and then that's how you know that we're done. It's all over. It's cooked.
Yeah, dude. This generation of game, this generation period, was the trash. This generation was trash. Like the PS5
really
series X, this generation was complete. This is like an anime filler season. Like there's nothing going on.
Yeah, it is.
At all.
That's what it feels like.
It feels like a scam.
Yeah, it does.
Bro, the games I've been playing, the only games I've been playing are roughly most of them have been 10 years plus old, bro. That's how bad.
Well, I did a video about that. I did a video about that, saying that most gamers are playing games from 2016 and back. You know what I'm saying? Most of their experiences and stuff. But yeah, man, thank you for having me on and everything. I gotta get ready to cook dinner and for me and my daughter.
Do your thing, bro.
Like that,
for sure.
And I really
bro,
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing at some point I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 7 video. So I definitely gotta have you on here, Jim Pachi. And at some point, Revenant, I definitely gotta have you on as well. That's all that I'm trying to get my podcast thing up and running. So I'll start having you on my platforms and everything, so my audience can get a chance to know you guys and try to send my audience over there to show you guys some love by having you guys on my platform as well. So I'll definitely stay in touch with you guys and set something up with you guys. And a lot of the other people that had me come on their platform, I'm gonna have y'all on my platform this year. So stay tuned for that.
Oh yeah,
so,
bro. We appreciate it, and thanks, man.
No problem, man. So I'll be seeing you guys later.
Yeah, it was
man.
great having you on.
Night. No
See
problem,
you, bro. Have a good night.
Peace out.
You too. Take it easy,
and
man.
everyone who's watching, check out his work, man. He's doing a lot of stuff. Vampire Killers. He had he showed a trailer earlier in the podcast, so definitely support him, man, because he's been trying to make something original and unique and not no identity politics shoved in. Like, definitely check it out, man. To everybody who's watching, give it a shot, or at least give it a look.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
How's it going, man? So hold on, give me 1 second. So,
never mind.
As far as I'll let you speak. Just give me a second.
I'm bringing everyone who is backstage on because they all been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let them on. Let them on.
Let
them on.
So.
Thanks for everybody. Thanks everyone who stood in the background. I know that was long, so we appreciate it. We appreciate you using your time. Using your time here. So no.
It was interesting to talk to that guy.
Yeah, Buchan's a good guy. He's cool. So as far as I know.
Damn. I mean, I could have talked to MugenLord and say, "Hey, how you doing, bro?" And I'm glad you keep me up to good work and shit. Tell him.
So,
but
the only reason why I had it where it was mostly me, Jim Pachi, and him, because I want to make sure he, that me or Jim Pachi remembered to have him promote his comic.
And also because he was kind of like a special guest today. He's not usually on, and I feel like if we all talk a little bit more casually, so I wanted him to be able to express himself without us, all of us a lot of background noise. Us all chiming in or whatever. I wanted to give him a chance to speak. So
you wanted him to get shit in. I get it.
Landon said,
I mean, you wouldn't. Yeah, actually, you're right. You wouldn't send me in early because you would end up hearing my fucking fan turning on and this and that because my place is so fucking hot and looks like I'm heading to spring too early. Yeah. Seems like Arizona's no longer drunk as hell. I wish it was drunk to the point that it'll feel nice and cold, but unfortunately, it just went less colder that fast.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Wow.
Yeah, in the end of the day, it's better for everyone else anyway.
Last night
It's better. It's better for everyone else anyway because now you guys are going to be able to talk and say what you want. It was just easier. It's just a little easier. But thanks for everyone for waiting in the background. So come on. But I wanted to say something. Give me a second, Chris. Chris, I'm gonna let everyone speak. So, because I don't want to forget this. I have a conspiracy theory that because Japan is very corporate and they like Trump a lot, I have a feeling that generally that they're trying to play it safe against the DEI shit, and the easiest way to do that was to relocate or shift from California to Japan. So basically, it's because it's like what we said earlier in the podcast. The companies don't have loyalty; they only have loyalty to money. And I think the writing is on the wall with Trump in office, and them finally seeing that they're trying to fight DEI. It's not making money. All the cards are saying that they should probably just focus on making games. I think that's the real reason why it's happening, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's an accident because Trump was inaugurated not that long ago. He was calling out the DEI shit. I think he banned the DEI. He's making all these changes. Japan has been losing money since they went to California. So if I was a businessman, if I was Japan, I would say all signs point to doing things our way over here. And you got to remember that Japan is a very corporate society. and they do not care. Like a lot of the politics shit that it may seem like they care about, they don't actually care about. They just care about like the optics of things and like if it's financially successful. So I think that's the conspiracy I have. I think that's why they left Japan. I mean that's why they left California, and that's why they're doing things in Japan.
Yeah,
I think.
Let me quickly answer this question real quick, and then you guys can because this question's been on for a little while. Actually, you know what? The rest of you can actually even answer this question too. So, question for Jinpachi and Revenant. What was your first reaction to Naughty Dog's Intergalactic at the Game Awards 2024? That's an ugly bitch, I guess, when they showed her, and when they were showing like stuff from it, like how they were like, I forgot who the fuck was out there before they even like showed the trailer. I'm like, it's probably Naughty Dog or Kojima, and I just like, all right, it's Naughty. But once I saw I guess you want to call it a female, I'm like, yeah, it's definitely Naughty Dog. So
I didn't care for the beginning and to end of the trailer. Anyway. I didn't care from beginning to end.
Upon my reaction of the trailer in Strong Bed's voice, my horror, the eyes.
What did I think? Thank God I didn't watch that. Fuck that shit. Because those Game Awards these days, they suck donkey balls. And what should I watch? I'd rather watch these badly dubbed kung fu movies from the 70s and 80s than to be watching this piece of fucking shit. We won because it's about diversity, and you mentioned yourself that this guy who plays this gay Virgil, I didn't even know that gay version of Virgil turns out to be a vampiric elf, but the voice actor who voices that fucking gay femboy version of Virgil just won the award. I'm assuming that he won because he's probably gay in real life. Like, what? I thought you're supposed to win because of your talent.
Yeah.
And I thought, winning the award.
I don't know if he's still here, but Tickety is OC. Sorry, but we'll try to have you on next time. I know.
Yeah, we'll have you on the next one, bro. So. Yeah, you could. I mean, if you wait it out, you can. If you wait it out, you'll still. Okay. Because I was gonna say if you wait out, he'll still be able to come on, but you'll definitely be on the next one, bro. We'll make sure we give you the first. Spot, we'll let you on early. Yeah, one of the first spots.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm sorry, Marty. What were you saying?
So anyway, like those game shows, those Game Award shows, they're supposed to be like just like the Oscars. Isn't it like, dude, you're supposed to win the award because your music, movie, or visual effects, actors did really well, like substantially well, like Lord of the Rings, and Godfather, or higher rank, doing well and shit. But no, instead we're gonna have all these stupid ass shit. And speaking of the Oscars, like if it weren't for the Will Smith scripted incident back in 2022, the show would have been boring. It would have been forgotten. I mean, the only reason why the Oscars 2022 was remembered very badly because of the whole Will Smith and Chris Rock's whole fucking scripted ass fucking incident. And I thought that was real, but it's not. It's not even real. It's scripted. Because
let's try to stay on subject with like the thing, because we're kind of like veering off. Yeah,
I know. But other than that, these awards, they suck dick. I'm glad I didn't watch that shit.
Yeah. Well, like when that trailer first dropped and they showed that female character, and like they just showed what they were doing, Naughty Dog is involved. Like I instantly had no interest in it. To be honest with you, like I instantly like just saw it like, all right, they're gonna do more. Like, I mean, like, come on, man, look at that. Like, I don't even feel like I need to go into detail. I mean, look at the damn character that they introduced, bro.
Wait, what's that character?
the character from Intergalactic, like whatever her name is. Like think about like what they showed, bro. Like you already know
I think
what
it's
you're gonna
Jordan.
get
They
with that game.
said
Cue
Jordan,
ball.
whatever.
Something like that.
Cue ball, Little
Cue
Bill,
ball. Little-
whatever. Little Bill.
Oh, I'm
whatever the
sorry.
hell.
I never heard of
Gilbert?
these clowns.
Michael
My
Kyle
bad.
Jr.
Anderson
never heard of
Silva,
him, man.
whatever. Anderson Silva, whatever. The
Wait, I
point
know
is that
Anderson Silva from UFC. I think I know him. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
It's a joke because her bold ass brown head.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The point
To
is
answer
that
Cumin real quick. Are there a lot of gay people in America? Yes.
there are a lot of gay people
especially in blue
America.
states like New York.
Wait. I think no.
I
Okay,
feel
now
I feel
I
like that's
remember.
a troll question, bro. That's a troll
Now I
question.
remember.
It probably is.
Wait, isn't that fucking bald lady that? Okay, at one point one of his show claimed that you claimed that she looks like a cross mix of Vin Diesel and E.T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come to think about it, she looks nothing like Vin Diesel. She looks like a gay version of. Well, she looks like a gay version of Maven Huffman. Yeah, you know what
Oh
Maven
my
Huffman
god.
is. Yeah, Maven
Yeah, you're
Huffman
right.
is fucking gay and shit. That's what she looks like. Now I remember who she is.
Don't let
now.
Maven watch this video, bro.
Oh no,
He's gonna feel attacked,
not
bro.
well, not attacking, not going at him.
I know.
Maven,
I'm just joking. I know. I'm just joking, bro. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm literally kidding with you, man.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm just playing, man. So like, yeah, man, she looked horrible.
Video games right now.
I am, but I have something on, but I'm not mashing buttons like that. That's not me, bro. That's somebody else.
Here, let me mute.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm looking at something, but I'm not like actually playing anything, and I'm not tapping buttons. So
Sorry, I'm
so
playing.
Maybe it was Marty.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
probably
playing
a
Wars
fighting game or
Orochi.
something, right? Okay,
No,
there you
I'm
go.
playing
yeah.
Wars Orochi 4 Ultimate. Well, I've been waiting here for hours. Well,
yeah,
why not? Because so I gotta mute myself. My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I had
I've
to
been waiting for
entertain myself
hours.
during the wait.
During the wait,
And-
yeah, man. Like we should. Like probably it would have probably been better just like limited to 4 guests from the beginning and just like let everyone know it's only gonna be like a couple of us. It might have been better, but you know, in the end of the day, like we're gonna let everyone on in the next one earlier and it'll be different. It's just, you know, we had like I just wanted to organize the podcast a bit because I wanted him to really speak and say what he had to say. And I just feel like with multiple people on talking at the same time, it's just much harder to do that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
It's hard to do it with 3.
I remember when
let
they
alone 5.
had Gina Carano on Friday Night Tights, and she could barely get a word in edgewise.
Damn.
And if it was me, I would be trying to listen to everything she says because it's Gina Carano. But whatever.
Yeah,
I know.
Gina Carano's probably lonely these days. It's not too late, Gina. Anyway, the point is that
I'd be much more nerdy. I'd be like, Gina, what was it like being in Red Alert 3?
Oh yeah. I mean, in that game,
Forgot
she was
about
like the way what they did with her in that game. They really maximized their Gina Carano. That was prime Gina Carano, bro.
It was.
She was in shape. She was still doing like the MMA more heavily, like and she was just much younger. No offense to her, it's just that was peak.
We were all younger.
They were all younger. That was the one that Ric Flair was in as well, right?
Yeah. Well, he was in the DLC, I believe.
You remember Tim Curry?
Yes.
He's like, I will have communism reach the one place it's never reached before. Spurs!
Tim Curry.
The one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
The voice of
That's what it was. That's what it was. It's probably, and then he tried not to laugh after saying it. It's like so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Like you can see him like really trying hard not to laugh.
His inner Nigel Thornberry came out.
You know what's funny too? You know that it was bad that he probably laughed every time because that was the best take, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If the take you use has the guy like with clear visible laughter, that's how you know that most of the takes were completely unusable. But
So, must have been such a wonderful time to be on that set.
I'm sure.
So as far as the topics, I know we kind of already went over Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, like what's been going on there.
I didn't answer the.
I didn't get
thing.
this. Wait,
you guys
the
can give
question,
thoughts
okay.
on it if you want, if you care about it.
I didn't get to say
that.
Hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that when I saw it, I thought I because she was bald and wearing a red jacket. I thought it was Shadow Warrior 4.
Oh, yeah, it could have been. It could have been. Also, her clearly mannish body type from behind as well.
Yeah, I
That-
thought it was.
wow!
I thought it was Lo Wang.
It's a fucking. Oh my god, dude! They ripped that off, man. They ripped off that scene from Shadow Warrior, man. What the
I mean,
fuck?
Shadow Warrior 1's a great game, by the way. I really like that game. The one they came.
I mean,
the
scene.
The reboot.
The shaving of the head. Yeah, that's like Taxi.
Yeah,
Driver.
that's stupid.
Oh yeah, that too.
That's just like the thing that they all do. Max Payne did that too. He shaved his head. Like that's like just a typical thing in noir.
Except
it's
Robert De
when the
Niro
hero-
shaved his head to a mohawk. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max Payne just buzzed it though. Max Payne just said, "Screw it. This is my rehab."
And then he wore a Hawaiian shirt, which, if you've played the original Far Cry, is not a good idea.
No. You know what's funny? I customized Michael to have because those clothes are in GTA 5. I customized Michael to look like that, and it was like Max Payne off Wish because he has the bullet time. Ability.
That's pretty
It was
good.
pretty fun. It's pretty fun, yeah. So.
So
But,
yeah,
man.
as far as Kingdom
But yeah,
Come
it looked
Deliverance 2,
terrible.
If anyone,
That's the bottom line. It looked bad.
if anyone has any thoughts on it, you can now, or we can
Oh, yeah,
continue
I
on
have
with the Witcher 4
I have something
thing.
to say.
Okay,
I have
go
something
ahead,
to
Marty.
say, man. So these motherfuckers who showed Kingdom Come to the way it is on purpose are the same people who are going after Stellar Blade, and I have not forgotten about what Stellar Blade has gone through, and what these motherfuckers have. Like, oh, we forgot about it. Let's say, and these motherfuckers must be happy about themselves about showing everything. Like, oh, but hey, you can have sex with a woman. Yeah, you show that on purpose. Fuck that game. Even there's no wokeness, fake wokeness in the beginning with. I ain't playing that. I'm not playing that shit because one, it looks like fucking Xbox 360 graphics, outdated graphics, and two, it's like, holy shit, it's like, come on, like first person point of view, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It should be third person. What's the point of third person? Like, are they trying to be like, what, like, oh, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard made it so popular, but Scrolls did it, but we're getting, no, it doesn't matter. Here's my final word to say is that, dude, I rather play the English dub of the 2005 Yakuza 1 on the PS2 than to lose my brain cells by playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
I mean, I'm guessing they went first person because it's like, simulator.
Yeah, it looks trash. It looks so fucking trash, and
not my type of
I'm
game.
not fucking but
I think that if it was, I think that I kind of want like more RPG games like The Witcher, where they're like third person like RPGs, but they have like, they have the vibe of something like a Skyrim or something like a Kingdom Come, but you can like see the character in their full glory. Because I feel like if I'm not creating a character, like why shouldn't I be able to see them? Like, why can't I? I mean, that's like a personal gripe with certain games. Like, I don't mind first person, but I feel like at least have the option to put it in third person, right?
But then again, it doesn't. Then again, this game sucks. It doesn't deserve to have a third person because after all, you don't want to see some some forced gay action.
Well, I'm not saying that I want that game. I still feel the same way regardless. I'm just talking about in general. Like I just like being able to see my character, and depending on the game, or at least have the option to see their entire like character. Because you do all that work, even the ones that you create a character, you do all that work creating him, then you never get to see him.
Yeah, but just to clear up a misconception, it's not forced gay. It's you have to choose the path. You have to go out of your way to get it.
Oh wait. That aside, I take that back.
Oh, you mean it Kingdom Come Deliverance too, right?
Yeah, misinformation all.
I take that back. They do need third person point of view because you're dealing with melee. You're dealing with melee combat and how are you gonna do that so well on the first person point of view? I know it's not Elder Scroll, but please.
I feel like in a way it's still forced, but not in like the way that like they force you to do it within the game. More so that they forced this character to be able to be gay romance.
Yeah, they forced its inclusion
upon him. But I don't think that it's a force. As in you don't have to be with him. But making him be gay when he clearly never was is forced in itself. Just to make a clear distinction, because it is forced, but what you said is true. It's like not in the way that they make you do it. It's
not in the
forced
mechanics.
now.
Yeah,
exactly.
But then again, this game was developed like a few years before its release, so it's gonna end up being that way. So
you know what's funny?
These people knew about it on the internet. This game sucks. It's dead on arrival. So
I think that by the time games really start showing that they're not woke, Trump's presidency will be over. So it's kind of ironic that like the change, because remember, like the games being developed now are going to come out 4 years from now, 5 years from now, a lot of them, and they're going to be developed by different people. I mean, and so by the time they come out, like the Trump might not even be in office anymore. It could end up being like another Republican or another Democrat, and then that's when the anti-woke games come, or like not anti-woke, but the more apolitical ones.
Apolitical.
Yeah.
They'll
So it's
definitely
kinda
play it
funny.
safe. They will definitely play it safe because
I think they're scared of Trump, bro. Honestly, I really think they are.
I think they're scared of both sides because anytime they try to include something, they always get lit up.
But you know what though? Here's the key difference, because you're not wrong, because you always had your Anita Sarkeesians, and now you have your Melanie Joan of Arc, Joan of Mac. Like you have these people now that are doing this, and they're pushing against like the woke shit or whatever. I mean, the anti-woke stuff where they're saying, "Oh, this is Gooner this is Gooner that." But the difference is that appealing to the other people made the money, while doing this shit now is not making the money, and they're also still getting yelled at by like people. So I would rather make the thing that people like and get yelled at than get yelled at anyway and also not make money. So
what's a gooner? Who even comes up with that term, gooner? What?
I've been called that word several times simply because I prefer Jessica Alba over Vanessa Kirby.
Yeah,
it's like a something awful thing. It's from Something Awful. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, Jessica Alba's hot, but speaking of which, she's still hot. She's still hot Invisible Woman than that upcoming Invisible Woman. But yeah, that's
she
another
even
story.
voiced the Invisible Woman in a Fantastic Four video game. Did you know that?
Yes, I actually did.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Yeah, man.
But the funny thing is that when I remember that happened, you actually showed me on X, and then I went on the person's profile. I called him a gooner, and they had a bunch of like shit, like there was like gay porn and stuff. And I'm like, of course. So like, whenever I see that, whenever somebody says something like that, I just go on their profile, find them doing the same thing, post it, and say, "This is you. Never call anyone a gooner again." I've done that so many times, and I've dealt with so many people melting down over it.
Yeah,
they have hilarious flags on their profile, pronouns, and fucking like mental illness as the character trait or some shit. And it's like, all right, now it makes sense.
That was their character perk when they started the RPG. That's what it was.
Yeah.
As an obscure reference for those who have the hypocrisy would say with disgusting stuff.
You degenerate. That's why, bro, whenever I see that, if anyone ever says, "Oh, you're a gooner this," then I'll be like, all right, copy it, go on the thing, save the image, post it, and then you just call them out, tag them, say, "Never call anyone a gooner again. This is you." Because then no matter how much they try to argue with you, the evidence is there. If they delete it, the thing still exists. You get me? Like, if you're gonna shame other people, if you're gonna shame other people, then you yourself shall be shamed by the same sword that you kill others by.
The bastardization of the English language on the internet is very sad.
And
have you realized that those idiots who delete their fucking posts like a bitch, have they forgotten that those posts will be on the internet forever? Like the moment you post anything on the internet, not just comments, also pictures and videos, it's still going to be on the internet. They can still search that. It's just that they have to search harder.
I just don't get the projection of like people. I think that people will do themselves a favor. I said it earlier by just saying that you like something and you don't care what other people think. I think just doing that or ignoring them is the best course of action, because if you're like mad, like for example, Christian says Jessica Alba is like the hotter Susan Storm or whatever. If you say
and
that,
a similar situation happened that I prefer Shailene Woodley's deleted scenes as MJ over Zendaya's.
so okay, so even in that case, why go out of your way to call this guy names, call him a gooner, call him all this stuff, when you yourself are doing the same thing? You just don't like what he's saying, and that could easily be exposed. Just say that, well, I like her, I don't care, whatever. The fact that you try to like antagonize and like hurt, and I guess in a way attack somebody's reputation over the hypocrisy that you do, it's like that's a losing battle, bro. And it's like the fact that people don't have enough self-awareness to realize that is insane to me. You're like, oh, you're a gooner, you're this. It's like, bro, if I just go on your profile, there's a bunch of furry shit on there. What's the point of even saying that? Why can't you just be an adult and say, well, I like her, I don't think it's a big
John
deal.
Della Rose in a nutshell.
Even if I think you're wrong, and even if we disagree, at least you're not gonna be held accountable by the same like sword. You know, you're still able to you're safer in just saying that you don't care. You know, just say you don't care.
Silver's Fang 215 says, I don't give a frag, call me a G'er. I won't apologize for enjoying sexy content. That's also how I feel, because I'm not afraid of liking attractive women.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
And I agree with you.
Nothing
You're
wrong
not
with that.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. And that's what I'm saying. If people are going to go out of their way to say all this stuff to you, they're going to be called out for it. If you're going to call Krishna a gooner, then you better not have any of that shit on your profile. Because somebody like me, I'll go on there, I'll find it, and I'll post it, and I'll tag the person in it and be like, don't talk shit again. Because at the end of the day, man, at the end of the day, you don't like, I'm not ashamed of it. Christians, it's not that people are ashamed of it. It's just that if you're gonna try to like, because in a way you're trying to hurt someone's reputation. Like, let's say somebody like Revenue or Mugen or myself, if we're like have like a YouTube channel or whatever, and you're saying, oh, you're this, you're that, blah blah blah, and you're throwing attacks at people, you're trying to like damage their reputation, then you have to live by that same standard. So while I don't care in the sense that
that's very petty right there.
It's petty. It's petty. So by that same standard, while I don't care, I'm gonna like what I like. If you're gonna throw out terms like harmful terms, and when I say harmful, I mean like you're gonna say terms that are gonna try to attack my character or attack my like my reputation, then I'm gonna make sure that you realize you're a hypocrite and you look stupid in doing that. That is the consequence of you doing it.
The problem with like a lot of this internet lingo is that they don't have clear definitions. What is a gooner?
Yeah.
A gooner can be anything.
Yeah.
I remember making this hilarious meme about how the average SBI employee talks like a nutshell. It's Dr. Nefarious saying the word bigotry over and over.
Yeah. Well, remember that.
I remember that.
I mean, there's always new terms that come out every day, and people are always they're gonna use them and try to weaponize them. I mean, it's like when Melanie Mac was trying to call shit porn. It's like, porn is a woman in a one-piece bikini. Okay, that's porn to you? Like, are we gonna water down the definition of porn, or is
that
racism?
she was literally defending Celeblade.
I mean,
is
it's very ironic.
I looked at the footage of her looking at that game, and I looked and I just thought, dude, it just looks like a mid-2000s game. Like, it's nothing.
That's what I was thinking too. Like,
and it's optional.
Where's she been?
And it's optional. Yes. And it's optional. All you have to do is play.
That's actual player choice.
That's actual player choice. You have to like buy that skin and then wear it and then play it online in order to see the suit. Like, if you just do the story, there's no part of like the story that says, hey, a female character X, your mission is to bend over for the camera. Like, there's no fucking actual like pornographic activity in the game. The only thing that's in the game is sex appeal that you can choose to do. It's like Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is a game about like fucking humans and androids fighting and what it means to be human and stuff. And yeah, the character's hot. Yeah, there's very fan servicey costumes, but none of that is actually integral to the story, and you can play the entire game without it. In fact, there's actually more than half the costumes are completely covered up. A lot of the costumes are basically normal fashion model clothes, like jeans, like jackets and stuff. So people like to throw out these terms, but you could tell that their actual experience with that thing is little to nothing. So
yeah. I mean, I looked at it and I just thought, dude, this looks like one of those budget games that you used to find on Xbox. You know, you used to go into like a video game store and it used to have like a bunch of price tags stuck over each other, because people just returned it over and over again. And it's like,
Bargain
oh, what's
bin
this? Bargain bin. That's what it looked like.
bargain bin games, yeah.
Wait, you're
It's
talking
like
about
the
Stellar
typical-
Blade, right?
No, I'm talking about Last
First
Remnant.
Descendant.
First
Last-
Descendant. Oh my god, they're
First
all.
Descendant.
Hey,
First
The Last
Descendant.
Remnant's a pretty good game.
Which one's that one?
That it was
Last-
a JRPG from Square Enix. It came on the 360 and then later came on PC. But the PC version and even the Xbox version, it was kind of like laggy a bit, more so with combat and loading times. But then they remastered it on PS4 and PC. I don't think they ever even put it on Xbox. Oh yeah, it's also on the Switch. But it's
Wait,
kinda,
what's the name of
it's kinda-
this?
The
what's
Last
name of the
Remnant.
game?
It's a
Last
JRPG. I
Remnant.
think it came out
Let me
2008.
see.
2009.
Someone
type in
said,
the Last Remnant.
people can get off to pictures of feet. Quentin
Yeah.
Tarantino has a word with you.
Yeah, he makes a point.
Oh yeah,
People get
him,
off
yeah.
to a picture of feet. Are we gonna ban feet in games? Is there gonna be a censorship bar
Right.
over like
They're just
characters'
gonna
feet?
blur
Like,
out the feet. They're gonna blur.
Oh,
out.
and
in the end of the day,
They're-
man, let's stop pretending that the words don't have definitions, man. There's porn is like very clear thing, and fan service is a very clear thing. Like, enough, bro. Like at one point, at some point, we have to just say enough. Like, enough's enough, man.
Yeah, I mean, like there are women that get that go crazy for hands. What are we gonna do? Put all the men in mittens?
Yeah, last girl I was talking to, she was telling the last
Oh,
girl.
that was
the
a
last,
good one, dude.
The last girl I was with,
Poor
she was
man
like,
on
"Oh, I like your
mittens.
hands. I mean, I'm really into hands or whatever." Like that's a real
Yeah.
thing. Women have that. But you know what's funny? They won't be called disgusting for that. But if a guy likes feet, he'll be called like gross. I mean, he is gross because fuck feet. That's gross. To me, it's gross. I'm not knocking anybody, but it ain't my thing. But
Oh.
like, it's funny how that's treated as
Man.
gross. But if a woman likes hands, it's like, oh no, that's just a thing she likes. It's like,
That's delicate.
that's a whole other
Yeah,
conversation.
That's
Yeah.
demure. That's demure.
Oh yeah, I hate to break this. Hold on a second. Anyway, I hate to break this to you, but Xenoblade, well, nothing to do with this, but Xenoblade Chronicles X definitive version will be based on the Western version, and in other words, it's going to be censored. So there's
yeah, I heard about that,
no
yeah.
breast sliders for female character. This sucks.
Lame.
I just
What, you
found
mean
out
A and
just
B
recently.
A and B
Uh,
type.
Yeah, not really. They just took away the breast sliders, or in other words, it's not going to be based on the Japanese version.
Oh, okay.
Once again, history has to repeat itself. 10 years ago, again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
that's
they had
the
a
one-
chance to fix it, but of course not.
humanity goes through this spurts of censorship, and then it gets really liberal, and then it goes back to censorship, and hopefully we can just kind of ride out this cycle, right?
Yeah.
I
Pretty
mean,
much.
But boy,
Nintendo, you
it's
better
taken
patch
a
it
long
up.
time.
You better patch it up. Bring back the breast sliders for the female
Bro, like
characters.
it's true in a sense, right? Because if everything was like strict, we would be playing like we wouldn't even be having the games we do today because they would be so limited that it would actually
Yeah.
stagnate the growth of the industry. So in a way, like, and when I use the word liberal, I don't mean like the modern term of like liberal wokey. I mean like liberal in the sense that creative freedom to add like your sex appeal or whatever. Like that's also like very counter to like hardcore right wing where everything is like much more supposed to be much more conservative or whatever. So you do need like a balance because you like to me that the real answer is minimizing wokeness to the point where like you can't really kill the idea, but you can minimize it to the point where it's irrelevant, but also not let a power vacuum creep where you have like stupid shit like what Melanie Mac and Razorfist were trying to do. Like
Yeah.
that's like to me the middle ground. You have to like not let a power vacuum happen, but also make the forces of woke so weak. Oh, that's cringe. The
Yeah.
forces of woke, but whatever. Make the forces of woke so weak that they have no power to
Force
do anything.
female.
It's kind
The
of like
woke magic.
it's kind of like with a virus, right? Like when you get a vaccine, the virus is so weak that your body can easily fight it off, and it gains the ability to do so. So whenever that virus comes back, your body's equipped to destroy it right away. That's literally how you have to treat wokeness. That's my opinion on it. Treat it because you're not going to kill the idea, but you can minimize it to the point where it doesn't matter. You know. But then the opposite is the right. The I don't want to say right wing side because I am typically leaning more right, but I mean like the heavy like far right conservative like whatever, where they want to remove all sex appeal. They call it all porn. They're like medicine. It's like taking too much medicine. You know, it's like the overcorrection of doing that. So you want to have your body have your body be able to fight off the virus on its own easily, but you don't want to have to take so much medicine that it's actually to your detriment. And I guess that's like how I would look at it overall.
Right. So before we move on, get back to the
And
topic
the
of Star
DEI
Wars.
shills are the same people who would have heart attacks upon seeing Aileen Woodley movies, given she's so beautiful.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. So back on track. What were you saying?
But yeah. So before we move on to with the whole Star Wars Outlaws developer going to going to work for The Witcher on The Witcher 4, does anyone have anything else to say about Kingdom Come? If not, we can just move on.
We can move on.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I mean, I said what I said, so I can move on.
I would just like to just add, stop bastardizing history.
Yes, please.
Well, yeah,
I agree.
But other than that,
if nothing is more forced than literally bastardizing history. That's the definition of forced. If there ever was.
Other than that, the people who made that game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, can go straight to hell.
Yeah,
go straight to hell, man.
Yeah.
Maladets, Adishna. Let's move on.
Portraying portraying history with modern sensibilities is like the most cringe thing I can imagine.
It's non-binary. Ooh.
It's just as bad as like adapting Middle Earth, but having like pronouns and all that.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
Well, look at look at history where they try to say that they were black Vikings and shit like that. Like, as if they, as if that was any even small majority of people that were actually fighting. Like, there were some brown people, but they were like such a minority compared to like the overall Viking communities that it's like adding it at all is completely disingenuous.
Yeah. Everywhere you go, we was Kangs, apparently.
In Call of Duty Vanguard, they portrayed the British paratroopers as cowards.
Oh damn!
It was the only reason. So basically, they're cowards, and it's like, oh, we have to wait for the rest of the regiment. But then this black guy comes along, and goes, no, we've got to hit the gun battery now, otherwise it'll be too late. That never happened.
People love to like say what you want about the UK because they do a lot of gay shit over there, especially now.
Oh god, yeah.
But it's bad. But say what you want, but they did a lot of the lifting in World War II. Like way more than they get credit for.
Our troops.
Same with the Russians.
Toughest.
Yes.
Same with the Russians. The Russians did so much in World War II, and they just completely get like. All right, let me put it this way: when the Nazis went away and they divided the Nazi scientists amongst they absorbed them into like their ranks, right? Everyone knows that, right? Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
That's historically accurate. All right, when they did that, there's a reason why they divided it up with the Russians and not the UK. For the most part, it was mostly Russian and American. That's how it shows you how much lifting the Russians did, where they had they had like the power to say, hey, we're gonna take some of these guys for ourselves. Like they did so much work that really the Americans couldn't do much. You know what I mean? They had to kind of accept certain things. People forget that because like obviously the hate Russia gets and whatever, but like Russians, without the Russians, the Nazis, who knows if the Nazis would have lost, man? To be honest with you.
The Russians done most of it. No, I think you'll find America had a massive part to play.
America just straight up joined in, like they got attacked by Japanese.
But it was their economy that was keeping a lot of this.
Well,
going.
it was a team effort. But what I'm saying is that Russians really fucking fought tooth and nail, man. A lot of Russians died in that conflict. You can't minimize. Like America did a lot, the British did a lot. That's why the whole like thing is like if a lot of the history involving World War II is complete revisionist. Like, of course, you don't want to say your modern enemy that you're trying to call like fascist. Of course, you don't want to say that they helped destroy the Russians. Of course, you don't want to say that modern gay UK actually helped quite a lot in World War II. Of course, you don't want to say the gay French were doing a lot as well. Like you gotta give some credit where it's due, man.
I just don't like when they say, "Oh, the Soviets did it all." The Soviets.
No, they didn't do it all. They didn't do it all. They didn't do it all. But they did a lot though. But they did a lot. They didn't do it all, but they did a lot, man.
Sure, but
They
like
did a lot.
I'm pretty sure the Germans were fighting on two fronts.
You got the Ukrainians with the Germans. You got Finland with the Germans. A lot of crazy crap went on.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. Like again, I'm not one of those people that think Russians did everything. I agree with you, they didn't, and people saying that they are out of control saying that, but they did it so much that they don't get credit for. Like they're actually one of the few groups that they barely talk about what the actual effort that they made, bro.
Silverfang says the black swapping to Norse mythology in the Dad of War games was horrendous and disrespectful. If you raise swaps
Dad of War
food of mythology, it would be just as stupid. Bingo! I prefer the Greek God of War games, all 6 of them.
Me too. That
the real
race
God of
swap
War
with
games.
and they made the excuse. They said, "Oh, but she's a frost giant. She's not whatever." It's like, bro, yes, she's a frost giant, but if she has a human form, she definitely wouldn't have been a black girl. Let's keep it real. Like she would have been like a fucking Viking because that's what everyone else was. Even if you think about it, her reference for a human form would be like the Vikings, what the Vikings were. So, or like just like the Norse in general. Let's say take the word Viking out the Norse. Like, it's insane.
Look at this moron. Look at it. The Soviets did it all. You're a retard, dude. You're a fucking retard.
Nah, the Soviets didn't do all the work. They did a lot of work.
I'll
definitely
show
didn't.
them.
American
I'll finish
economy.
this game myself. If a social retard like Amy Hennig could sell games, so can I. Nobody
It was
a new game.
I'm not even saying, oh, the Brits did it all. I'm saying the Americans did a lot of it.
Yeah, it was a cumulative effort.
That economy kept the Brits alive, and it kept the Russians alive with the Lend-Lease program, right? Yeah. Guess how many Shermans got sent to Russia? Guess how many Churchills got sent to Russia? Guess how many, tons of stuff got sent to Russia.
Well, it's a contribution amongst different groups. They all had their role to play. They all played a role in it. In fact, if anything, it just shows you how insanely powerful Germany was with their allies. Because if it took that many forces to bring them down, it shows you how much of a threat they actually were, man. Like, that's crazy, man. They were fighting. They were doing a majority of the heavy lifting in that battle, like on their end of things, on the Axis side. They were doing most of it. So it kind of shows you how formidable the Germans were. But in the end of the day, man, like they all have like their own. They had things. Yeah, like you could not like Nazis. I'm not saying that they're good, but you got to respect that they actually were a powerful force. Like they were powerful. Like they were a threat, right? That where half the world is teaming up to take them down. That's kind of crazy, right? Like, but
yeah. And Stalin was a sociopath, my dude. What's your point?
Yeah, Stalin. Yeah, that's why, man. Like, if you think about it, they all had a different role to play. They all did different things, and I think that it's not about who did the most. It's about giving credit to the people that actually did what they did. And Russians, they didn't. To be fair, and I think you can at least agree with this, Burb, that a lot of Russians don't get credit for like their contribution.
Oh yeah,
they're often overlooked in the conversations. I mean, a lot of them died, bro. A lot of Russians died because they were like a lot of them were fighting and pushing them back on their front because they had no choice because of the landmass, and they were like dying in droves. Like a lot of them were dying, and they were also pushing them back like that. It's kind of crazy. You got to give credit where it's due, but at the same time, like I wouldn't say they did everything. I think that's silly as well. America did a majority of it, and then the UK helped in their way. Like history is complex, man.
The UK did most of its heavy lifting in Africa. That's where we did, and Tunisia. That's where we did most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah. And then America did their part when they came out with that nuke and said, "Hey, this is up next for you if you keep fucking around." Like, you gotta keep it real, man. You gotta keep it real. They had the weapon that could like fucking wipe them out, and in that wartime, they would have been completely justified in bombing the shit out of Germany with nukes. So, in a way, it's kind of good the war ended when it did.
I mean, the Soviets do get the credit. Like they get enough credit. Like in video games, there's just tons of Soviet games where they get the credit.
nowadays. Like what I mean, like nowadays, I mean like more like recent. Like, when I say nowadays, I don't mean now because it's like these games are old now by this standpoint, but they're like relatively they get credit like these days. But like if you go back like to the PS1 era, like the early PS2 era, like Russians were not getting enough credit for what they contributed.
I think it started around about 2005 with 2002 with Call of Duty.
Well, Call of Duty, but even Call of Duty kind of downplayed it. They started giving them more like respect, with, like World at War. That was when they really kind of showed more of what they were actually doing during the battles. Like and actually like had you take control of like Russians and like whatnot. Like before that, like they were just talked about like being a part of it and like their role, but they never really showed like the depth of it. Again, like I'm not like a pro-Russian nationalist, or I don't have a stake in it. I'm just saying that they did a lot. They did a lot more than people usually reference.
It's kind of crazy. Is that like an American thing? Because I was taught that the Russians did just
it might be an American thing. It might be an American thing. It's like it's downplayed and like it's usually downplayed, bro. So maybe it is an American thing, but in the end of the day, man, like every country that was involved in that contributed in their own way, and I don't think that it would have went well had they not teamed up and worked together. To be frank, so
yeah, we were called the Allies.
Yeah, for a reason. So I think fighting about it is just. I think arguing about who did the most is kind of silly because I feel like it was all necessary to win the war. In my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean,
so moving on to the
Revenant doesn't know history. He doesn't want to talk about this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, bro. Just keep continue on.
I'm a proud historian. All right.
Don't say that, man. Don't say that, bro.
Yeah,
I don't want to put you to the test right now. Let's not go there, brother. Continue on.
Russians lost the most men.
They definitely did. They definitely did.
Because the Germans were just better soldiers. Sorry, it's the truth.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember that the Russians were connected by like landmass to them, like in very close proximity. So they had to deal with the brunt of it regardless. I mean, like they were right there, bro. Like it's like if Mexico, like it's like saying like if we had like let's say something like that happened now and the Mexicans are Canadian and the Canadians were helping us, or they were our enemies, they're like connected by landmass, so they would take the majority of like the losses, bro.
Yeah.
I'm saying like if America went rogue and was fighting Russia and Canada, like Russia and like there was like a world war or whatever, and Russia and for some reason Canada and Mexico were our enemies because they're connected by landmass, they would get the most fucked up. Like
yeah.
So it's kind of hard to like even say like I mean of course they died the most. They were like right there, and then you compare their army to Germany's army. I'm surprised they even like are still around today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the Germans were infallible or anything like that. It's just they were better trained. They were seasoned.
They had better weapons too, bro. They had better weapons, better engineering, like better tactics. Like they were outgunned and outmanned, bro. So of course they were gonna be. Of course they were gonna be the underdogs.
Better build quality in their stuff.
Yeah, bro. It's true.
Even though
and even
not for
even
Frost.
And even some of the technology that they came up with during those wars were pretty advanced, man. They were pretty advanced. So like and again, man, it's very complicated. It's a very complicated thing. So.
Yep.
So anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, you've got some trolls in the.
It's fine.
In the comments. Let's just
so
people are gonna troll. It's alright. Welcome. If you troll, screw it.
So
anyway,
the Ubisoft what the fuck was it? I'm losing my train of thought now. So yeah, the former developer over at Ubisoft who worked on Star Wars Outlaws, I believe it was lead artist or whatever, has joined CD Projekt Red to help on The Witcher 4. I think they're gonna be a writer. Don't quote me on that. But Does anyone think that? Well, yes. You know what? First, let me ask you my thoughts real quick because I didn't before when
No,
I know
no, no,
Shut up. Shut up.
no, no,
Chat. Get Jinpachi. No, I'm okay.
no.
I know.
I'm gonna flag this video because you try to weaponize your audience against me, son of a bitch.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So continue.
But
Go ahead.
I know MugenLord gave his thoughts, and because he was about to get ready to leave, so I didn't really chime in much with it.
This is the last subject,
but
right? Too after this.
No, there's one more.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. After
But-
this, there's one more.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think this
yeah.
one will be relatively short because I
Yeah.
don't think we know too much about this guy.
Yeah,
Well,
not much. I
Got
think it's a
girl?
female. I believe. Yeah, it's a female. Yeah.
But like a proper
So
female, like a politically correct female.
I'm not sure if it's a proper female, to be honest. So it could be. I'm not sure. I should have looked into who this person was exactly. So it's up in the air.
Whoever.
But anyway,
This person,
this
human
this
being.
thing.
Female plus.
Yeah.
Female plus. Yeah.
With a question mark. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, Witcher 4 already looks like it's gonna be, woke slop anyway. You saw what they did with Siri, how they're trying to change the lore, the people they have on board. They have a Sweet Baby Inc. Defender, in the studio. I think also that person is a female who used to work on who was last working on Spider-Man 2 with Insomniac. They had a game journalist from The Gamer that said they wanted to punch gamers, and he also talked shit and criticized CD Projekt Red when Cyberpunk 2077 came out. So, which kind of weird that they will hire someone like that, but
so he's got a history.
most of the people, most of the key people had left the studio. They made a new studio. I think it's called Rebel Wolves, and they're making Dawn Walker. I forgot the exact name, but it's Dawn Walker. So
I saw the trailer.
To me, this is it was a pretty good trailer for what it was. I mean, I try not to get excited for CGI trailers and whatever. So
no gameplay, no excitement, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo,
they
might as
showed
well just go
something
back
in
and
the
use
engine,
stop motion.
but it was very brief. And
Also, just
what were you saying, Marty?
sorry, I'm laughing because I just came up with something. Might as well just go back and use one of those stop motion animation that looks similar to RoboCop. Jeez.
Oh yeah.
If y'all want to have you more excitement, I'll overhype it.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Might as well be the same thing.
And man.
So, but when it comes to that, I just feel like this makes The Witcher 4 even sound like more like less appealing as you keep finding out who's coming into the studio and who's leaving and whatever. So yeah, to me it's like it's not good either way. But there's Apollo Patriot. You have anything?
Yeah. I've been quiet. I've been patient.
Yes,
and all
very
that stuff,
patient.
Now's your time, man. Now's your moment to shine.
Okay, so with the Star Wars Outlaws devs going on Witcher 4, it's like something in my head. I'm like, I feel like these companies are all sharing each other's girlfriend, if you get what I mean. Like, it's like these devs comes from Ubisoft and then go and work to this one. It's like they're sharing each other's girlfriend. Like, hey, yeah, keep it in the family. Let's keep making more woke crap. And it comes and goes. They're repeating history. That basically means like they're making more woke competitive competition. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's gonna flop just like Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws, Witcher 4. People say, oh no, Witcher 4 is gonna be great, because of Siri. Well, it's gonna flop because you brought in these retards from Ubisoft that made Star Wars Outlaws. So what do you expect? It's gonna flop, and that's what I could say. I'll make it short and sweet and simple. It's gonna flop, and they like sharing each other's girlfriends, like these devs coming in from other companies. So yeah.
I actually agree with you. on the money
You know
with
what's
that
funny?
because
Even
it's
if
like it's
even if
almost like they all like integrate with each other.
no, you're right. Even if they make money, bro, like they're not gonna make the potential money they could have made if they didn't do that bullshit with the characters. So, and with the lore. So in a way, like it's like they've already alienated enough fans where even if it does well, it's just like the potential money is already lost. You know, like they've already lost so much potential like revenue.
Oh yeah.
So. And that's what they do with the whole net. That's basically like the industry nepotism, right? Like hire this is the approved woke writer that you're allowed to use. That's gonna play it safe and do the woke shit that we want them to. So use that writer. Like they're sharing, like they always do that. They've always done that. Like share people within the industry. Oh, this industry. Oh yeah, hire Troy Baker to do every voice. Hire Laura Bailey. This writer who did this. I know these games all flopped, but this is the writer that we could trust to make a woke story. So we're gonna hire them. Like that's kind of how they always operated, at least in the last 10 years, man. But then when someone breaks the script, they get fired, like Amy Hennig.
Screw you. You're
even though to be fair, from what I understand, she did do some like woke
that?
shit in the past, just like that. But even then, from what I understand, she did do a few woke things in the past. I don't know how true it is, but I know that when she went against Neil Cuckman, she got ostracized from the company. All of a sudden, she was booted.
They gave her the boot.
Yeah, they gave her the boot. So, that's what happens, man. You have the publicly approved shill position that we decide for you, and if you go against it, like we won't technically blacklist you. We just won't ever hire you again. Which is obviously, the same thing. So.
It's like they just fail upwards, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's why it's like I was saying earlier. It's gonna be up to people like, people that make successful new things. They have to invest their money wisely and make their own products, and it's gonna be way harder than having investors and shit. But if they can somehow push through it, you'll have a true alternative in the media. Like the thing is like they have this plausible deniability. Like we're not holding people back. We're just not giving them the loans. We're just not giving them the marketing. We're just not giving them this. So they're not technically they're not stopping people from making alternative content. They're just making it extremely difficult to get any resources that can help them. But I think that if people can put matters into their own hands and fight hard enough, they can actually create the alternative by like working hard and unfortunately having to do extra work. Like even though I'm not a big fan of Isom as a comic book as a whole, like as I don't really like the character, like whatever, I do respect that he put his own money into his own creation and he made millions off of that. And if he could do that, that shows you anybody can if they just push it enough.
Yeah.
Even though even though to be honest, I don't like Isom like that. I think it's pretty ass to be honest. Like, but it's not because it's just like for me it's not that good. But no offense to him, like it's still cool that he made it.
It's some like genuine entrepreneurship,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Even if I don't like it, I respect that he did it, and I'm happy that somebody did that because it's a good lesson for other people who are unsure if they can do it, and they feel like they need to bend a knee in order to make their dreams come true or whatever. As corny as that sounds, it's kind of cringy, I know, but you know what I'm trying to say.
No, I get it.
Yeah. So that's basically it, right? Like, sorry, go ahead, Brev.
It does seem like it's just like a small clique of them, doesn't it? Right? And if they say the right things, maybe say the right things, meet the right people, fuck the right people. Yeah, I'm serious. They get to move on. They get to fuck up something, and then they get to smoothly transition into something else because they've got a body there that they've done something or had a bonding moment with.
Yep.
Nepotism.
It's like nepotism. It's like the wrestling analogy. It's like the company is gonna push whoever they want to push and force them to be a star, whether you like it or not. Like I don't think people realize that about WWE now. Maybe back in the day, I'm using that as an example because it illustrates that idea perfectly. Like back in the day when WWF was a smaller company, they couldn't afford to do that because they were like smaller. Even though they were big, they were smaller.
And they were
they had
Worldwide Wrestling Federation.
Well, I mean after that. Even when they were WWF, they needed guys like The Rock and Stone Cold because it wasn't fully mainstream. It wasn't fully mainstream yet. Like they still needed like people to be genuine stars that people cared about. But after WWE became too big to fail, you start seeing them push guys that are getting booed. You start seeing, even though I like Cena, you start seeing a guy like Cena be hated and booed but still constantly win titles. You start seeing a reign of terror from Triple H. That's when you start seeing Jey Uso win the Royal Rumble. That's like, you know, Roman Reigns being pushed for 10 years until it finally got him over. When it's absurd to have to push someone 10 years to get them over. That's insane. So,
yeah, they should be over by like the second year.
yeah, that shows that they were never a star. So the company is so big that they decide who the star is, and because they're the big game in town, because people are addicted to watching wrestling, they know it's only a matter of time before they get down with what they want them to be down with. And that's the same thing with gaming. Like, we'll keep making God of War, but we're gonna keep putting woke shit in it. And if you want to play God of War, if you want to see Kratos again, you better like this shit or else. And you create that culture. So,
Yeah, they hold these. They hold these IPs hostage, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when it fails, they'll say that it died because you guys didn't support it. Like,
Yeah.
that's how it is, bro.
But
you better
know,
like Saints Row paying off those college loans.
Yeah, but like like with every healthy, normal human being, we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Exactly. I mean, look, if you guys
Unless
watch
you're Joe
wrestling,
Biden.
if you guys watch wrestling, you know Ava. Ava is on NXT. Ava is the manager.
Mrs. Potato Head.
Ava is the Rock's daughter, and she and look again.
There's
I'm
so
not
many
saying
Samoans running about.
I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be an asshole. By the way, when I say it, she is not good to look at. And I mean, like, that is only, and when I say she's not good to look at, I don't mean like she's not hot. Like, I mean like she's actually like hard to look at. Like, legit, like she should not be on anywhere on TV. Then I can overlook that if she was good on the mic. Unfortunately, she has no mic skills. Then she tried to be a wrestler. She was trying to be a wrestler. She couldn't wrestle. Her matches were sloppy. She was all over the place. So if you combine
Barely
those
had
three
any, and they
things,
were terrible.
they were
She had
terrible.
less
And
than
like, so
5
she has
televised matches.
Sounds like
So
Charlotte
she-
Flair.
Well,
Hey,
Charlotte
come
Flair
on.
at least Charlotte could
She's
wrestle.
good.
At least Charlotte could wrestle. But here's the point: this woman couldn't wrestle. She didn't have any charisma. She still doesn't have charisma. She's not much to look at, but she's the general manager of NXT. And you know why? Because she's The Rock's daughter. That's an example of like the kind of shit that you're dealing with. And if you think I'm exaggerating, again, I'm not trying to like pick on her for her personal appearance in the sense that I'm not trying to like be an asshole, but at the end of the day, I'm watching wrestling to be entertained. I have to look at this woman. I have to listen to this bad promo. You get what I'm saying?
Nah.
So
Fuck Ava. She was saying some dumb leftist shit about white privilege and whatever, some shit like that a couple
that's true
years
too.
ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
white privilege.
fuck
Your
her.
father is The Rock, and her mom is a fucking
all
talent
people.
agent. Henry Cavill's talent agent, and her dad is The Rock. Yeah, real oppression, real.
It's
whatever.
like
Bitch can't even
it's
close her
pretty
mouth to live
ironic.
a life.
It's pretty ironic.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that her opinion, her appearance is only relevant to this because I'm supposed to watch her and be entertained, and she has nothing. That's what makes her specifically her appearance relevant to what I'm saying right now.
You know, I want to say that this is really ironic because when Dwayne Johnson went from Rocky Maivia to The Rock, he ends up working his ass off in order to get to the top, and even after going to the top, he still work his ass off. This is before he first retired from WWE and become a full-time actor. And then like 20 years later, they just automatically give everything to her daughter because she's The Rock's daughter, but they didn't allow her to do the same thing. Like, have her forge her own path. Like work hard to make yourself entertaining and to get to the top. Like they didn't allow her to do that. They just automatically gave her this because she's a rock star. It's just like how Sofia Coppola just automatically earned a role as Michael Corleone's daughter because she's Francis Ford Coppola's daughter, but that's a different story.
Oh yeah, that ruined that movie.
But that only happened because the original actress who was supposed to portray Michael Corleone's daughter was murdered in real life. But yeah.
Well, look, the whole
But
thing
still.
is like the point isn't even wrestling. It's just an illustration of when they have people addicted to their entertainment. When they have them hooked like that, they can force whatever they want down your throat. And if you can't like say no to that thing, then eventually
Yep.
you're gonna have to accept it in order to continue enjoyment of that thing. And that's kind of why I use the wrestling example. That's really the purpose of it.
I thought the whole thing was clicks and how clicks can just appear in just about anything.
And
Yeah,
that's
well,
why
there's clicks
I don't
too,
watch
but I mean
wrestling
like,
anymore.
but a click wouldn't be like, all right. So example, if you make something that's much smaller in scale because it doesn't have like the brand recognition, it doesn't have the fan base yet, it's much harder to be clickish in that regard because if people don't want that thing, it doesn't have enough of a stranglehold over them in order for them to tolerate it in order for you to like make money and be clickish. Like that's really like what I mean. Like if your company, if you make your like think about Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, that game kind of put them on the map. And if that game was like woke trash, they wouldn't have the leeway to get away with what they did now because they already had won people over with the first one. So it's kind of like the same thing. You can be clickish, you can be net. I'm not saying it's good, but you can get away with it if you have a big enough thing. Like if it's like a company like WWE or like God of War or whatever series they hold hostage. But if it's like an up and start indie game, good luck, bro. Good luck trying to be clickish and keep that company alive.
It's like these people. They misbehave. They make the company look bad. They make themselves look bad. They make the product look bad, and yet they can basically fuck up. I mean, I'm not saying he fucked up anything, right? But they can basically go from a failure to and just cost their way through. That's just kind of sad,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But at the same
And you know
time,
what?
he's just an art director, so
Yeah. Who knows? Well, the art director is a big deal, man. Remember,
that's true. He is.
You saw what Abby looked like, man. That's art. That's all art direction, baby. That's all art direction. So
yeah,
art
but it's
direction is pretty important.
It's very transcending.
Bro, like right now, a lot of the problems people have with these females are aesthetics. So having an art director from Star Wars Outlaws, that's kind of a huge red flag because those characters aren't exactly.
Star Wars Outlaws kind of looked like shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Art direction is one of the most important jobs of a game. Imagine God of War with Kratos imagine Kratos looking entirely different, like the classic Greek series. Kratos being less appealing could have prevented that series from ever getting off the ground, no matter how fun it was.
Yeah, that's true.
Art direction's a big
Because
deal.
I saw some of the concept art, and it's just like, would it have gotten over with that concept art?
I don't think so. I saw it. I saw the concept art. I remember I used to play God of War 1 a lot, like repetitively. I was obsessed with it, and I did. You look at the what Kratos would look like, and it's very clear that if he was any of those other versions of him, they would not have been as popular.
Yeah.
Yep.
He wouldn't have had an iconography. And in the end, we still have. In the end of the day, that still didn't save him because we have Dad of War Ragnarok. I'm sorry, Dad of War Ragnarok.
But he's not the only. Kratos is not the only one suffering, but it's Cock of Persia, by the way. And by the way, Cock of Persia, he doesn't look intimidating like the real Prince of Persia, like the Sands of Time Prince of Persia. Like, comes to think about it, like the Prince of Persia and Sands of Time, especially in one of the covers, he looks very unintentionally looks intimidating in a badass way. But this guy. Cock of Persia, he doesn't even look intimidating. He looks like a pussy.
Weak.
That game failed anyway when they had to shut that studio down too. And then people are like, it's a hidden gem. It's like, nah, it looks like it looks like a cheap cell phone game.
Yeah, it looks like he looks like fucking what the hell is that guy's name? Bongor, whatever. If he's a main protagonist.
If this is what I think would be a great thing, imagine something like YouTube, right? Where like people put their games on there and there's like ad revenue from the site or whatever, and it goes to the developers of the game. And or like something like Steam or whatever, but like or something that's maybe like more like, but it's more freedom based, and it's kind of like a YouTube kind of situation where you can just put whatever games you want on there and people can just choose what they want to play, and then like the indie devs can like get a good reputation or like build up their portfolio or whatever, and it can actually help sell like bigger games and help them grow. as opposed to relying on the industry. Like anything that can come out that can remove reliance on like the mainstream game industry, I think would be like the thing that really changes the game. Because as long as you need PlayStation to approve your game, as long as you need Steam to approve your game, as long as you need to jump through all these hoops just to get people to play them on consoles or to interact with them, this is why they're always going to have control over the industry. What helped comic creators and indie creators and animators or whatever is because things like YouTube existed for like animators, things like people can self-produce comics, which they couldn't do back then. And once they were able to do that, they were able to create alternatives, and people were able to do really well. So I think that if that can get doubled down on, that would be the difference, and really be that would really be like the thing that changes the industry. Like, so just making it accessible in that way.
Yeah.
But on that note, so
Star Wars Outlaws, it looks like
yeah,
ass. It doesn't even, and that main character, dude, she like a Sigourney Weaver's Ellen Ripley ripoff, and doesn't even look like
weird,
and doesn't even look like an actual Star Wars character. By the way, I'm sorry, like we motherfuckers are doing, trying to make it look like a late '70s, early '80s and shit. Give me a break, man.
Well, I like the '80s aesthetic, but you got to do it right. You know, you can do '80s aesthetic.
Well, I didn't say the '80s. I said late '70s, and late '70s, early '80s. Like
even both.
Basically,
even both. You can do that, and it could be good. It really just depends on having good art direction. Because, like for example, if they actually did that aesthetic properly, the Star Wars Outlaw character could have been amazing. I forgot her name, but it would be amazing, man. Because think about like Kate Vest. Imagine like think about. Have you ever seen like women in the '70s? Like there are so many beautiful women from like the '70s and '80s, like early '80s, late '70s, that if they would like translate that aesthetic into a game properly, you would have like phenomenal looking female characters, bro. So I wouldn't even blame the '70s and '80s. The problem is that they made her look like she's from the '70s and '80s, but a man from the '70s and '80s, not a woman. That was like the issue.
Or
like, she had
hipster,
like
more like a hipster,
like the
man.
vocalist for Aerosmith.
She has like she has like the fucking Aerosmith look going on. She has like the mushroom cut.
Remember Hey Arnold's Stoop Kid?
Yeah, like they made her look like fucking what's that thing called? Like the Warriors. Like she was one of like the Warriors characters. And then but then you forget
more like a
that
rejected version of, more like a rejected member of the
like a Warriors reject, and not a female, a male rejected character from the Warriors is basically what her aesthetic is. Like that shit is horrible for a female character. That's what I'm saying. You do it correctly.
Oh man,
you do it correctly. Look, you do it correctly, bro. Women could be beautiful, man. There's like, what's that thing called with that woman that married Ted Turner? You remember her name? Damn, she was like a Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda, she's an absolute insane liberal now. That's not the point. What I'm saying is, if you watch movies from the '70s and '80s with her, she was smoking hot, bro. Beautiful, smoking hot, bro. Look at Red Sonja. Look at like Conan the Barbarian and shit. Like, if you really took that '80s and '70s look, you can make some beautiful like shit, bro. But they're not trying to do that. They'll have the female character look like Conan the Barbarian. That's as far as they'll go.
Yeah.
But let's move on.
We can move on to the last topic.
Let's
it
move
shouldn't
on.
be too long. So Sony had laid off a bunch of people. I don't think it was the whole staff of people. But in their California studio over in PlayStation. And the new CEO is I forgot the guy's name, Hideki or something like that. Some Japanese guy, but I don't remember his name. He was originally the co-CEO with I forgot the guy's name. I think he's a British guy who used to work for Guerrilla Games. He may have been like one of like the founders of the studio, but he was like the co-CEO, and but that didn't last long, and then he pretty much got demoted, while the Japanese guy he's like the sole CEO for Sony, and like MugenLord had mentioned, where he had said that he wants to prioritize on like quality games, and ditch all the live services and all that. I think why they're not doing it with like some of the other games like Marathon, and I think there was some other one that was coming out that looked terrible. It was like people calling it Concord 2.
They're
I don't
too
remember the
far
name
in,
of it.
bro.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I guess they'll just have it launch, hope it does well or whatever, then just move on from there. But hopefully this is a good sign that maybe they'll realize like, all right, let's get the fuck out of California. This DEI stuff is being dealt with by Trump finally, and the sales for these games aren't as good as they used to be. That's one of the reasons why they're putting the games on PC, because they need the games to sell. Not enough people are buying it. People want to talk about, oh, it's a banger, oh, it's great or whatever. They're not buying it. Breaking even is not good enough. You could say, oh, it's successful to an extent. Like Last of Us 2 was successful to an extent, but
Well, breaking even only means you just paid what you used. You got paid what you used to make the thing. Like that's not enough to like justify it being a success. Because if I spend $2 million to make something and it only makes like $2.2 million back, that's a lot of time and investment to only get a $2 million increase. That's not worth it, bro. That's definitely not worth it for the time and effort and the amount of work you need to do. So a game doing like barely going over even, it's like, yeah, it broke even and made a little money, but that basically is telling that company like, hey, we want a massive return on our investment. We don't want a 0.5% return for something that took 6 years. That's a fucking terrible business transaction.
Yeah.
So
hopefully now they'll get that shit together. Maybe. I mean, like another thing MugenLord was mentioning, that it's gonna take a number of years for us to see like games like not like pretty much for the most part be purged of any like the woke shit. We get more apolitical games like we used to have years ago, and what we've been asking for, and maybe they'll focus on putting quality, like like Ubisoft, for example. They've been putting out shit, so maybe like when they do get bought out, maybe things will get better. I mean, probably not, but or even
I mean, I say they
other
should.
studios.
Yeah, Sony, PlayStation.
Is
should remain in
that's
Japan.
that's you with the clicking, Marty, right?
Oh
Like
yeah, my bad.
when you talk or whatever, can you like mute it if you're not talking, if you're clicking, or like when you're talking, try not to like mash the control so much?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. It's just because like it makes it easier to listen to you because the clicking in the background is a little distracting for me.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not the fan too, but yeah.
No, the fan. I don't even hear I don't hear the fan at all. It's just the clicking that's a little obnoxious while you're talking, especially.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I should.
Oh, you're good. You're good, man. You're good, man.
So
yeah, you're fine.
That's what I'm saying. Sony and PlayStation, they should remain in Japan to begin with. That way, we won't have any problems to be dealing with for over 10 years. Because the moment, even before they decided to move to California, there's some signs. There's like signs that Sony's going American. They're going American. They're transitioning away from their true Japanese roots, like slowly, like one by one, and like by 2018, or 2016, they moved to California. And there's still a little bit of fucking Japanese roots left, but it's most likely American. And then October 2018 happened, announcing censorship, so-called censorship on Japanese M-rated games. Like looking back now, I realized, look how fallen they have become, man. And it's so fucking ridiculous, like that. And then and then leading up to last year, Stellar Blade, it got censored because we have a beautiful female protagonist who's offending the Snowflakes people because she's probably a lot more attractive than these idiots, and she's an actual woman.
Yeah.
It's
Well, when you think about it, it kind of makes sense why they're leaving, right? Because what's this like, Burb? You know what DEI means, right? You obviously know what it means, but do you know what that means for a company if they engage in DEI, right?
Yeah.
It means free money. It means money to do nothing. Money to just money to like easy money, like just to add something that may or may not do whatever. But they in their eyes, they're like, oh, all I have to do is make a gay character, no big deal. That's extra money, and because the game's already a massive investment, they'll take the money, and also because of greed. But if Trump says something like, hey, we're gonna get rid of DEI in games, that means no more free money for wokeness. And if the incentive of free money is gone, it kind of it's gonna reveal and exploit the fact that these companies never cared about that to begin with. So once you take away the free money aspect of it, the government dollars, they're gonna be like, all right, well, why the fuck am I gonna do this? We're Japanese. We have nothing to do with the West. Like, screw that. Like, and they're gonna pull out. It makes sense, man. And I feel like if any of the gaming YouTubers are worth their salt, they should probably expose that more. The anti woke side of things. If they want to expose that, they should talk about it more because that's kind of really relevant. Because it doesn't change what's happening, but it also shows the reality of DEI. It kind of shoots the argument that they were doing it because they want to in the foot. If the second that their financial incentive is gone, then they no longer want to do the woke stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
and
I feel like Sony was firing, was always the best, and always firing on all cylinders when they had a perfect equilibrium of Japanese, of East and Western games. It's just the
Yes.
truth. It wasn't just the Japanese games. Tomb Raider, one of the most popular PlayStation game for such a long time.
yeah, it ends up becoming a piece of shit game since 2013. with
Sure,
the
but
second
also
reboot.
and also Naughty Dog, man. Remember Crash Bandicoot?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
that was a big hit. I used to love those games, man. I think I might have had
Crash
all of them over
Bandicoot,
the years.
Sly Cooper, Infamous. Well,
Yeah, they
most
had their
likely
share.
Infamous 1 and 2.
They had their fair share of Western and Japanese games. Jack and
Yeah,
Daxter,
they
yeah.
did. They did. They were firing on all
Shadow of the
cylinders.
Colossus,
Wipeout.
Gravity Rush, Siren.
Oh, I love Gravity Days, especially Gravity Days 2. Gravity Days 2 is
Gravity
my
Rush?
favorite. Yeah. Well, it's Gravity Days in,
In Japan, it's
Japanese,
it's
but
called Gravity Days. Yeah.
Oh, in
I
Japan, it's
call
called
it
Gravity Days. Okay.
Yeah, I call it Gravity
I
Days.
didn't know that.
prefer to call it that. But
Okay.
man, like also like whatever happened to what Gravity Days 2 remaster, huh? Nothing happened, and then these clowns from Soinoid decided to, oh hey, we're gonna have a Gravity Rush live action adaptation. Like, hell no,
Oh,
who
I
even
saw
asked that
pictures
shit?
from that. It looked terrible.
Like,
Oh my
dude,
God.
if you want a live action, if you want a true live action Gravity Rush, go watch the Japanese trailer where it has this two Japanese women living their daily lives and experiencing, the gravities. And it has a cat too, so that's the closest thing you have a Gravity Rush live adaptation, but it's not really live at.
But
It's a
back to that previous point though. It's just the idea is, and I think that the elephant in the room is that if there's no incentive to do DEI, like financially, they will not do it. And I think that's what Sony is doing with this move. They're saying this is where all the DEI is getting pushed. It's not making us the money that we want. The games are failing, but at least we were getting paid money by the government to basically do propaganda. And now that we can't get that free money anymore, we're gonna pull out. And that shows you again that they never cared about the DEI shit to begin with. That it was all just another money scheme, which we all knew it was.
How aware are Sony about the fact that people resent the fact that they moved to California? How aware are they of that? Because
Very aware.
Well, this could be like what's the word? Planned. What not planned? Like staged. Not staged as in they're not going to do it. Staged as in this is perfect. We can get some goodwill back on our side.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're aware of it. Exactly. Like, it's not a secret, bro. Like, I mean, if we and you can talk about it now, then that's how you know that they're also aware of it.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? Because like, think about it, bro. They have advisors. Japan's not like this like fucking like small like, Japan's corporate systems are ruthless. they're ruthless, bro. Like Japan's, it's a very corporate culture. Like that's why, like when you think about it, like if you think that they don't know about like what's going on, if they don't have advisors helping them make financial decisions, right? Like Sony's a global company. They know what's going on. They have their Western advisors like giving them like reports on like perceptions of their games, perceptions of the company. Like they're very big on that, man. That's a huge part of Japanese society. So if they know about that, they might be trying to build goodwill. But I think that even if they do it, as I kind of don't care their reason as long as they stop doing it. If they say, hey, we're losing money, we want to build goodwill, and they stop with the DEI shit and they stop making like the woke games that they're making, then I'm all for that. Because that means that they're gonna stop.
Too.
I don't care their reason why. Just fucking stop.
I mean,
you know,
but I just don't.
Well, I do care the
Sony
reason why,
right now,
but as long as they stop, that's the important thing.
They just had. You have to work. You have to show. You have to show us that they are gonna change.
Well, imagine they said, "All right, we were doing the DEI stuff for money." Imagine they admitted that. It's fucked up and it's corporate, but as long as they stop, that's all that I care about, because that's what's going to directly affect the things that I'm enjoying. Then it will allow a Stellar Blade to come out without being censored by Sony, for example.
Yeah.
It would allow these games to exist as they need to be, and if it's because they want to make more money, I'm all for it. It just has to stop, and if that's the reason why, so be it.
Yeah, that's why I don't buy a PS5 at all, man. I refuse to buy it until.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty. Finish your
until they show us that they truly change, reformed. I don't fucking trust Sony, man. And quite frankly, like
I don't blame you.
I'm like few years late for that. And let's not only get rid of all that get rid of the shit, focus on actual fun and entertainment games, apolitical, and of course keep it physical media friendly, and bring back backwards compatibility, or make it better. Make emulation better. Fuck the AI shit, but they're still gonna do it AI shit. But yeah, I mean the point is that Sony has fallen for years, man. For years, like, yet they didn't learn their lesson. They learned their shit, and that's also resulting in certain companies, like especially Atlas from Sega too. They bound down to the snowflakes people. That's why. That's where games like Catherine Full Body, Persona 5 Royal, Persona 3 Reload has some turbo ass English
like a dragon.
translation. Oh English. Yeah, well. Yeah.
I mean, like it or not, Japan are they're bowing to the same shit right now. So who knows if moving back to Japan will make it even a bit of difference.
Well, if Trump bans DI, it will. It will, bro. Because what does banning DI mean? It means that we're not going to financially give you incentive as the United States government to put DI in your products.
They'd have to think of that into law, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but that's good. That's what he's doing. Executive order. He made an executive order.
Right, but those last like year, don't they?
But it could be, that's a year worth of them not making money doing that, and we have to see how it turns out, because you have a bunch of you have to deal with Congress or whatever. But if that follows through and there's no financial incentive to do DEI, right? Because Obama legalized propaganda in the United States, from what I understand. I could be wrong. So if you undo that shit, it makes it financially from what I understand, to be clear. But anyway, like if that's true, and you remove those things, there's no financial incentives to do things. Like the reason why woke shit got the way it did is because a company like BlackRock could legally incentivize companies to do it. If you make that illegal, then BlackRock can no longer legally pay companies to do this, and it can cause the games to remove some. It will allow the DI to become more like far and few in between games, because the activists that actually want to do it, they're not going to have the resources and the company backing to do it. And then you'll see more games like Dustborn be massive pieces of shit and flop, and then you'll see more games with actual high budgets that would actually be, DEI free.
Yeah,
ideally,
have you talked
if you could
about
get rid
investigating the private sector? Because
yeah, bro, yeah,
find a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but bro, that's exactly what it is right now. The American You have Doge, and you have all these people that are looking into like how American tax dollars were spent. That was the whole USAID thing. And I don't remember how to pronounce it, but then on top of that, a lot of that money was being given to like countries to make like in like South American countries to do trans surgeries and shit. Like it's flagrant waste. All of it's being exposed. Trump is doing executive orders, so it's really plausible that the DEI could literally be outlawed and made illegal, and it should be illegal. That's actually a
Yes, it should.
discriminatory practice. It's actually anti. It's actually anti. What's it called? It's like anti-constitution, because you're literally saying, by doing the DI shit, you're saying that if you don't meet a certain amount of like, let's say black people, or a certain amount of like gay or whatever, if you put that in a game or in a movie or whatever, that means that whoever was talented that actually has the merit for that job is not being hired based on his race or ethnicity, which is racism. That's literally racism. If I say I can't hire you because I have 10 white people and I need at least one black person, so that white person doesn't get a job, that's racism, bro. So at the end of the day, if they investigate that properly, and which they are, and it is showing this, like, I'm not making this up, like they're actually doing it. That's why they're getting so much pushback. If they continue down this path, this DEI shit's gonna go away, bro, and it's gonna be exposed for what it is: racist propaganda. That's what it is. And if you're not getting paid to do your racist propaganda, these companies are not gonna want to have like some idiot like Kim Belair write a script for their game, because they're gonna be like, why am I gonna have you write this when I have no financial incentive and all the financial burden is on me, and I'm not gonna get that nice little payout from the U.S. government or whatever? Of course, you're gonna say, well, this is not viable. Of course, I'm going to take my company out of California. Of course, I'm not going to like hire these people anymore. This has always been about money, bro. And think about this to further illustrate this point and take it home. If it mattered to these people, if they actually cared, when Saudi Arabia says, hey, we're not going to have Spider-Man in your country, if they really were about their shit, they would say, you know what? Fuck you, Saudi Arabia. We believe in black, gay, whatever. We're gonna. You don't get our game. But they didn't do that, did they? What did they do? They bent the knee to Saudi Arabia. They removed the shit from the game so that they can make a buck there. You can't say you care about these things and then make those moves, bro. That makes no sense, man. Like, I can't say, this is, WWE's like, women this, women that, women empowerment. Saudi Arabia's like, we don't like their outfits, too much titty and ass. You got to cover it up. WWE could say, you know what, we don't want to do the deal. I know it's a multi-million-dollar deal, but we don't want to do it because we feel like it's wrong to women wrestlers. Of course they're not going to do it. You know what they actually did? They said, okay, and covered them up in fucking full bodysuits. So you can't tell me you care about women, you care about gay, you care about black, whatever, and then when a movie gets banned in countries, when your wrestling organization gets banned, you start censoring yourself to appease those people. That's not the actions of someone who actually gives a fuck about the cause they're claiming to care about. So in the end of the day, with this, man, like Sony, like, and all these companies, like, they're gonna eventually give up on it if it's not financially lucrative. That's the bottom line. And if Trump, and if the government can make that happen, then for all the more power to it. And then some other people, the other side would say, well, that's not fair, because what if they want to tell the stories? Well, they're entitled to tell the story. You can make your gay woke game, but it's not going to be paid for by the American tax dollar. You better go on fucking Kickstarter. You better go and you got to get that money yourself. You have the right to do it, but you don't have the right to do it at the American tax dollars expense.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yep. But
sorry for the rant, but
yeah, that's all good. We haven't heard from Apollo about this, so let's hear what he has to say.
Okay, so PlayStation California layoffs. I'm like, well, FAFO to the people that's getting laid off, because there's some weirdo whack jobs in that company. I mean,
absolutely.
They're gonna cry wolf. They're gonna cry wolf and beg for more money and to be in a different game company. And it's pretty base, seeing a Japanese person involved with the company and he wants good quality games, and it got me kind of excited, got me thinking SOCOM, like that'd be pretty cool. I would go out of my way, buy a PlayStation 5 and buy a whole remastered collection of SOCOM games, a remastered trilogy, and the new SOCOM game if they're making one, if they are right now.
Too.
And
don't say that.
Who knows? Maybe they might turn Concord 2 into a military shooter than some knockoff Overwatch, like a free-to-play military shooter for PlayStation, first person.
And they
That
can
would be
call
pretty
it
cool. It'd be like
Soncod.
Medal of Honor style type of gameplay. That'd be pretty cool. And
Somcord.
Well, didn't they already have that in Resistance?
don't know. But
I
yeah,
think Insomniac made Resistance. Wasn't that like a first-person military shooter?
It was about you were fighting aliens, bro, in that game.
Oh,
yeah.
never mind. I'm sorry.
You're fighting aliens.
I got it. No, close enough.
But maybe something might happen good. Who knows? Like,
bro, so if they make a new SOCOM game, you trying to stream it with me? Do like a team stream?
I don't know. I don't know. I would go out of my way to buy a PlayStation 5.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yep.
If they
Hard
do,
to paint. Listen, man, let me tell you something about SOCOM. I used to play that game online all the time on PS2. I had a nickname. You know what that nickname was? You know what it was, bro? It was Indiana Jones, baby. You know why? Because I said come in guns blazing, motherfucker. I was that guy in that game. If they bring that back, we're in there, bro.
I never played the online multiplayer because back then I was a poor folk back then. I had a plain Jane PS2, and I just casually played the campaign. But hey, if they remaster it, and I'll go out of my way, maybe play it on extreme hard mode. But everything else was Sony. I'm like, maybe that might be good news. That's all I can say.
Maybe it seems like it might be good for now. It seems like good news, but we have to wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I kind of have hopes for the Japanese because they're more respectful, and they're very tolerant. They like to keep things how it is, and yeah, like they're nice people. So
Japanese people, like their culture is built on like politeness and respect and stuff like that. Even if they don't like you, they'll still treat you with respect until you don't deserve it anymore.
Yeah, Japanese people is a great
Johnny
guy.
Somali, whatever.
What did you say, Berv? I didn't hear what you said.
I said Japanese people is a great guy.
Yeah, Japanese people is a great guy. Japanese people bought me lunch one time.
Oh fuck.
So yeah, man. So I think everyone got to speak about it, right? Yeah. So let's close things out because we've been going for a while. It's been a mouthful.
It's been a very long time.
And we'll close things out now. So everyone wants to give their outro. We could start with Apollo Patriot, then Berv. Well, actually, let's do Marty, Apollo Patriot, Berv, then I'll go, and then Revenant will go. We'll close things out.
Yeah, I'll go first because I might leave anytime soon.
If you have anything you want to plug, you can plug it too, man.
All right, so
as long as this is gay hentai, no gay hentai. But continue.
Hell no. And if you replay this live stream, and if you hear me clicking throughout the entire live stream, then I apologize for doing that because I was playing Warriors of Orochi 4 Ultimate even before I was entering to the live stream.
Don't worry, bro. It's not that big a deal. You don't have to apologize. It's fine, man. It's not that big a deal. I just pointed it to your attention just to make things a little smoother to hear you and whatnot. Don't worry about it.
It's understandable.
You don't have to apologize.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad, bro. It wasn't that bad. It was just like I just wanted to let you know so like you can not do it.
And I forgot to tell you guys, but the Suri in Richard Ford, that's not the real Suri. The real Suri got fired. Got replaced by an imposter.
Yeah.
Siri
Her grandmother.
at home.
So that's how it is. They fired her, and of course even before that they did not allow her.
Replaced her with one of the Golden Girls.
It's Luke Gallows in a cane suit.
They probably no, not Luke Gallows. It's more like Festus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Festus, Festus and Luke Gallows, Festus in a cane suit. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, except the only difference is that the real Kane actually had long hair before the whole unmasking thing happened. And
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I know.
When the
it
unmasking,
was a wig.
Yeah, they have Glenn Jacobs shave his head or his back of his front head to cut his hair and shave his head, and having worn a wig, like, just ruined.
You want to hear something funny, bro? When I first saw that on TV, because I didn't expect it, I didn't realize it was a wig. But because I know it's a wig now, whenever I watch it, it couldn't be more obvious. But it's completely like fooled me when I was younger because I didn't think that that would be the time where he would be bald. It's kind of funny, right? Like, 'cause you don't see what you're not looking for sometimes.
You want to hear something funny, bro? When I first saw that on TV, because I didn't expect it, I didn't realize it was a wig. But because I know it's a wig now, whenever I watch it, it couldn't be more obvious. But it completely like fooled me when I was younger because I didn't think that that would be the time where he would be bald. It's kind of funny, right? Like, because you don't see what you're not looking for sometimes. I mean, it was stupid. I mean, it was stupid. Like a year before that, they could have made Kane, the half mask Kane, the top baby face of the ruthless aggression era going against Triple H. They could have had him that. They could have him won the World Heavyweight title, No Mercy. They screwed that up. Made him even. That would have redeemed him. That would have redeemed him from the whole Katie Vick storyline. And they did it again on.
I'm not saying it's bad, by the way. I'm not saying that it was like necessarily good to unmask him. I'm just saying that I didn't know but just the fact that like I didn't know it was a wig until after he unmasked. And then when if I ever watch that scene again, now it's obvious that it's a wig because I know that it's a wig and I can clearly see that the hair is totally different. But like when it happened, it just I had no idea because I wasn't like aware. I had no reason to believe it wasn't his real hair. It's kind of funny how that works. Like psychologically, that's kind of crazy, you know?
Yeah, I mean that also ruined the mysterious vibe, but like
yeah, I did.
Like by that point, before the No Mercy match, his popularity skyrocketed, and had he won the title belt, it would have skyrocketed even more. Like have more Canaanites. That's why we have Canaanites. The same name for the people. Stone Cold University, freaking Creatures of the Night, or Dead Man Inc., Hulkamania, those are the same people. Like, yeah, it would, like, Kane would have been, yeah, he would have been truly an equal to The Undertaker. And
it's funny because I call my fans the Potshites. I call them Potshites.
Oh, you don't.
Or Jerkaholics, yeah. Jerkaholics, Edgeheads.
The Genaholics, I like that. Good one.
The
Genaholics. And yeah, same goes with Edge. He would have been the top face if it weren't for the neck injury.
You're right.
I mean,
so anyway,
yeah.
Well, do you have like a YouTube channel? Do you want to plug anything?
Oh, all right. So I now have. Well, I hate to tell you this, but I did have a YouTube channel once, but I deleted it. It was
okay.
But now I have it. I have this YouTube channel now. It's called here. I'll type it in right here. But keep this in mind. I do not make content. I just made a YouTube channel so I can watch some YouTube videos. And
gotcha.
Here's my.
Well, it's fine. I mean, if you don't have stuff that you want people to like watch or anything, you don't have to plug your channel. I mean,
yeah, that's my YouTube channel name. It's called Charles. Oh, I shouldn't say it because otherwise they will know who I am. Anyone's watching, they'll know who I am. So
you're good, bro. If you're not uploading videos and stuff, it doesn't matter. I was just saying if you have like a channel where you make content, maybe you would want to share it. But if you don't, it's fine too. You don't really have to, bro. It's just really like.
But now I have CapCut. I mean, I shouldn't say CapCut either because I heard that it got banned or is going to get banned along with TikTok. But I'm not a fan of TikTok. I downloaded CapCut so I can do some color grade on the Abyss, and maybe in the future may edit some videos for comedic purpose.
Okay, so you should definitely do that one day, man. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, just
definitely
mock
do that, man. Make it.
Yeah, just mock modern movie trailers nowadays. Maybe insert footage of Stone Cold Steve Austin ridiculing Lance Storm like boring. I mean, I'm thinking about it. It's probably.
Well, if you ever want to do it, like you should definitely like you can do it, and when next time you come on, you can plug your channel, whatever. But basically for now, like you don't really have anything like yet, right?
Yeah. So here's the name of my channel on the chat on the private chat for those who see on live stream.
Okay.
So I am subscribed to you guys. So
if anybody wants to, if Marty comes on here and you like what he's saying, you can check him out on here. For now,
I mean, if I decide
his own channel, yeah, you can check him out on there, right? So
I mean, if I decided to upload any videos for fun,
right,
and to
yeah,
for comedic
yeah,
purpose, that's it.
we
So,
understand, we understand. But then we don't have a lot of time left, so I want to like keep it
yeah.
a bit
So
concise.
here's what I'm gonna say. This is Marty Kusanagi. Damn, I forgot what I'm gonna say. Shit. PlayStation, I hope you change for the better, but for now I don't trust you. And I'll see you guys later.
All right, man. Good having you
All right,
on.
Morty.
So Apollo
Thanks
Patriot,
for coming
want
on.
to give your for sure.
Yeah.
Want to give your outro, Apollo?
Yeah. Apollo Patriot. I'm on YouTube. I make a lot of things like a Heinz 57. I do talk about some subjects, pretty hardcore, very base. People really don't like what I say. I do make other gameplay videos, more focused playing Wildlands right now, and Insurgency Sandstorm, and I'm thinking about doing more Extreme War, Space Marine 2 40K, because the new recent update it came out. I'm really loving it. So yeah, I make videos. I'm sometimes crazy on my videos I do, and then I'm playing Skyrim. So yeah, I find it very interesting on my channel. But yeah, I'm out of here. This is
Alright.
hella awesome.
Yeah,
it's
man.
great
Good to
having you on
have
again,
you. And
Paulo.
yeah, check him out. He makes, you
Yeah.
heard him. He makes a lot of like
Good content,
involved in those
based.
games. So check him out, give him a chance, and yeah, again, good to have you, bro. So
Yeah.
Burb, you want to give your outro?
Hell.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I'm
hold on.
Burb.
Sorry. Hold on. Das Vidania Chuvak.
Take it easy, Apollo.
Ah, yeah. I'm Burv,
So-
and I'm really, really tired.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
you take time. Yeah.
He's a Burf
You-
trooper. He's a Burf trooper.
I am. I don't have a channel or anything to plug. I wish I did, but it would be a boring channel where I just play RTS games and no one would watch it.
Hey, you should make a channel where you talk about things, bro.
I mean,
not?
yeah, maybe.
People
It's
like
just
that kind
a
of
lot
stuff.
of a lot of the time. People have already said pretty much everything that needs to be said.
But they didn't say it in a British accent.
Well, I'll
That's
put
true.
it to you like this. I was going to call you Apollo. Burv. That's what I thought too, but then I decided, yeah, they're saying these things, but they're not saying it the way I was saying it. So
The
I
more
figured,
more people against the gay woke, the better.
Yeah.
The more people
Yeah,
speaking out on it, because there's gonna be other UKers that are gonna say, you know what, I'm tired of UK's BS, and you know what, I agree with this guy Burv. I might make videos too, and the more people that speak against it, the better, man.
Yeah. You have a
The
very
number one
unique
scammer
way of
hating
speaking.
channel.
So
Pretty much, yeah. So, but yeah, so continue on, man. So.
Yeah, just so thanks for having me on as usual, guys. It's been fun.
Oh yeah,
Sweet,
great
sweet.
great
Always
having you
good to
on
have
again,
you, man.
Burv.
It was good
great
to
to have
hear
you on.
Mugen as well. It was really interesting.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, he's a
for
good
sure.
guy.
Like, we'll definitely have you on again in the future, and like, seems like there's never a shortage of things to talk about, apparently. So I'm sure we'll see
Yeah,
you here again.
yeah, you will. If it's a topic I don't have anything to say about, this is gonna be like, a quick witty one-liner, and then
Well, bro, look, listen. We made it clear in the past. We said it. Like, if you don't have you don't have to talk. People who come on, for everyone on here, you don't have to talk about every subject. You could just talk about the things that you want to talk about, or when they're relevant to you, and you could come on and give your opinion. Because at the end of the day, it actually helps the flow of the podcast, right? Because if everyone wants to talk about things, and if someone doesn't want to really talk about something or doesn't have an opinion on it, kind of like trying to fumble around and like come up with like a impromptu opinion on it is kind of like, it kind of just slows down the pace. So if you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to, man. But if you want to give your witty one-liner, you can. It's all like about freedom here. Everyone could kind of give their opinions and whatnot.
Yep.
my snarky British humor.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
He's a Brit. Anyway,
I'm a
but
Brit.
but
All right.
haberdashery. But yeah, so thanks
Yes.
for coming on, man.
Yep.
And we'll definitely have you on again. So now I'm gonna give
Yep,
mine because
as
I'm also
always.
kind of tired.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm out later.
Later, bro.
Peace,
And I
bird.
got some stuff I have to do too, actually. So here's the thing. I'm Jinpachi. I do animation. I do a lot of Arkham gameplay. Sometimes I hybridize the two, where like I make content that's kind of related to both. I'm working on my own series. My channel right now has a bunch of Arkham stuff, but I'm trying to lean toward like more the animation and more of like what I want to do creatively. Check it out. Episode 1 of my series is up. It's been up for like a year now, so it's been a while. But episode 2, I guarantee, is coming. Other videos as well, like other animations. Also, I have like other Arkham videos as well. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff on there. If you like what I'm saying here, you should know that like I'm not really, my content's not political. It's all apolitical, so it's just about entertainment. So if you want to see original content, if you want to see an original series that's not based on any real world politics too much, real world social politics, then definitely check out my animation and check me out. And if not, that's fine too. Always appreciate it either way. So all right,
Yep.
and again, Revenue, thanks for having me. Special thanks to Mugen for coming on. He made he made a lot of good points. And it's good to hear the perspective of someone else. His thing of vampire clues, it seems pretty cool. And based on what he said, I think it's kind of good for more creators to do what he's doing. So everyone check that out. Click the Kickstarter link to at least get a look at it if you're interested. And yeah, thanks to everyone for showing up, talking in the chat, coming on. There's so many people, it's hard to like name everybody, but to everybody who came on, even the people who are asking some troll questions or whatever, like still is thank you for coming on and spending your time here. So
Yep. Cool.
So
Well,
that's me, and I'll catch you guys later.
Nice. Well, appreciate you co-hosting as usual, Jinpachi. As for everyone else who came on the panel, special thanks to MugenLord for coming on. He spent a lot of time talking about his comic, which is really cool. Definitely wanted to give him enough time to, plug his what he's been creating, and hopefully it goes well. Definitely support him there. And check out his channel, of course. People in the panel, I already thanked Jinpachi. Apollo Patriot, Burv, Christian Frades, who else? Goddamn, who else was on? Oh yeah, Marty Kusanagi. I think that was it, right?
You said Apollo Patriot?
Yeah, I sent him.
Yeah,
I think that was it.
You know,
But
that was it.
yeah,
We didn't have as many guests as usual.
no, some people were waiting, like Royce and OC. Unfortunately, a lot of time.
Don't
went
worry,
by.
guys. On
yeah,
the next one,
it'll be
we
different,
will
yeah.
we will let you come on, or we'll let you be like first on the panel, whatever.
Of course, yeah. And thank you to everyone who was watching. There's a lot of people who were watching, especially early on, so appreciate it. Thank you for checking out the regular videos and all that. So hopefully you all had a great weekend. Hopefully we were able to help close out your weekend, and you have a good week. And stay tuned for whatever my next video will be. I'm not entirely sure. I'll figure it out. So with that being said, peace.